27. My name's Andrew Clements here from another chilly morning, but a whole lot less wind than where we were 24 hours ago from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's spin.
AM Groups, Rob. Happy to be here, happy to be on the mic, and more than anything, happy to not be getting blown over at this 20-foot high station we're on.
Yeah, that's what I would say right now. Compared to where we were last night, this is a revelation to be back with some blue skies. Again, the wind not nearly as high as it was yesterday. It was tough conditions, I think, for everybody. Obviously, us and your whole crew, the SKUSA crew, out there in the wind and the cold. But David Cole and I were talking about it coming in. It's wild that we didn't think we were going to have any wet weather at all, but those sessions in the wets, I was blown away by what the pro shifter guys did in those conditions on slick tires.
Yeah, we were talking in the booth, right? You, myself, Mike, Henry, about how worried we were for what they were about to encounter, and yet it was probably some of the most entertaining racing that we saw all weekend. Probably some of the cleanest racing we've seen as well. We've seen this racetrack be, as described by many of the drivers, as a bit narrow, a bit tight, and naturally that breeds a bit of contact. But those pro shifter heats, Mike, they were awesome to watch.
It's amazing what happens when you can't trust the pavement, and you can't trust the grip level. You have to tiptoe by default, and that automatically checks things up. That being said, to your point, what we got a chance to see was the pro shifter last night, and some of the moves, like Dicker going in deep and trying to make things happen. Hildebrandt around the outside, right in the cushion.
Oh no, we got a big impact over here in the middle. That was right at, what do we call this turn, fellas? Turn 11, yeah. One driver just kind of got a bit too wide and into the marbles there and nosed through to the orange. The driver's up and okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mike, but that was front and center on screen, and that was a scary moment.
Well, and the problem, exactly. We talked about these warm-up sessions. They are supposed to be exactly that, warm them up, and not to create a bunch more problems. I mean, I haven't seen what cart number that is just yet. Looks like maybe 21. We'll try to figure out maybe if we can spot what driver that is, but that's not what you're wanting to do here. This is, again, Situation Saturday. If you were already in, you want to make sure you stay in, and if you were on the, outs, you need to try to make sure you get in. That's not how you set things up.
Well, here we are working our way through halfway through the first of the two KA Junior groups. The driver involved in that incident there, we believe, could be Enzo Noel in the 821. And indeed, Enzo Noel was the driver that was into the wall. Driver up and okay. The rest of the 41 drivers in total continuing to roll here in this quick session. Now, talking about last night, and then into today, the track progression changing a little bit. You had all those crosswinds, headwinds, tailwinds, and now for what feels like the first time all weekend, fellas, we've got almost no wind direction at all.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and then, going to leave us with all the wind here a little bit, a little bit of an anti-jinx, I hope. But no, to your point, Xander, there's been all kinds of different things, whether it be the wind or whether it be the surface with a little bit of precipitation last night. The barriers moving a little bit with the contact. It's always been changing conditions, and the drivers have had to been on a swivel to try to make sure they stay on top of it.
Yeah, I'll agree with you 100%, Mike, and it's the progression of everybody's weekends as well, right? Some drivers are able to find that speed that maybe weren't in the fight, so we were talking about different drivers up front, other drivers improving on what they already had and being able to really be dominant factors. We saw what Turner Brown was able to do throughout the weekend so far. His weekend's going in the right direction. We saw a number of drivers battle things. In the pro shifter as well, we saw some guys step things up who maybe struggled a bit early, but we're moving them way back forward. So when we come to Situation Saturday, it sometimes gets a little more sketchy. There's drivers who may be a little more desperate than they were on Friday, trying to make sure they don't get in to a last chance qualifier.
Right, there's no points on the line. This is a one-off. It is go or go home, do or die to a certain degree. And well, if you think that you're going to go home tonight based on how your first two heats went, you're going to be probably willing to take some more risks in this final round, as we've got another spinner, this time in the infield triple apex right-hander just in front of us. A limited amount of incidents, but I want to definitely take a look at what the times looked like yesterday compared to today. Sebastian Hauser in the 890, fastest right now out of Q2 for the Brillart USA KA Juniors. Matt Cagle, Easton Cox, Ethan Tovo, and Juan Jose Paramo currently towards the top half of the field, comparing them to how they did in yesterday's warm-up when they kicked things off. The quick time was a 53:33. They're at a 53:5, so we're a little bit slower than where we were a day ago. We had a lot more wind, it feels like, in that morning. Maybe that last little bit will pick up, but I mean, overall, a 210 swing's not massive.
No, it's not. And the other thing, too, is that the tires that they got on here is probably the same ones they probably had from warm-up yesterday. Again, you're not running your race tires right now. Again, you get 2 sets on the weekend, and you're going to have 1 set on for qualifying that you'll probably keep through the majority of your heats. But during warm-up, you're going to use maybe that last practice set that you had before you were getting ready for qualifying through your warm-up. So it could also just be a little bit of tire wear. Still, trying to make a little bit of an adjustment. I don't think the track conditions are going to change. That we didn't have enough water last night to really make a difference there.
And I honestly believe this session isn't about going outright fast, right? Especially for some of the junior categories. Masters for sure, for a lot of the guys in that category. It's not about being just bad fast. It's about getting comfortable again, clearing out the cobwebs. It's a warm-up. Just get yourself back in the rhythm. Maybe, again, it's cold enough that if you've made any changes to the kart itself, you're probably not going to feel anything. It's more just getting back, behind the wheel and get your head right.
And one thing to point out, too, these groups, this is the Q2 group, they do retain the groups sets that we have for the qualifying. So you're not in the same group that you're going to be racing with. You're actually in the one from before as well.
Which means that all of our heavy hitters are still yet to roll. The fast group from Burrell Art, KA100 Jr, currently on deck. We'll take a quick step to the wayside while we begin to get ready for more. Once again, for those of you joining us here in the paddock, following along live from all around the world, we appreciate you checking into our coverage. This is, again, the first of the practice sessions, and at the top of the hour, we'll be getting set to go back to heat racing once again for the final time. A little break, and then we've got something really cool up our sleeve later this morning that we'll talk about on the other side of this word from our partners. And then, of course, that dice roll that we introduced last year, that'll be so entertaining to get the 41st spot for the first man outside the last chance qualifier, because LCQs roll after we get those Heat 3 rounds in for KA Junior and for KA Senior. All of it rolls on the other side, folks. Keep watching. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, we all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest. Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion, Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts. American made, race proof.
We are back, trackside, Las Vegas Motor Speedway for Situation Saturday. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Henry Bodette and Mike Smith. Here's your lineup for today as the karts are on track once again for the KA100 Junior classes with the quicker of the two categories. KA100 Junior with a couple of warm-ups. We'll go through KA100 Senior as well, the two groups there for their 7-minute warm-up session. Master, Shifter, and Micro Swift is the race order. From there, of course, Situation Saturday, one final round of heat races. We'll do all the categories, all 4 categories. Final 10-lap heat race. At that point, we'll have a bit of a break between essentially 10:30 and 11:15, about 45 minutes to let the scoring staff dial things in to make sure they know who is going into the LCQs. Top 34 drivers on points go straight in to the main event. LCQ will have a set number, we believe around 40 or 42. We'll find out exactly how many drivers are going to be allowed into the LCQ. Some drivers may not even make the LCQ. From the LCQ, top 6 drivers transfer in. We'll have our dice roll for a 41st driver. And there are the Super Sunday provisional starting spots as well. Top 3 in the Pro Tour guaranteed to start on Super Sunday. And the regional champions from the Texas Sprint Racing Series and the California Pro Kart Challenge getting a guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot for their titles in regional SKUSA action. So, indeed, that's what our morning's going to look like. Then, of course, we'll have the lunch break and come back and do it all again in the afternoon. But, guys, Henry, only one more wheel-to-wheel to a certain extent. But then we have those crazy LCQs, the last chance qualifiers.
Absolutely. You know, what I'm looking forward to most of all is the drivers that had issues yesterday, the big names that had issues, your AJ Myers, your Jacob Gulicks, you know, in some of the classes. To a lesser extent, Bas Lammers and Billy Musgrave in Master Shifter. Is it one and done this year? One mistake, one problem, your chances are over. Or is there an opportunity to come back through and salvage something? Do you get to use golfing parlance? Do you get a mulligan or not in SuperNats this year? It's going to be really interesting to see.
I think what Xander said yesterday was the fact that you could have that DNF like on AJ Myers, but then he comes back for a really strong run. If you get another really strong run, it's going to push you a lot farther forward. Maybe, hey, you don't want to wish ill will, but maybe one of your other competitors has an issue as well. You can find yourself somewhere, I think, a little closer to the top you know, of the middle section if you get lucky with 2 more races.
25 laps is a long time in the final for these pro categories, 20 for the others. So if you are in the neighborhood of top 15, I think you're still in the neighborhood of having a conversation for the win.
Listen, we've seen it in the past. Marco Mastronzi won from like 25th or 26th in the Tag Senior, which is the Pro X30. So you can get the job done, but you have to have a rocket of a kart in the main event.
And have some things go your way.
I was out this morning when you guys started the broadcast. I was out doing my rounds in the paddock just to bring everyone up to date. We had red flag in the second X30 Pro heat race yesterday, just as the track was getting wet. That was Pierce Jaso. He is okay, limping a bit, but says he's going to race. Mini Swift, we had that 3-car incident coming out of turn number 3. Olivier Chassé was the driver that ran over. He's got a sprained wrist, but he was back in the circuit. They're going to look at whether he can continue to race today, but he's been given clearance. It's now a case of a sprained wrist.
Often when you have that injury, you're coming back for sure, and then you sleep on it, and all of a sudden, it's a little stiffer in the morning.
That actually reminds me of, I did the podcast with Rocky Moran Jr., and he said he had messed up his thumb, and he's like, I'm definitely trying it. And he tried the next day, he's like, I can't even move this thing. He's like, we're not running.
But apparently, I mean, I don't know if anyone, there's obviously a lot of equipment damage during some of the incidents, so whether that causes drivers to have to scratch from the event, I don't know. But in terms of drivers that were the causes of red flags that went over, that took the trip into the ambulance, they are all okay.
Little spinner there.
85, I think.
So David Cole gave me the update here, guys, for the LCQs, 34 drivers as we know, straight in on the points from the heat races. The next 41 karts will go into the LCQ. So essentially, if you're 76th or worse in the points, you will not be running the LCQ either, and you're not on Super Sunday as well. You had to work your way in. So that's the drivers who've had the worst luck. 76th on back from points at the end of the heat races will not even run the LCQ.
We were talking about, plan B, plan C. And right now, a scenario could be like, I just want to actually run as many sessions as I possibly can. Now the LCQ becomes your main event if you're down there in the 76.
Yep.
How do I get enough points? How do I have a really banger of a Heat 3 to at least get one more race in?
So listen, that's when, if you're, let's say you're around that 77th, 78th place in points after heat races 2, you put on new rubber.
Absolutely.
For the third heat race. Give me the best opportunity to at least get into the LCQ. Because I'll tell you this, if you're 76th in points or 75th or 74th, you're probably not making the main event. So you might as well make sure for sure you're going to the LCQ.
Exactly, yeah. Be a part of the show.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, that will be interesting to see. We don't have sort of updated points, and it's for those of you watching in Europe, the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, that is not like a super heat. In Europe, they've started to run like a super heat after the heats, which awards double points.
All right.
It's not that. It's a case, the LCQs here, it's the first 6 drivers across the line. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's so
top 6 transfer through. It's actually the repassage.
Yeah, so you could start 34th in the last chance qualifier, come through, finish 6th, and make the main event.
Indeed.
It's not a case of it's not a points accumulation.
I hear what you're saying. It's literally straight up points. So we will have that bubble spot we always talk about.
Yes.
P6, that battle for that final bubble, that final transfer position to extend your day to Super Sunday. That's why the LCQs are so exciting to watch each and every situation Saturday.
And one thing to point out too is we were talking about LCQs. It's only for the groups that have multi-groups.
Yes.
So if you're like a Masters category with 50 some odd drivers, they're all making the show. It sounds like, but it's only if you have an A versus B, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So in the morning, it's the KA100 Senior and KA100 Junior. In the afternoon, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter.
So 4 last chance qualifiers, 2 per session, if you were. The morning session, and then the afternoon stroke evening session. It was yesterday. We were looking at the weather. Gusts of wind up to we were looking at the weather apps there. There was 25 to 28 mile an hour gusts of winds yesterday. Now that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you think of where we are, there's a sparsity of other things and buildings around us out here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, so you feel the wind more. A lot less today. Gust of wind up to 6 to 8 miles an hour today.
Well, obviously last night, enough of a concern that we were asked to make a call out on PA to make sure people batten down the hatches and really tighten down on your tents because the wind was coming up. We all stood here before the sun went down, and it was pretty ominous. Essentially, everything in front of us here, all the way across on the other side of the speedway, looked like we were going to have some pretty hard rain coming. We got rain, but nothing like I expected it to come in pretty strongly, and it didn't. Thank goodness.
And there's a glance at the mechanics grandstand, and you can see, there's not many pairs of shorts, but there are sunglasses out. I can see the very small figure. Is that Dean Keeble down there? Stand up, Dean. Oh, he is standing up. Sorry, he's there. The energy course. He's just turning around there. He's in the energy. That's he's now managing the energy course team.
Let's make a wardrobe confirmation for everybody.
Yes.
Mike and I, of course,
dressed appropriately.
We are dressed. We are prepared for the what could be 45 degrees this evening when we wrap things up. Henry, sticking with the shorts program.
It's got to be done. You live by the sword, you die by the sword.
I tried to do that for years, and I was told otherwise.
Yes. Well, maybe I should get some lovely Sunoco race fuel and just sort of rub it on the old lower extremities to warm it up.
A nice burn.
Yeah, nice burn. Matteo Papis, the son of Maximilian Papis. David Land, our pit reporter, is because of course David is the doyen of up-and-coming IndyCar knowledge. He is really doing a fantastic job covering that series. And he was saying that Max Papis, Matteo's father. I keep referring to him as an ex-Formula One driver, which he is. He drove for Footwork in 1995 on several occasions. But he was far more successful in IMSA, in the Ferrari 33SP. The Momo, was it the Momo course Ferrari that he drove in? Of course, in the Kart series, we were regaling ourselves about the Miller Lite Ray Hall entry, which looked good, and the 2000 Michigan race where he was about 12 feet from winning.
But the pedigree for Max, and then of course we always continue to talk about the fact that he hasn't gone anywhere. Now he's taken all that knowledge to become a top race steward as well, week in and week out.
Well, you just saw briefly there the longest awning in the history of go-karting, the Rollerson Performance Group awning, and the factory kart tractor-trailer unit, which is looking very good indeed.
KA100 Sr, the first of two groups onto the racetrack for their, and we'll say this again, and really get into it, a warm-up session as opposed to drivers. We've had a couple of them in the barriers already in their warm-up session, pushing maybe a little too hard and just getting things dialed in there. Temperature-wise here, watch says 45. Feels a little warmer than 45, Mike.
Yeah, and we can see it on screen now. 3 or 4 drivers. So we're on the same page, guys. That is turn 7. Which is exactly 1, 2, 3 corners after the out of the grid.
Now,
come on, guys.
Yeah, Carson Sauter was driving away on the GP Factory Fury entry. There was another kart where the driver was hobbling out of the kart. Now, I wondered, Carson Sauter, is he any relation to the Sauter racing dynasty? Johnny Sauter, Jim Sauter, Jay Sauter, is there any relation there, or am I just making that up?
That's an answer I don't know. I will say that I was very fortunate to watch the dad, Jim Sauter, race a lot of ASA races. Yeah, it's a fantastic family for sure.
ASA, that brings me back.
Oh, don't even start with
series, baby.
Dick
Bob
Strickle,
Seneca.
Bob Seneca, Butch Miller.
Mike Eddy.
100%. The Polar Bear.
That's twisted up right there. The 9 was at the 943.
That's Sauter.
That is Sauter, yeah, that's Carson Sauter. He was, he's had one incident, and he was... hopefully that wasn't a second incident. So, and again, for those drivers that are sort of, this is Carson Sauter. He's not a name that we've mentioned up near the front. So he would be one of those drivers that is either A, trying to squeeze into the top 34 in points, or B, if his day yesterday was bad, trying to squeeze into the top 76 in points. That's not a good way to start situations, or it's a bad situation.
At the very least, if you're not one of the guys that's been talked about at the top 10 in these races, you're very likely on the bubble somewhere to potentially go straight into the main events, or like you said, if it's bad, maybe not even making the LCQ.
That's a novel way of giving somebody the meatball flag. Just show them the rear bumper with their race number on it that is no longer attached.
Does this belong to you?
Number 946, Zach Fransky for Sigra Race Development. I think Zach would have... Again, if you haven't got a meatball flag, then just show the rear bumper. It's got your number on it. Oh, right. That's why I suddenly felt a little bit light around the rear end.
So indeed, this is the 7-minute warm-up sessions. As I said before, we will go into the third round of heat races. Not as much track time. In fact, it's interesting as you look through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the track time continues to go down.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're kind of wrap things up. 4 sessions on Wednesday. Just the 2 sessions in qualifying on Thursday. Friday, warm up at a couple of heat races. Now just 1 heat race. So you kind of do a lot less racing until you get into Super Sunday, and of course just 1 race at that point here. But today is that situation Saturday where everybody comes into those heat races with a different situation. There are some that are saying, hey, I need a good result to potentially lock down a pole or lock down a position in the first couple of rows. Others, Henry, as you had mentioned, potentially right there in that mix of, do I transfer in? Am I 34th? Am I 35th where I am to transfer straight in? Others, like we said, are in trouble and they have to make something happen to even be able to go into the LCQ.
Yeah, and we'll do the math too. As drivers, we look at the math after Friday and we go, all right, what are my chances? Where am I at? I've been in the middle of the pack and I've been towards the front in different events. And if you're at the front, you're doing exactly what you just said. Is it possible for me to get a front row start? You start doing the math. Is it not? All right, forget it. I'm just going to hold on to be towards the front. But if you got a shot at the front row, you start looking around. Who's in my group? Who do I need to beat? Who do I need to be beaten to try to make that happen?
Now, I'm just thinking to myself there. We saw the number 911 kart on screen. There he is, going through turn number 4 now in the Sony kart. That's Chris Martin. No, not that Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay. I wish it was, but no, actually I don't. But I wonder if Chris Martin was involved in an incident, and you hope he wasn't, will we be able to call it yellow? No. Oh dear, someone else has gone. Sorry.
He's got Mike shaking his head over there.
Here all morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here all morning.
Chris Martin actually has got a lot of experience. Jumped in a little bit into the OKN category in the last couple of years when that came out. And running for Sody Kart, has been with the karting collective team for a couple of years.
That is the number. Yeah, we got Mike pointing out there. Thank you, Mike. That is Patricio Gonzalez.
I think it could be, yeah.
The Super Tune USA driver has parked his go-kart in the turn 11 barriers, walking away. Nate Dean out on the circuit, one of the journalists out on the circuit, photographers, said the driver that was involved in the Carson Sauter incident hobbled away with assist. So that's we didn't quite see to get a number check on that driver.
Franco Crivelli on top right now with a 52.834. Stephen Eisert in second. Archer Eversman third. Chris Harrower in fourth. Mateo Pappas fifth. And of course, guys, Mike, you mentioned this. This is the slower of the two groups. So we'll see the guys we've been talking about at the front of the races roll out here for their morning warm-up after this particular session. Checker flag now flying for Crivelli.
Yeah, and specifically, that's the Q group, right? So even though we saw a mixture of where they would end up, the Q groups are retained for these morning warm-ups. So even if you got yourself, quote, out of it and towards like Lima, right?
Yep.
Lima on the front, well, they're still in the Q2 group of warm-up. So a little bit more tiptoeing happens here in the morning warm-up.
And Henry, I'm not sure if you heard or not, but at one point, like you had mentioned in talking to Xander, that these drivers are out here not on tires that they've raced on. These are practice tires that they used earlier in the week as well. So not indicative of the level of rubber that they may have coming into heat race number 3.
I'm getting a message there from Royal Princess Motorsports. There's a young lady who's she's only just starting out her karting career. That's her team name, Royal Princess Motorsport. Her dad watches a lot of karting in the UK. I'm sorry that I didn't come and hang out, but now that I'm in the States, but it's a little bit big, is the old state, is the United States. Why didn't you come out and hang with me in Vegas? Deary me.
There's Stephen Miller right there. He is having a heck of a weekend right now. Stepped things up quite a bit. Drivers working their way off into the scale area now. Next category getting ready to roll out here momentarily. A quick look around. We do have obviously some pickup, as we know. There was a number of drivers who had some incidents there, so we'll wait for them to get those carts picked up and back into pit lane. They'll scan through some of the drivers who have ran in this situation here. The next group, James Overbeck, getting ready to roll here as well. Both the drivers we're going to see here right now are the guys that are going to be running essentially at the front end of this KA100 Senior category. It's already been super good. The qualifying session was fun with Paulie Massimino, of course, going P1 there, but the racing was actually tremendous yesterday morning, Henry.
Yeah, indeed it was. A little bit of an update now. Frankie Mossman, fast Frankie Mossman, he's running in this class, isn't he? In KA100, yes, number 976. Bit of a change of personnel. Mr. Karting, Ollie Richards, is now spannering for Frankie Mossman, who was very, very quick yesterday in terms of racing. He was one driver that could make pass after pass after pass.
Consistently.
Yes.
Agreed.
Talking about this, speaking to a couple of drivers who shall remain nameless, I shall spare their blushes. They came up to me last night as I was leaving the circuit, and they were saying, is it 20 lap finals? And I was like, what, for you guys? The pro classes? No, 25 lap. Really? Oh boy.
Where are those last 5 laps coming from?
I better go to bed now. The one driver said, I'm making sure I stay out of the bar tonight.
Good call. Get started early.
Yeah,
yes. Aiden Rudolph there in the CRG Nordam machine as the drivers roll off the grid and get set to head out onto the track for their 7-minute session.
Oh, well, it's good to see. Sorry, Royal Princess Motorsports, based in Florida. Well, I'm going to be in Florida for the Rotax Winter Tour, the Winter Trophy in Orlando at the end of January, beginning of February, and also maybe taking in the SKUSA Winter Series at Orlando as well. So plenty of opportunities for the young lady there who's, great. She sits up and watches British karting, and now she's watching a huge kart chaser fan as well.
All right, let's see how this opening couple of laps works. The drivers trying to wheel some heat into the tires here. Good opportunity to get that work to get that approach dialed in because one more heat race still to come. Again, before we get through, or after we get through our warm-up sessions here, it will be essentially for the start time 9 o'clock for our first heat race. So still half an hour away from our first heat race. The sun able to bake a little bit more heat into the asphalt parking lot here on the outside of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We had that rain come last night to make things quite interesting, but again, as Mike, you had mentioned before, it wasn't the kind of driving rain that would have flooded the track, cleaned up any of the dirt. Really, it still remained pretty much exactly the same as it was before that rain came.
Yeah, and if you're, what we got now, session 4, 3, I think it's 4 right now going out on course, it's cleaned off now. There's any kind of little residual dust or like that, because that'll happen too. The rain comes down, and as it kind of patters on the ground and bounces up a little bit, you'll have some of the kind of release the dirt that's in the ground. It's actually kind of interesting how you'll see the very next laps after a rainfall, you start seeing a little more dust in the air. So all that's been cleaned off. We're basically back to our regular racing program.
And just, Henry, because we're in the desert overnight, that wind just blows. There's like a layer of silt across the racetrack.
Like a slight film. There was and of course, no morning dew on the track. No morning dew to catch out an unsuspecting driver. Now there is Paulie Massimino we're looking at. So, flashpoints from yesterday. The first real flashpoint between Bas Lammers and Billy Musgrave in Master Shifter. Their collision whilst battling for honours in the first heat race. There were other incidents, but the main talking point at the end of the day was about Paulie Massimino and his pass for the lead on Ruben Moya in Pro X30. Was it under yellow? Was it not under yellow? Obviously Paulie Massimino was given a 10-second penalty. That's dropped him back, so he's now a driver. He's got that redemption arc going for him.
And I think he'll have super motivation this afternoon in that X30 race to really step things up and go for that race win.
Yeah, and that being said, too, I think Paulie's an experienced enough driver, too. He'll split the two categories apart, right? That's the afternoon, and right now, here in the morning, he's going to keep the KA program, and not let anything else. And it makes it a little easier, too, that Moya is not in this category as well.
That's very true. One driver we've talked a lot about throughout the weekend, Race Liberanti, seems to really be on his game in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic here this weekend. He is on fire. Again, we talked a little bit about the fact that back in the day, a number of drivers would run the streets of Lancaster Grand Prix. Henry, you would have loved that event. 1,000-foot straightaway. And how wide? 20 feet wide. It was super. The look on your face. Woo. It was unbelievably narrow. Shifters were 96 miles an hour into a hard left-hander. But it was that kind of late September event that became that preview of the SuperNats. You get a chance to run around the barriers, and a lot of drivers did that.
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Lancaster, California.
Yes, I was going to say, the late September, you had the leaves changing.
No, this was hot in Southern California. But it was, Mike, you raced that race as well. It was a fantastic race. Where I'm going with this is that race isn't here anymore, but a guy like Race Liberanti's done a lot of driving at the Rock Island Grand Prix as well. So this is a race with barriers right up his alley.
Yeah, and exactly. That Race has got so much experience doing it, and he's one of we're not surprised to see him up front, but it does look like we've got one of our first interviews here dialed in. Looks like we're going to head down to Caleb with Mr. Crivelli.
Inter Master as well. Franco, it's been a hard weekend for you. A couple of struggles throughout the weekend as well. Just talk to me, what's kind of been the struggle point for you so far? Ha sido un fin de semana difícil para ti. Descríbeme cuáles son los problemas que has encarado en este fin de semana.
Hola, buenos días para todos. Arrancamos muy bien, siempre competitivo, top 5 en general en todos los entrenamientos. Lamentablemente la última sesión del primer día de test nos faltó una libra de peso y por eso quedamos fuera del grupo rápido. Ya complicó un poco el fin de semana porque no pudimos entrar en el grupo rápido para clasificar. Pero bueno, igualmente funcionamos bien. El primer hit no tuve el mejor desempeño en lo personal, podría haber mejorado un poco. Y en el segundo hit había hecho una muy buena largada, largando de noveno. Llegué muy bien posicionado a la primera curva y se cortó la cadena, que bueno, me dejó sin posibilidades, así que nada, ahora nuevamente demostramos el potencial quedando primero nuevamente en el warm-up, así que vamos a hacerlo mejor en el tercer hit.
Franco's been top 5 all weekend long. He had a chain issue in that first heat race and a lot of other issues that have kind of prevented him from getting inside of the top 5, but he said he just showed his pace here in that first session and showing that they look promising. Nextly for you, Franco, here, your 2 drivers under your engine building program with Harley Keeble and ADT, what are they still missing to get up to the front? Siguientemente, con tus 2 pilotos, Harley Keeble y Alessandro de Tullio, ¿qué les falta a ellos para llegar más cerca de la punta de su clase?
Estamos trabajando con ellos para mejorar un poco, encontrando el etapa a lo largo de la semana. Con Harley ayer se rompió el motor en el último hit, así que ahora vamos a cambiar para el próximo. Hicimos unos cambios también con Ale para buscar ese potencial. Estamos con casi 10 pilotos en total que cuentan con los motores, que también están funcionando bien, así que esperamos que de hoy para adelante vaya todo mejor.
Well, Harley Keeble was going to have an engine change. His engine broke in that final heat race. And for ADT as well, some last little bits of changes that he's still needing to get up closer to the front of the field. And as well, he has 10 other drivers here that are counting on his engine, so he's excited for that. Muchas gracias, Franco.
Bueno, thank you very much. Bye.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Caleb. Great stuff. Hard impact out here on the track, folks. While we were in that interview there, we had a driver go off in turn number 11. Another big hit coming down into the corner there. Coming through 11, backed it into the tires pretty hard. And the 949, guys, that was a hard hit out of turn 11.
It was actually the 941. Adam Maxwell, I think it was. Is it Adam Maxwell? No.
949.
Oh,
949.
Sorry, I was getting my numbers mixed up. We were talking about.
So who is the 949?
949 is Dylan Archer.
There you go. So Dylan Archer, the incident coming through turn number 11, hard into the impact. We had a couple drivers might go off there. They're pushing hard through that corner. If you miss it just a little bit, if you get up on that curb a bit and it upsets the car a little bit, you'll find yourself to the outside of that track pretty quickly.
That's I mean, if there's a calamity corner, it's either been 10 or 11. You know, the chicane into 11, those 2 different spots, and yeah, some of the hardest hits we've had have been in that 11 spot. And it's 90-degree corner. There's an interesting little dip right in the braking zone. You actually start doing it right as you turn in. The course is mostly flat, but there are these little tiny changes in the elevation we've seen in going into 11, going in between 13 and 14, 15 rather. There's different spots that make it a little bit interesting.
So one cool thing we're just being told about here right now, folks, is that Brad Danoff is going to be providing the Master Shifter race winner with a one-off SuperNationals themed helmet. David Cole's got it in front of us right here. We got a roulette wheel on it. Henry, I know you're all about the crash helmets. This one looks pretty good.
All about the crash helmets. Yeah, absolutely. It's got the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It's courtesy of Stilo crash helmets. That's great for Master Shifter.
That's awesome.
As we look at them now. This is the second lot of this is Master Shifter about to go out for their warm-up session. It's got SKUSA SuperNationals 27 on the back. So thank you to Brad Danoff.
We'll get that thrown up on the on eKart News' Instagram. You'll be able to see that. That's you're gonna get the trophy, little helmet beside it. Very nice for the trophy case.
And it's not one of those fake helmets. It's a proper helmet with helmet paint. And I'm starting to look at it because I have a Stilo, and I'm like, what size is that?
You and I we both run the Stilo helmet for sure.
Exactly.
One thing that we talked about yesterday. We were talking about the weather, the rain. When I was having it wasn't an animated discussion. It was a discussion with Kart Chaser's own statistician extraordinaire, Emery Lyder, and he pointed out very, very succinctly and clearly that the 2 pro shifter heats from yesterday. Okay, the conditions for us were miserable, but they contained every single thing that you would want to showcase this sport to a wider audience. You had world-renowned talent at night in slick tyres on a wet track on a street circuit. And then the level of competition, the standard of driving was incredible. So all those things packaged together is just, if you could say this is what karting's all about, that's what it is. It was incredible to watch the skill level.
And we were talking about that, Cole and I were talking about that coming in earlier today in the car. This how great that race was. And the funny thing is that you talked to a couple of the drivers, they loved it. They thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I was saying how impressive it was for that first group to go out.
Oh, yeah.
It's such unknown conditions. And then they came in like, that was so much fun sliding the thing around, getting a feel for what it could do. That really put the drivers' talents, I think, right in the middle of that spotlight.
Yeah, it had everything everything that you needed, everything you need to show this is what our sport that we love is all about.
There's something about that little lack of grip. Whether it's even, I even just love them watching them in the rain, the way they were able to get around. But the rain, you get that big, wide, slow rain line, a little bit different this time when you're literally pushing hard. And Mike, you're still on the racing line and slipping and sliding all over the place.
Definitely dancing around trying to figure out exactly where you need to be, and again, watching Hildebrand take that wide line was awesome.
Let me throw one thing out here just to cap off, and again, big thank you to Brad Danoff, obviously from Danoff Design, to come and step in and have that Master Shifter helmet that's going to go to the race winner. It's going to be on display in the VIP area as well, so anybody's in the VIP area, have a look at that. David will get it up on the Instagram feed for ekartingnews.com. Just see the artwork that he's put together. It's going to be a big part of the memory of the winner of this year's Master Shifter main event on Super Sunday.
Just adds a whole Vegas thing
It
too,
does,
right?
yeah.
That's being special, being different. There's watches, there's the special trophy, there's the money, but things like that, it's a one-off. There's only one way you can get something cool like that, and it's to win the Master Shifter.
It. Speaking of Master Shifter, those drivers on the racetrack right now for their morning warm-up session. Freem, the sponsor of this category. We'll see so many big drivers get ready to roll out here on this. Yep, so drivers on the racetrack right now, folks, but let's head back down to pit lane. David Land stands by with a guy that we've been talking about a lot this weekend, Fast Frankie Mossman.
Yeah, down here with Fast Frankie Mossman, as you say, Rob, it's not we're chilling in the figurative sense, not the literal sense like yesterday. So, Frankie, how was it out there this morning, and how has your week been going so far here at SuperNationals?
It's been great. I made a few mistakes in the qualifying for both categories, and we've just been on an upward trajectory since the beginning of the heat races, and I think everyone really saw that with our pace yesterday. I mean, in both heat races we went from 10th to 2nd, and I feel like we have a chance to fight for the victory all the way up until Super Sunday, and it's been just unreal, especially the power from A to Z. I have no words for it, I can't say that I'm all of it, but the power's been unreal. The kart's been great from SER, and I just have to go out there and hit my marks, and the wins are going to come to us.
Describe the track conditions a little bit for us. This is a track where we've heard different things from pretty much every driver. So what is your evaluation of this particular track and how it's changed over the last few days?
Over the last few days, especially this morning, we lost a lot of that grip with the track raining out during the final X30 session last night. And you could definitely feel that this morning. Couldn't carry that much speed. Had to brake earlier, get back to power sooner. And I feel like I've been really able to adapt well, through the evolving conditions. That's why we really seem to thrive, especially in the morning sessions when everyone's kind of just waking up and everything else, that we've been just lights out.
That's Fast Frankie Mossman. And I got to say, Henry, thanks for the Max Pappas lore. Really appreciate that. That 333 SB, John Piero Moretti Ferrari, that was where he earned the name Mad Max Pappas for a stint at the Rolex 24 in the early 1990s. So there's a little bit of factual stuff for you to talk about in the booth. Henry?
Thank you, David. He still hasn't forgiven me for getting Memo Gidley in before him yesterday, but
that's justified. I'll say this: obviously David does a lot of work covering the NTT IndyCar series as well. One of the things he does with his YouTube channel. Well, that young driver right there, Frankie Mossman, although he's starring here right now in a karting event called the SuperNationals, this past year he did his first year of the USF Pro 2000 category. That's just 2 steps away from IndyCar, and he's already tested an Indy Next car as well. Frankie Mossman has. He's going to do a full season of USF Pro his sophomore season next year. It's going to be cool to see what he's able to do in that category, running for a championship, and maybe a one-off here or there in the Indy Next Series.
I love to see everybody's second shot at it. A lot of times we talk about anybody moving on up, they got to do it quick, right? If you want to move up the ladder, you got to either get it done year 1 or certainly year 2, where you can show, hey, I learned a bunch of stuff and now I can apply it.
It's more of a 2-year program. We've had outliers that have come through, like a Kyle Kirkwood, won USF 2000 scholarship, went to USF Pro, won the scholarship there, won the scholarship in Next. But primarily over the course of the 15 years we've done that USF Pro Championship, which was the road to Indy, it's been a 2-year program. You learn 1 year, you win the next year. And that's Frankie Mossman really hasn't had a ton of experience. Full season in pro. He'll be back next year and will be a driver to watch for sure.
He keeps telling me that he said every time I think I'm sort of finishing up karting, then there's an event that I just think I've got to do it.
Always.
This is one of them. He talks about the Rotax Grand Finals to represent Team USA. He goes, I want to be picked for my country, because there's nothing else in motorsports that you could get. I mean, karting. There's FIA games. Talk about road, where you can get picked to represent your nation. I suppose you had A1GP a little while ago, and now you've got the FIA Motorsport Games. But that's why Rubens Barrichello keeps racing, because he can represent Brazil. He can represent his nation.
It's one very cool thing for sure, Mike.
You can take the driver out of karting. You can't take the karting out of the driver.
Oh, yeah.
How about Spangler here coming back after all these years, right?
But Mossman's this deal. We'll be at a race somewhere. We're doing the USF Pro 2000. We'll be home. I'll have Kart Chaser on. All of a sudden, he shows up there. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't tell me. He goes, it was a last minute thing. We decided we're going to go do it. All right.
Yeah.
He loves being behind the wheel. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. But also it goes to show how valuable this discipline is, not just as a sport in itself, because this is not a stepping stone. It is, but it isn't. It is a sport within its own right.
100%.
But how valuable it is to any driver in any discipline to keep you sharp. Nothing keeps you sharp in motorsport like go-karting. Why? Well, that's why. Because it comes thick and fast, bang, 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 bang. This is the longest time drivers have got to rest, all day on the track, down 850 feet straight away.
One of the interesting things I think about karting, especially a lot of times with guys that will get shifter karts, is it's at a super affordable seat time between weekends, right? It's very expensive for a test day in a top-level kart, whatever, or a race car, whatever it may be. I don't care if you're talking about the Road to Indy, you're talking about IMSA, you're talking about IndyCar, whatever. It's a great opportunity to get behind the wheel of something that has true electric dynamics, right? It's just so tough on the body to be able to keep yourself sharp. A lot of guys are at Trackhouse. A lot of guys are at Homestead. How many NASCAR guys do you see at Trackhouse on a Tuesday night? It's like going to a cup race.
Kyle Larson, for example.
Yeah.
Kyle Larson coming in and hopping into a go-kart there. Again, please keep your messages coming in on the live chat feature. Xander alluded to it, but record viewing figures, 30,000 yesterday, 25,000 Friday. We're heading up towards, to break into the top 10 of most viewed single-day karting events on broadcast this year. You need to hit 40,000. So
there it is.
I think that we're well on course to get into that, and maybe even break in the top 5. It would be fantastic if Super Sunday was the most watched day of karting anywhere in the world.
I would like to see that as well. Front row starters in the heat race. Bas Lammers and Davide Foray that quick as well in the warm-up session. So no surprise that they're right there. Billy Musgrave as well right in front. He's in the middle of the fight. Thomas Misch, Patrick Hayek, John Krogh, Joe Rook, Evan Bott, Robert Boudreau, and Kevin Caney rounding out the top 10 for the drivers here in this morning warm-up session. We're not quite done with the warm-ups, folks. We're going to come back here in a bit with the Micro Swift category. And then from there, we head into the final round of heat races. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're just getting started for a long, exciting day of action here from SuperNationals 27. We'll be back after this break here on Kart Chaser. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speed. We're going to cap off the morning warm-up sessions here as we have the drivers. We have the drivers in Micro Swift on the racetrack.
So this is the final warm-up session. It's quite lucky, Rob Howden, that the micros run in the morning, because when you were asked to make that announcement about battening down the hatches, it would have been the case of please secure your awnings and your Micro Swift drivers.
Exactly that. Put the tether on your Micro Swift drivers, please, so they don't blow away.
Zev Godschalk getting a mechanical flag, having a rather throaty sounding exhaust. Good morning to Helena Blankenspore. Getting ready to watch Mick Blankenspore, the Dutch driver, out next. I have to say I need. Oh, and somebody has gone into the barriers coming out of turn number 3 there. I have to apologise to the entire nation of Belgium because I incorrectly said that Antoine Morlaix was French. And
all right,
Guillaume Alvarez, my fellow commentator from Belgium, did point out to me that Antoine Morlaix is Belgian, so I apologise to the Belgian nation, and we have a red flag on circuit. So you're not missing anything, ladies and gentlemen. We have a red flag in the Micro Swift session as for an incident just outside turn number 3 on the run down towards turn number 4, as we are just going to bring that to a standstill. So there we go. And yes, well, this is going to be where Royal Princess Motorsports is in 2 years' time, her dad tells me.
Ready to go.
Yes,
All right.
I should remember. I shall go and look back, because there is she has a name. She's not just called Royal Princess, but it's a good team name.
Henry, you dig into that. Well, let's take an opportunity to go to a quick break then right now. We have a red flag here on this in the final warm-up session of the morning, the drivers in the Micro Swift category. So we'll go for a quick break, folks, and we'll be back. More coming here on Kart Chaser.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you look at the skyline above the city of Las Vegas. We are under a red flag condition for an incident in Micro Swift warm-up this morning. Whilst we are not on track, how about we go and have a chat with Alessandro Di Tullio, who spoke to one of our pit reporters earlier this week.
My name is Alessandro Di Tullio. I'm from Miami, Florida, and I drive for Inter MS. My favorite SuperNats memory was probably starting on front row last year. We didn't have the best final outcome in the end, but starting front row was really good for the team. It was a brand new team at the time and really good showing for the team. And hopefully this year we make it count. I think the competition will be very strong, same as every year and same as all year with the RPG guys, the speed guys. Having Joe back will be, you know, another add to the competition. And the energy guys that are coming, you know, there's a few overseas guys that will be here, and I think that'll make things interesting. Just watching Formula One at a young age inspired me to be a driver, and then along the way I've had a few drivers or idols, I'd say, that, you know, inspired me to be better. My biggest inspiration for racing is probably Fernando Alonso. I'd say the highlight of this season was definitely winning both championships at the start of the year. It was, you know, big for myself. Should have won that the year before, but just got a DQ that set me back. But winning both championships with the team was very, very good. Other things I might be into apart from racing is probably football, or how Americans say here, soccer. All the fun I've had, you know, the karting communities, there's a lot of people, but at the same time it's very small. A lot of people get along. It's a lot of fun, even though the competition can sometimes get really fierce, and, you know, sometimes arguments may happen, but in the end, everyone here we're all friends, and we're all, you know, just having fun, and we're all competitive, and we all go for the same goal. So I think that's very nice, but I'll still be seeing these people around, so it's not like I'm leaving forever. Yeah, the driver coaching plans for next year are, as long as no car races collide with the national karting stuff, I'll be hopefully at most of the races for the, you know, for SKUSA, for USPKS, whatever I go to, just to do some coaching, and then hopefully I can race SuperNats at the end of the year. That's the only race I'm probably going to be able to do and want to do. I really like this event. Yeah, I've had a few drivers that, you know, that I've coached or worked with and that I know are going to have a good future. Trishow's one of them. The Simones, both brothers, are very young, very talented. Edward Kennedy now under Energy, another, you know, young talent that I think will have a bright future ahead of him. There's so many now. I mean, but yeah, the ones I've worked with, those are ones I can recall right now.
Well, thank you very much. Good to hear from ADT and his upcoming move into cars. You know, the road to Indy. Engines have been fired, but not to resume practice. We've still got an ambulance on the circuit. The Micro Swift drivers are heading back now to the pit lane. And I got to say, Kart Chaser Universe, that as we build up towards Super Sunday, we have a whole host of features and interviews and films that will be part of tomorrow's broadcast. Some of them are already on Kart Chaser's social media, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram sites, but please stay tuned for some of the intro clips, the films, the videos that we have made over the course of the week building up to tomorrow's broadcast, Rob.
So indeed, the Micro Swift drivers, as Henry had mentioned, being taken off the racetrack right now. The ambulance still dealing with the situation in the exit turn number 3. We'll try to get an update on that for you. We are about set to roll into our third round of heat races. Again, KA100 Jr A versus B at 9 o'clock. Was scheduled to go at 9 o'clock. We're already past that time now. Of course, then the 2 races for KA100 Jr, 2 races for KA100 Senior, Master, Shifter, and Micro Swift. Then we'll have essentially a 45-minute break while timing and scoring gets everything dialed into who's going to make the LCQs. But now, getting information that during the break, we're going to have a little bit of action actually on the racetrack.
Yes.
We have the Factory Kart FC65 Cadet Shifter program that's going to come out. We got a bunch of 10 drivers that are going to come out, do a demo race.
Yep.
It's going to be cool to see that the cadet shifters on the racetrack.
One of my good buddies, Cameron Jocelyn, back in the day when he was just a munchkin, was one of the drivers in the cadet shifter program. I think racing with the likes of Connor and whatnot, Filippo as well.
And there's a bunch of them in the paddock here right now. As we know, it was 60cc novice back then. It was a Kawasaki, and guys like Joel Miller, who's gone on to a very great career, obviously as a sports car driver. Tad Funakoshi, one of our mechanics in here, a former front row starter in S1 at the SuperNationals as well, all starting banging gears when they were about 8 years of age.
Yeah, and people have been asking on the live chat, are we filming it, are we covering it, are we covering it? Well, there is your answer. So we wait, the ambulance is moving off the circuit. Obviously the driver is there. We haven't got an ID on the driver. Don't want to, you know, not kind of sure who the driver might be, and we won't speculate until we are given full confirmation from the organisers about the driver involved in that incident. As we look at the technical scrutineering area here at SKUSA at the SuperNat. So, you know, at the end of every race, the top finishing drivers are sent to have their cart stripped down, engines, whatever the boys and girls in blue want to have taken off the cart to check for legalities. That's what you have to do.
David Cole stepping in, of course, and dropping some more information on who was part of that 60cc novice category. Joel Miller was a former winner, as was Forward Direction Motorsports team owner Greg Welch. He actually won the 60cc novice category. I'm going to say something like 99 or 2000, I think. Maybe David can help me out with that. Dylan Kwasniewski went on to run a lot of NASCAR competition.
Yes.
Gustavo Menezes, who has become a European sports car driver over there. Cody Jolly, RJ McGahee. We talked about Joel Miller already. JJ Langen, a name that many know. Again, that was in the early days of SuperKarts USA when it was just strictly shifters. 80cc Junior, 80cc Senior, and a couple different levels of 125 competition. That 60cc novice class brought a lot of people to come and play. Taylor Minch was a driver in that as well. A lot of guys jumping in and absolutely loving it. Yeah, Greg, give me the scoop here. Greg Welch won in 2000. So 24 years ago, the guy that owns Forward Direction Motorsports won at the SuperNats in 60cc.
Dylan Kwasniewski, he was at one time member of the Joe Gibbs Young Driver Program in the Xfinity Series. Yep. What happened to him? His star shone very bright for a short while.
I think one of the things that we saw with Dylan was just, you know, it's all about, as we know, having the funding. He had Monster on the car for a number of times. Just kind of got to a point where I think the funding ran out, and that was it for Dylan. But he definitely showed well coming up to the stock car ranks and won some races. But again, like so many drivers, you hit that wall of funding, and you just can't go any further.
Thanks to our pit reporting crew, it was Lawrence Perriman, the driver involved in the incident. Lawrence Perriman, you know, he is with the medical team at the moment, and we will give you an update on young Lawrence very, very shortly. Now, let's have a little look. The grandstand is now filling up. You can just, it's a shame we haven't got a camera on it, because just to the left of your screen, that's the spectator grandstand. Then you have a walkway. You can see the bottom left of your screen. Next to that is the VIP area. But along the walkway, Kart Chaser have put up huge, you can just see it there. You see the huge posters on the right-hand side of your screen now. The top 8 finishers in the SKUSA Pro Shifter class this year. They're there with their numbers. You can just see the tops of their numbers there, but they're, you know, huge, big, you know, portraits of the top drivers here. And of course, not to mention on the Shop AKR Kart Chaser broadcast booth, the big guy, Danny Formal, and of course Dono Bonilla, they have got large banners with their names. So Danny Formal is here with us in spirit.
There it is right there. Danny Formal, as we know, of course, Danny outrunning in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals. This particular weekend, there's Dono Bonilla there, looking to try to see if he can back up that X30 Pro win from last year. And indeed, Great atmosphere at the track today right now. Again, that weather we had yesterday put a dampening on it, but I think it also gives us the contrast that even though it's cool here today, we're more than happy to take the blue skies and the warmer weather and the sun.
I gotta say, that image of Danny Formal, the way he's looking, it's like the Mona Lisa. Everywhere you look, is he looking at me? Is he looking at me? He's overseeing things from afar, is the big guy. But you can see that the spectators are now taking a great interest in the track. That's because there are go-karts on it, Rob Howden.
Yeah, it is time to get back at it right now. We had morning warm-up. We talked about that. Everybody kind of clearing out the cobwebs, getting the feel, see if they're ready to go. And now it's time to fire things up for our essentially third round of heat races, folks. The final run through, and we talked about it earlier. This is a race group here where there's a potential for people to have different focuses, different approaches here. Some drivers had 2 great heat races already. They're going to relax a bit. They're going to try to make sure they keep this up. Others that may have had an issue, Henry, this could be their last chance. Some of them are going to be racing in desperation.
And this is the first time that we're possibly going to see drivers on fresh tyres.
But that would be a definite roll of the dice, Mike. That's a strategy we talked about. Right now, if you're potentially on the bubble or you're not even going to be able to make it to the LCQ, do you throw on fresh tires to try to get a really good run here?
Exactly, and like we talk about all the different plan A, plan B, and the different storylines for everybody. The storyline I like to see is our front row right here, Rob. John Antonino and Turner Brown.
They are the 2 drivers who have really stepped it up here this weekend. They've gone backwards and then were able to work their way back to the front. So John Antonino starting on the pole position, the MPG Kart Republic alongside the RPG Cosmic of Turner Brown. Row number 2 will have Sebastian Garzone on the inside, Mick Blanketspoor on the outside. Row number 3, Alexander Vanchev starting 5th alongside Mateo Calderon and Mason Golsa and Lev Krutolov on row number 4. Capping off your top 10, starting 9th, Luca Popescu alongside a driver who has been impressive so far as well, Nico Sarfati.
On row number 6, Nate Dogg, Nathan Dupuis and Ruben Gutierrez, Alessandro Truccio, Charlie Smith on row number 7, Martin Jaramillo and Chris Wakefield, Heiter Farias, Bronson Kustas. As you look at the rest of the field, they're in the tram lines for the first time today, Rob.
Yeah, let's get things underway. Round 3 of the heats, and as we all know, we've got the LCQs coming later today as well. We're going to have a demo of that Factory Kart FC65 Cadet program. Here we go. It's Antonino on the inside, Brown on the outside, spooling up. Green, green, green for the first time on Situation Saturday. Good start for Antonino as he works his way through a little further back. They're bumping and banging. We did have some contact a little further back there, I believe, on the exit of turn number 1. Antonino, though, you see the karts just darting there the first time on the brakes coming into turn number 4 through 5. Back over to the 6-7 combination, this double right-hander. And then you continue on through that 8-9 combination, then a chicane of 9 and 10. Kind of run you around for a lap here. From there, out sweeping to the right hand, turn number 11. Another driver in the barriers further back, but here's the big sweeping turn number 13 and 14. 14 right-hander. Back to the hairpin of turn number 16. The opening lap looking good so far as Antonino takes the lead. We've seen passes in at least 4 of these corners. Mike Smith, this one being one of them, turn number 16.
Yeah, not a good start there for Turner Brown, falling from the pole, but only lost a few spots, now slotted in there into P3 and now going to go to work at the front. You've got right behind him Sebastian Garzone rolling into the inside. Garzone's going to go, and just like we've seen before, Antonino, the patience shows, rolls out of it.
Henry, nobody waiting here in the opening lap. We talked about people having different mindsets of what they need to get done. Everybody wants to be up front.
Everybody has to go because the time is now. Enzo Noel, Drew Jensen, Carlo Ricchetti, Bristol Bourneman and Mateus Gonzalez were the drivers that were the cause of the loud rumbling of barriers being dislodged, but they've all continued as we now watch. I would say John Antonino, now he dropped the third. That isn't something that's going to concern him. He was the one driver yesterday that we thought in this class, you're using your head. He's very, very smart indeed. He's going to need to be, though, because I think Turner Brown looks like a driver that is piecing every part of the puzzle together.
Yeah, Brown was very confident yesterday. You saw that in each of his 2 races at the start of the day. Really able to get done when he needed to get done. Fell back a little bit, but able to work his way forward. This driver here that we just keyed on there, Nico Sarfati in the GFC, in what will be his final junior race, going to move to senior in 2025, has been moving his way forward. Started 10th, Mike, and was able to get his way forward very confidently and very consistently through a 10-lap run.
Yeah, Nico's going to be one of the drivers we're going to talk about on Super Sunday for sure, because he's had to do work every time. We haven't seen him right at the very, very sharp end. He's been working, as he does right there again, inside move Sarfati. That's 2 spots, 1 lap. So Sarfati, again, haven't talked about him a bunch at the front because he's had to do work to get there.
And just to add to that, that pass to the inside of 16 came during a purple lap.
Yeah.
2 passes made, and he still goes purple.
No problem. I got it. The 830 is rolling right now. Nico Sarfati showing he's got the strength. And guess what? He's behind John Antonino, who's just lost a little bit of the top 2. Garzone and Brown now have broken away for just about 3-4 kart lengths. Not a bunch right now. Tires still coming up to temperature, starting to get there. But on cold tires, Sarfati has been one of the best.
Just a quick look at the comp cart, the J3 competition machine just behind this group. That's Mixed Blankensport. There's a move. Oof! That is Nico Sarfati. He means business.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if he'd done that on anyone other than John Antonino, that might end up with 2 drivers sideways and in the barriers because he barely had a nose in there. That was heads up from Antonino. Antonino getting the worst of it there is actually, I want to say Vanchev. Yeah, Vanchev has made it around as well. So now we need to settle down. Look, Antonino's seen this before. Now we're going to see Vanchev to the inside. There's another one for Vanchev. All right, so Vanchev and Sarfati, they want to go elbows up. They want to get rolling. This is where we've seen Antonino do the toe hooks.
Let's remember that moment, as well as some of the moments yesterday that Antonino. Come Super Sunday, you know, the fact that he gave the spot away. Will that turn round and play to his advantage on Sunday? I think it might.
We're going to put lap 5 in the books this next time around. I'm really interested to see what's happening here with Antonino because he's going backwards. Lost a couple more spots there. I don't know if they missed something or he's just not on the game, is kind of on the back foot right now because he's lost a couple of more spots. He was able to lead the opening circuit, but now finds himself kind of drifting backwards, which is tough for him. First Vanchev, then Sarfati got by, then Blankensport and Krutolov got by as well. So we've got to see a reset here for John Antonino to get by both of these drivers here. He may get one here. Indeed, he gets back by Blankensport and has to go to work on Krutolov.
We've seen smart driving Antonino, but we haven't seen aggressive driving out of him yet. Now is going to be our first opportunity to see him go get it. He's got the speed, he's got the smarts. Now we need to see him. He's need to be the one to actually go elbows up and go make some moves.
Yeah, Vanchev went purple last time by when he was able to get by Nico Sarfati. So 2 up for Vanchev. Started 5th, goes up to P3. Sarfati started 10th, up into 4th. Even if he holds station there, Henry, in 4th spot, that's a net win, right, when you're plus 6 on the race.
Oh, absolutely. And you look as they're coming down the main straight, there's Mick Blankensport for J3 competition. Trying to do something that Max Verstappen, his Dutch countryman, could never do. Come here as a one-off and win. Even finish. Max Verstappen, when he came here as a one-off, DNF'd at SuperNationals.
Put it on the pole at least.
Put it on the pole, but DNF. So can Blankensport do what Verstappen couldn't?
He's got work to do on
He's
Super
got a bit of
Sunday
work
right
to do.
now. Yeah, he's not quite the front-running driver now in terms of being 1, 2, or 3. But nonetheless, a guy like Sebastian Garzone is, as is Turner Brown. And I'll tell you, I'm really impressed by what Alexander Vanchev has done, Mike, throughout this entire weekend. Super confident, ran really strong, stayed out of trouble, and that's what you have to do to get yourself a strong Super Sunday starting spot. Because as we said, you go double the distance in the main event. 10-lap heat races, 20-lap mains, lots of time to get work done.
Yeah, and Vanchev, consistent fast laps there. And then the person who just nipped him in the fast lap game, Lev Krutolov, just in front of John Antonino. Antonino trying to have the toe hooks out on him, but it's actually Krutolov who's faster, as the top 4 are now linked up within about a second. Garzone, Brown, Vanchev, Sarfati, a little bit of a gap back to Krutolov and Antonino and company.
Yeah, Blankensport is being chased by Luca Popescu, we were just looking at there. Nate Dupuis for the Saudi kart team has moved into 9th position. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Charlie Smith, the Nash Motorsport driver. Don't forget Charlie being coached by ex-world champion Callum Bradshaw. A little bit further back in the order, Chris Wakefield in 11th, Heiter Farias. Alessandro Truccio hasn't made any progress, Rob.
Surprising.
He's still 14th. Pedro Alves de Lima, okay, talked about how he's great in Junior X30. He's gaining ground in this class as well. He's up to 21st, but we got a battle going on now.
Indeed, the drivers of the next group right there, Malkit, Cristia, Andriatos, all watching from the sidelines here right now, getting a feel for how this race kind of shakes out. And indeed, we're going to have 6 heat races for you before we have that little break. Then we'll run into our LCQs. It's starting to get a little bit racy up front there with Garzone, Brown, Vanchev, and Sarfati. Look at these drivers going at it here, bring as well into the fight. Kotolov. So 5 drivers here with a couple laps to go. They'll see the white flag this next time by. Mike, it is stepping up here in heat race number 3.
Exactly that, and it is 5 drivers at the front. Krotolov has caught the group, so Krotolov now makes it 5. However, a little bit of a bump there from Brown to Garzone in the turn 8 complex, and actually that cost him a little bit of time, and then he lost a little bit more over in 12. Now it's a little bit of a lead for Garzone, and then 4 in a row. Brown, Vanchev, Sarfati, Krotolov.
Yeah, Vanchev running kind of the wingman spot. You see how he was looking around there. Here comes Krotolov to the inside of Sarfati. Sarfati still +5, even if this is where he finishes. But right now, Vanchev doing a good job staying right off the rear bumper of Turner Brown. Garzone still the leader. He has a nice little advantage as we work our way through to the final couple of complexes. Into turn number 11. Garzone for Orsolon Racing, leading the way on the Tony Kart. I don't think Turner Brown's going to care too much. He may try to move over in turn number 16, but even P2 will likely put him on the pole for the main event. Big lunge down the inside for Vanchev. He may lose a spot to Krotolov on the over-under coming to the line. Garzone wins, Brown second. Vanchev holds the spots by 28 thousandths of a second. Sarfati comes home P5. John Antonino back to 6th. But there was a lot to unpack from that one. Still, I think a really good run for Turner Brown, who will likely lock down pole.
I think you called it exactly. He didn't need to go crazy with that one. He almost, if you watch the entire session, not as much aggression from him as you would maybe see from others, because like you mentioned, with a couple of dubs there, you don't really need to go crazy with it. You're going to be locked into a front row start, and that's really what you need here at SuperNats.
There is a look at the Colombian driver, Sebastian Garzon, by 0.3 of a second over Turner Brown, with Alex Vanchev, Lev Krutolov, Nico Sarfati, and John Antonino rounding out your top 6. Luca Popescu, Nate Dupuis, Mick Blankensport, and Charlie Smith, the rest of your top 10. Alessandro Truscio picked up a couple of places there at the end to move into P12, but still not where he wants to be for the Paralin team, behind Christopher Wakefield, but ahead of Ruben Gutierrez, Heiter Farias, and Sebastian Hauser. Now we didn't get a chance to say, looking at the way that the race ran out, you're looking at some of the drivers that finished between P16 to 30 who went on fresh tyres. Well, we don't know that, but looking at 16 places gained for Pedro Alves de Lima, that potentially says, yeah, he went on to sick tyres, but that's a good start, Rob. 42 starters, 42 finishers.
I like to see that. It was a great race. There was lots of good battling back and forth. There's Nico Sarfati there. We're right back into it. We're a little bit behind schedule right now, so the SKUSA crew rolling very quickly to get the drivers back out onto the racetrack. We do have that kind of window of time, of course, where our timing and scoring crew will get the calculations done to see who will start in the last chance qualifiers. 34 drivers going straight in.
Yep.
Based on the points of the 3 heat races. Then the next 41 go to the LCQ. If you're 76th on back, you will not be running any longer at this year's SuperNats. Your story for 2024 has been completed. Here is the field right now. Sorry, we'll come back to that. Max Cristia starting up pole alongside Ty Fisher here in heat race 3, C versus D. Enzo Vidmontian on the inside of row number 2 alongside one of the drivers we're going to watch here, Diego Ardiles. Chase Gassio-Lee alongside Isaac Malkit in row number 3. Maverick McKenna and Jose Alejandro Halford on row 4. To cap off your top 5, we got Jackson Gibson, a former winner here, alongside Dean Peterson.
Alexis Baerjon and Naomi Jade Garcia go from row number 6. David Ibarra and Christopher Utzia next. Amador Martinez Sainz and Travis Pettit. Then Roman Felber and Ian Kim, Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Jackson Walney. Looking down at the second half of the field, and I was mentioning that this is a class with more than 76 drivers in it. If you're someone like Peyton Fain, after qualifying so well earlier on, she's struggling down in 31st on the grid. Elias Vignola, the driver being coached by Terry Fullerton down in 38th position. And of course, Mason Kuhn and Damian Baez at the back. Somebody asking who the red flag was for. That was for Micro Swift driver Lawrence Perriman.
Indeed, we'll get an update on Lawrence when we can. Here we go, drivers coming into the tram lines to get things underway for the second of 6 heat races here, round number 3. Before we go LCQ racing. Everybody looking good, a very calm start here. Max Christia for the TKG Kart Republic, number 839. Now they're spooling up, green flag underway, and we are rolling. Ty Fisher, who's been so good on the weekend so far, not a great start for him. He's on the outside. He'll lose at least 2, maybe 3 spots as they sweep through turn 2 and 3 and back over to turn number 4, the first heartbreaking part of the corner. They'll all low line it down into the apex. Big sweeping to around turn number 5. Oh, one driver hard up and over and then into the barriers on the outside of the corner.
And there's more drivers off as well behind that. As we look at the leaders come around now, I was going to say Ty Fisher will be disappointed in himself with that start, because he was starting alongside Max Christea. And this is no disrespect to Max Christea, but he was a bit of a surprise to be there in qualifying. They were looking, spoke to his dad, top 10 would be good for us, but no, Christea puts it 3rd, and so Ty Fisher's thinking, if I'm going to get away from, if there's a chance here, it's going to be against Christea. But Christea did a beautiful job and got the jump, for all credit to him.
It's just like it was with Turner Brown. The Turner Brown outside front row falls back to 4th. Same thing. Ooh, big moment here. Hold on to it, buddy. Nice job there to Gassiot Lee.
That was an aggressive overtake that did not go the way he wanted it to do. He got in too early, got up over top of the curb. Kart pushed way wide on the exit. That allowed Ty Fisher to tuck back in. I think Isaac Malkia might have been able to take advantage of that as well and work his way in. You see Ty Fisher right there, P4. Malkia right behind him in the Burrell Art Machine. So indeed, Gassiot Lee took a shot at trying to go to P4. He ends up going all the way back into the 6th position.
It almost looked like it wasn't meant to be, like it kind of got on the brakes too hard. That is a maneuver that was meant to be right there, and so Gassiot Lee moving up another spot, but it looked like kind of going in hot and tried to save it on the way in. What I was going to say before that happened was actually Ty Fisher falls back to 4th, just like we saw Turner Brown. Early days, know you got the speed. We don't have to worry about it right now. Our D-less right in front in the 801.
So what this is going to give us here is a look again at what Ty Fisher's able to do. He's been very good, was super strong all the way through Friday, but what is he able to do now when he gets himself back to P4? Does he have the speed and the racecraft to get himself back to the front? A really good indication of what we may see out of Ty Fisher on Super Sunday.
You got TKG teammates, sorry there, Henry. Vidmontier and Christia there, 1-2. Our D-less, Fisher, right in that front 4. A little bit break off for that. It's going to be Gassiot Lee again. We saw that move. Now a rebound and then a counter move. Now there's the move for P2. It's not waiting around. That's our D-less. They want a little bit of a barrier there on the exit, I believe. That's going to be very, very close, Henry.
Just to bring you up to date, the driver that was vaulting over another driver at the start of the race, that was Tyrone Kemper Jr. He is out of the race but has walked away. And also Jose Martinez has retired also up at turn number 4, looking at Jose holding his head in his hands. Martinez could be one of those drivers that may not make the LCQ. Tyrone Kemper Jr., well, that accident has probably sealed his fate. He'll be in the LCQ, but his results from yesterday are probably going to be just enough to squeeze him into the top 76.
The action's getting heated. It's starting to step things up. You can feel that it's situation Saturday right now. Nobody's settling in. Nobody's working with each other. We're seeing lots of big moves to the apex. We saw Ty Fisher make his move by. Here comes Diego Ardiles, already on the needles as well. He'll throw it to the inside of turn 1. Book it. He's through. Ardiles goes to P1 in the numbers 801 Speed Concepts Racing Machine. Your champion this year's Pro Tour goes to the lead, but another move there for Malkit as he's able to get by Christea. So move Malkit now up into the 5th position. Lots of aggressive racing here, the drivers within the top 7.
Yeah, Malkit has actually been on a bit of a charger after a tough start. Malkit now moving it up there just behind Gassiot Lee. Gassiot Lee also another forward mover. So Ty Fisher here in 3rd and trying to make inroads there up to Vidmontier and Ardiles. but it's going to be, I think, Gassio, Lee, and Malkit going to lead the charge to start working through. It's Castilla who's actually going the other way after a strong start.
Well, we saw that happen with Ty Fisher as well. Now can Castilla turn it around and work his way back forward? Right now you can see that Ty Fisher's got a little bit of pressure from Chase Gassio Lee right behind him, trying to find a way by. It's up to Fisher now to reel in the leaders. We both know the outright speed guys of Ardiles and Vidmontien. They can put down massive laps. We know how quick they are. Let's see what Fisher can do now, turning it up and maybe get himself back in the fight.
Well, he better do it quick because Malkit just went fastest lap of the race right there and was already probably going to try to make the move on Gassio Lee. Lee gets a little bit too much curb in turn number 1. Makes the job a little easier, but now it's going to be Malkit taking the fight to Fisher.
Looking at the 7th driver in this battle, Jose Alejandro Halfon for the RPG group, just trying to hang on. And what we're seeing from Ty Fisher, again, no teammates. So he's got no one, no one is going to be his friend. He's proved in this race, yeah, I can drop back and work my way back towards the front, make moves. He's been doing it all week. I have to say, for the TB Kart Race Lab team, as Ty Fisher. Under pressure now, Isaac Malkut. I did ask if the pit crew could let us know if anyone was on fresh tyres. I didn't get a response. That may be because that nobody is, or that they're busy arranging interviews. But Juan Jose Paramo, up 10 places. He started 28th on the grid. That looks like a type of driver that might have gambled, to make sure they give themselves a chance for Super Sunday. But this is good racing at the front, but it's quite calm, Rob.
To a certain extent. I like the fact that the Vidmontien has been pushing hard. He knows where he is right now. He's got the guy in front of him. He knows he's fast. Everybody knows that the Pro Tour champion Ardila is one of the fastest drivers. But look at that. He pushes him all the way on the straightaway. You can see the gap that they're getting. First, they got the gap from Ty Fisher. Then they were pushing the gap away from Isaac Malkit. But he still goes purple, Mike. He's the fastest driver on the racetrack right now, Isaac Malkit.
Vidmontien being patient and pushing for 2 laps in a row. And for 2 laps in a row, it still can't hold a candle to the speed that Malkit has. And Malkit has done work right now. And he is catching him at a high rate of knots, 52.2 on his own, 52.5 personal best for the 2 leaders, 3/10.
They're going to see 2 laps to go when they come back around. Can Malkit get 1 each lap and potentially win this race? We'll see. Because you got to know that for sooner or later, as the driver's gone off in the
880. I was just looking at that.
Yutzi.
That's one of the
Christian Yutzi.
He was starting on the 12th. I think he started on the 6th row of the grid. He's out of the kart. Again, waving in the air, but as we move into the final few moments of this race now, I say it was calm in terms of the drivers seem to be using their heads. Yes, they've been passing, but it hasn't been an all-out war. As he says that, Ardiles drives in very deep. Malkut, 2-for-1 special offer. A present.
This is 100% going to be looked at for sure, because obviously down to the inside comes Vidmontien trying to get the pass done, and Ardiles just drove him right down to the apex. Did not want to give that up at all, but a very veteran move there, as we saw for Isaac Malkit. Sees it happening and was probably waiting for it and hoping for it. Did the full-on over-under, and he ends up coming out with the lead. He didn't need the 2 laps, Mike, to be able to get each one of those guys. As you said, serve it up on a platter.
Yeah, turn number 4 is what we saw in the final corner last year at SuperNationals. If you're going to go way deep, the other person is going to be able to make that crossover. Perfectly designed. We're on the final lap, but hey, something to log away, Ardiles. You did that and still lost the position anyways. At some point, you got to go, I'm beat, and I just need to stay on the right foot to get out of the corner.
Chase Gassio Lee thinking about going to the inside of Ty Fisher. Ty kind of leans over there to the inside. Chase backs out of it right there, as well as we know is Max Christia. He's been able to get himself back up. That right there is a little further back. That is 4th, 5th, and 6th. Up front, Isaac Malkit able to get through on that contact between Vidmontien and Ardiles. That is 1, 2, 3. Now this is 4, 5, 6. Great racing for both the front and, of course, back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. It might even be a good battle for 2nd, because Malkit's got this thing handled. Not only was the fastest driver on the lap for lap 7, he has also got his way to the lead. And talk about making a statement here on Situation Saturday. Isaac Malkit winning. We're going to go 3 wide across the line further back. Malkit wins by 0.6 of a second. Enzo Vidmontien comes home in 2nd. Ardiles 3rd. Christia 4th. Gassio Lee 5th. Ty Fisher goes back to 6th on that last lap, Henry.
I was going to say Ty Fisher defended too deep into turn 16. As he came out, Chase Lee thought, I got to get a run on you here. He went to the inside. Max Christia, in exactly the same way that Isaac Malkiel took the win, just stayed on the racing line, kept his momentum, and crossed the line. Oh, look at that. Within 1,000th of a second ahead of Chase Lee.
That is nuts.
Yeah, 2.6 separating Christia Gassioli and Fisher.
There are your unofficial results here for heat race number 3. Isaac Malkiel, Enzo Vidmontien, Diego Ardiles, Max Christia, Chase Lee, and Ty Fisher. That was that lead group of 6 drivers. Jose Alejandro Helfand able to work his way back up into 7th. Alexis Bajageron in 8th position, up 3. David Ybarra and Maverick McKenna, guys, rounding out the top 10.
Mike Smith has discovered and answered our question. Who do we think may have been rolling the dice and putting new tyres on in that one? Mason Kuhn was one of them, finishing in 23rd position. Juan Jose Paramo was another driver. They gained in 15-20 places. Their driver starting at the back. Let's have a look. If we see
let's write those names down.
and Kuhn in LCQ, that was a gamble that paid off.
100%. We'll keep those names in the front of our minds, folks. We'll see whether or not that happens. We do have some pickups happening on the racetrack right now, of course, as we know, getting ready to roll through for our next heat race here as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion, Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts. American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, not so tough, but minds keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls better tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch mine, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage,
I'm Yusuf Guzanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
So you will finally...
And we are back live here from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Continue to roll our way through these heat races. Final round of heats for the morning categories. The KA100 Jr, KA100 Senior, Master Shifter, and Micro Shifter drivers. Rather, Micro Shifters. We're going to see Micro Shifters essentially pretty soon, are we not? Just talking a lot about right up here right now about the cadet shifter program that we're going to see rolling out here during our break in action after the end of the heat races and before the start of the LCQs. The factory karts FC65 cadet guys are going to be out on the racetrack. I'm super excited to see them get back out there. We've talked a lot about the old days of the 60cc novice class. This is going to be fun to watch. Here we go. Time for some senior KA racing. Paulie Massimino, your pole sitter in qualifying, starting on the pole here for this heat race as well, alongside Race Liberanti. Both these drivers look to me like they are at the top of their game here this weekend. Jake Drew going to start in the inside of row number 2 alongside Jose Carlos Hernandez. Row number 3 will be Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Josh Campbell. On row 4, Fernando Luque starting 7th on the inside. Nicholas Terlecki on the outside. He's been super fast here this weekend. Franco Crivelli and Joe Turney. Of course, Joe Turney, as we know, has been working his way forward. He will be a factor before it's all said and done, but he's going to roll off here from the outside of row number 5.
Yes, Joe Turney, according to his commentator's information sheet, now a professional blackjack player. I think he is lying.
Got to make that shift sometime. You got to pivot.
Yeah. Matty Higgins, the terror from Trafalgar. And James Overbeck on row number 6, Eli Warren, Caden O'Connor, Lorenzo Kaufman and Jack Grote, Connor Ferris, Patricio Gonzalez, Flavio Aquini and Finnegan Bailiff. Looking down there, Brandon Lemke. When are we going to see the talent that we know Brandon has this week as well? Truly Adams there in the number 904 car. Plenty of big names down towards the back as well.
Drivers will work their way now up into the staging lanes, the tram lines. Let's get to work on it here right now. Again, as I said, Paulie Massimino has been on his game here in KA100, no doubt about it. He's in the fray as well in Pro X30. Great slow start for Massimino. He knows exactly what he wants coming into turn number 1. They'll start to spool things up. Green flag flying, and yes, Massimino's going to get a good run. Liberanti on the outside going to try to come across the bow. Big run for Liberanti. I like that move to the outside. He's able to get a big run through turn number 1.
I'll tell you right now, anytime I see Race Liberanti playing the needles, that's a veteran program, a smart guy who knows everything about engines and chassis. Already issues for the 990. It's Hodgson. Hodgson, bad to worse for Hodgson. We know he likes to get through the field and get things done, but it's just not his weekend.
That's a hit.
That is a big hit.
Wow.
It was the number 983 car of Carlos Reyes who was caught up with Hodgson there. I absolutely love that. I think that we should probably, if we could get one of the guys in the replay booth to maybe try and have a look at that start. That was textbook from Race Liberanti. How to use the track to pinch the pole man and to gain the advantage. That was textbook stuff.
Mike, give us your thoughts on that.
Well, and it starts right away by paying attention to what the what the pole man's doing. You have to make sure that A, you do not have the nose on him. B, you're playing with the needles to try to make sure it's good at the low speed, but then put it back where it's supposed to be to get off the mid-range.
And then get into the corner and then open up. Knowing that nobody's going to fill that spot when you open up. Once you open up, you're allowed to carry so much more speed through, where a driver, the pole man, Massimino, has got to get it turned before he can get rolled back on the throttle.
And what does that turn into? How about a 5, 6, 7 plus kart length lead, and you're not in the mess right out of the gate.
That's true.
But what does it also do? It also spoiled Massimino's run coming out of the corner. So it wasn't a case of Massimino had to drop the second. He was pushed back to 5th because, but again, just because Race and Mustache Mountain outthought him at the start.
And listen, it's not going to shake up Paulie Massimino. That guy is cold as ice. He's able to just settle back in and go to work. Joe Turney already up a couple of spots as well. He makes his way up to 8th. There's Massimino to the inside over in turn number 4. Finishes it in 5 as he gets by the 990 of Hernandez. Like I said, cold as ice there. That guy does not show a ton of emotion, does Massimino. Gets the job done. He'll work his way back to the front.
And what did you say in the interview last night, too? It was after the X30 program, but it's basically talking about both of them. I just want to survive the heats, get through to the end. We know we got a good piece. Just got to make sure the thing stays in one piece, so I'm good for Sunday.
That's a really good point, Mike. They know they have a kart right now. They have the results they need. He needs just a basic result here right now to put himself somewhere in the front couple of rows, and then they know they can go to work. At that point, if you're in the top 3 rows, top 6, you're in the fight at the start. You're in the lead group. You can go to work. and then 25 laps worth of action before you find out whether or not you come away with the win.
You're coming into it good. You don't need to go find anything. You just need to make sure that you still got it when you need it.
That's it.
Here's another move. Massimino up past Jake Drew, and now he's only got one of the 2 GFC karts in front of him as we look at a retirement for Brandon Lemke.
What a weekend.
Oh,
he's not going to make the LCQ.
I mean, or if he does, it's going to be by the skin of his teeth.
He's already got another at least 2 DNFs.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any chance that he makes it into the LCQ.
Wow.
That is incredible.
Horrible.
Now I was going to say Massimino. Well, let's have a little look to see how Massimino can get back to Race Liberante, because Race kind of schooled him a little bit on the first corner. Now Massimino is back into P2 for the Brandon Jars Crack Mike Doty racing operation. Let's see, how does Paulie react? Does he, if and when he catches Race Liberante, it'll be interesting to see the body language of the go-karts, of how upset Paulie was with Race for that opening corner.
Speaking of body language, I love the little things, right? Vasquez, you can see that someone's next to you in your peripheral. You don't need to look at him, but he does. He looks over, sees who it is, and then makes an adjustment to what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily that he was going to block or this or that, but you want to know, who am I racing? Oh, Massimino, huh? Yeah, all right.
I'm
There
good.
you go, and we're going to push.
And Henry, I don't think you hear at the halfway flags that Paulie's got any ill will to Liberante. That was
No, he shouldn't.
Like
He
you
shouldn't
said, that was 100% textbook. A move to the outside, he just wasn't able to hold it. But for Massimino, exactly, tip of the cap. You got me. I'm going to settle in. I'm going to work my way back forward. Here's that shot of the replay. You can see it there, chopped up a bit on us. But again, just a big run to the outside. And in the back left, you can see a Hodgson getting looped around. But just a really nice start, as we said there, for Massimino. Even he going back to P5, but it was Liberante who was A++ on the start through turn number 1. Otherwise, Massimino's closing up again, just went purple. How about a half a second faster on the last lap? And here's where he is now, working lap number 6. He's right with them. Where does it come? Does he pull the trigger immediately, or will it be a run down the straightaway? He'll bring Vasquez Jr. with him through turn number 12. Let's line up to see if Paulie goes at him right now. He'll get the draft. He'll work his way up, has a look over the shoulders. Does he think to the inside? He does not. Checks in.
But he could have made the move there.
I think so.
He could have, but he's going to wait. I'm thinking, there we go. Now he looks inside, and there's Race Liberante returning the racer's favour, saying, okay, tip of the cap, let you go, tuck back in. I'm wondering if Massimino is now focusing more on this class after the penalty he had in X30 Pro.
No.
You don't think that?
I think he separates them both. It's a different situation, it's a different go-kart, it's a different engine. We're good to go. I want to say this, Mike, and talk about that a little bit. That young drivers need to go back and look at what Race Liberante just did. The pass was done. He held it right where he needed it to be, made sure Vasquez couldn't get there, knows the track layout, held the spot, and just kept on second. Didn't lose anything, because that was absolutely experienced pan right there for Liberante.
And if you're watching at home or you're watching on the screen, and even you go back and watch this, also, if you want to see a move getting ready to be made, there it is. It's going to happen right now. Watch. Inside, and the block happens. So what you're looking for is the driver behind is going to move to the outside corner rear. And there it is, Race Liberante.
Hey,
don't do it. Let's
shake
dig. Let's get back up there. And Vasquez is like, no, thank you, sir. And
yeah.
this is where it can get ugly. If we start racing too hard, they're all going to go away. We can end up climbing
What
the corner.
Liberante doesn't want is this. Why did you go by me and bring us all back in? You and I could have pushed together, second and third, bagged the result we needed. All of a sudden, who's back in here? Drew, Hernandez, Crivelli. You can't let that happen.
The only reason why Vasquez is going to do that is because Vasquez feels like he's got the wheelman to make it happen.
But what's going to happen there is we're going to go main event racing on Sunday, and Race Liberante is going to go, I'm not working with you.
100%.
And more significantly, you mentioned Hernandez, Crivelli, but a certain Joe Turney is also now in the mix, much closer to the front than what he would have been if Vasquez and Liberante had worked together. There's a move. Crivelli on the Inter-MS kart moving past Juan Carlos Hernandez. 30. Drew has dropped back to 7th. Matty Higgins is 8th. Then it's Campbell and Nick Terlecki rounding out your top 10.
Just to finish the point before, it's the hold the outside to the back corner and cross underneath. You can watch the races happen, and every single time you watch the driver behind, get to the back corner, and then duck underneath. What they're trying to do is get the cart straighter sooner so they can get inside and they can start getting it into the corner.
It's not just positioning, it's cart angle to be able to get down there. So you're not rolling the cart in, you're already angled to go to the apex.
Carts want to go straight, so if you get the wheel straight, you can brake straight. The only other thing, to Rob's point on the X's, we're on the final lap right now, is to keep things tight on the other driver to make sure you pinch down the exit so you can get the exit speed.
And Vasquez Jr. was just giving the hand signal there to Liberante, pointing his helmet, saying, come on now, think. We're starting the last lap. Now let's work together to try and close the 0.8 of a second gap to Paulie Massimino. And I don't think Race is going to listen.
Sorry, too little too late for that. You can't come back and say, hey, work with me right now after what happened there. I will say this. Hold on, Mike. I will say this. We've talked a lot about guys that went backwards and came back forward, right? Antonino, some guys that went backward, Turner Brown. This is another one for Massimino, really stoking what he thinks is going to be the confidence level, going all the way back to fourth and then just drive his way back to P1.
And there it is, the end of the run and the win for Massimino. You can clock him as one of the guys to beat in the point you just made. Speed is one thing, but being able to work the field at your leisure, that's a whole nother kind of strength that we're seeing from just a handful of people this weekend.
So, guys, what do you think about what we saw there? Not so much about the Massimino, but the whole deal between Vasquez and LeBron. To me, that was a deal where Vasquez could have played well and had a partner in the main event, but instead decided to just pull the trigger. Luckily that they were able to come out to where they are. I don't think Liberante is going to be really thrilled with that.
Well, sorry, Mike. As they crossed the line, our camera was focusing on, there is it, Race Liberante, as they crossed the line, the run down towards the end of the pit lane, he pulled alongside Vasquez and sort of, with a hand, sort of gave him a sort of a hand gesture. Now there's a combination. He goes, oh, what did you do at the start? Well, I schooled you, my old chum. There's a look at the results.
Yeah, Massimino with the win, as we said. Vasquez does end up winning over Liberante, but interesting situation throughout that race. Franco Crivelli goes P4, Joe Turney 5th. Jose Carlos Hernandez, as you saw, was there in the middle of the fight as well, ends up in 6th. But Turney +5, by the way, started 10th, up into 5th. Jake Drew ends up in 7th. Matthew Higgins 8th. Josh Campbell and Nicholas Terlecki round out the top 10. Any movers, guys, that could have potentially have gone for new tires?
Quentin Angeli up 16 spots, but only to 27th. He was pretty much the biggest mover. Antoine Morlaix, the Belgian driver, 23rd. Will the TB Kart rental world champion make it into LCQ? I think probably getting to the main event is a bit beyond him at this stage. Who knows? He's been consistent. He's got a chance of starting, I would say, top half, top third of LCQ. And, well, in LCQ racing, anything can happen. Quite literally.
100% that. 3 races down, 3 more to go. KA100 Senior C versus D will be up next. Then we'll move over to the Master Shifter class and the Micro Swift class as well. And to wrap that up, another driver who had an issue. We already talked about a former winner, Brandon Lemke, but there's Oliver Hodgson as well, had issues. Was able to get himself back up to 34th position. As I said, folks, 3 more races still to come. It's going to be KA100 Senior C versus D. They're up next. Don't go anywhere. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
And Mateus wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2020.
So Kart's back on the racetrack live here once again on Kart Chaser. It is the KA100 Senior category. Heat 3, C versus D. Colin Lloyd will take his opportunity to start in the pole position alongside Peyton Phillips. Row 2, Alan Isambard and Mick Gabriel. Row 3, Pro X30 winner from last year, Donovan Bonilla starting 5th alongside Chase Hand. Row 4, Jaden Pope and Raheem Alibi. Oliver Calvo, and keep an eye on the 976 of fast Frankie Mossman starting in 10th.
Luke Welcome and Alexander Kardashian go from row number 6. Stephen Isert and Archer Eversman are next. Then John Burke and Carson Sauter, Brett Rivetta and Ethan Lamp, followed by Henry Wheeler and Stephen Miller, a very strong 10th row of the grid.
No doubt about it. Another guy to watch, Stephen Miller coming forward here as the drivers just working their way now out of turn to number 14 and 15. Aiden Rudolph's had a bit of a struggle here this weekend. Christian Miles looking to work his way forward as well.
Frederick Manning, starting 38th, managed to have a spin on the rolling lap. He has got back into the kart and is going, but again, another 45 strong grid for you.
3 more heat races to go. As I said, we do have an interview standing by. We'll go to that after we get the start rolling here. A couple of laps in, we'll get a chance to talk with Jesus Vasquez Jr., so look out for that. Right now, setting things up with Colin Lloyd on the inside, Peyton Phillips on the outside. You can see Phillips having a look over, just ready to punch off, watching that throttle, and away we go. Phillips not able to get all the way over. Great start for Colin Lloyd as he's going to be able to come through. Phillips actually going to over-under coming out of the corner to try to get by Alan Isambard. He does get that job done. Great job there down to the bottom of the racetrack. Isambard, we're going to push him all the way down to the apex. Releases as they get into the corner. 3 wide coming through turn number 5, but it'll be 2 wide, guys, all the way through to 6, 7, and 8. Oh, big contact coming out of the corner.
That was Calvo to the inside. It might have been Hand on the outside.
Drivers over. One driver over further back as the chain reaction of that incident has a lot of drivers out. Yellow flags flying over in that corner. Drivers getting things rolling. We'll have a look at that once it gets going. But again, this race is underway still. The SKUSA crew going to work on the corner over in turn number 6 and 7. Mike?
Correction, it was not Hand still rolling. It was Calvo was the other driver to the inside of it. We didn't see who went over.
All right, well, we'll get to that in a second, guys. Let's just stay with the race as it is here right now. The SKUSA crew will go to work. We'll be able to give you some numbers once they come across. So we'll be able to scroll to the bottom to try to find out who was actually involved in that one. Nonetheless, a big lead right now for Colin Lloyd.
Donovan Bonilla and Frankie Mossman have not come round. Bonilla comes round in 38th position. I want to make look at that. The karts are everywhere. The barriers are being destroyed. I want to take 1 moment. There was a driver from Inter MS who was involved in that. I could tell but he had his Inter MS race suit on, or it looked like that. We'll try and figure out it was either could be Ethan Lampe, Quattromano, or Mannix Donnelly. He got out of his kart. There was a driver underneath the kart, and the Inter MS driver was lifting the kart off to help his rival.
And there you go, right there. Very likely that driver there.
So that driver there, well done. That,
Quattromano.
It's Quattromano, Luca Quattromano, and now he's checking on the other driver as well. That is what you want to see. Sorry, that's important to say.
100%. Glad we were able to come back to that for sure. Right now, there's action up front, but the biggest action may be over in turn number 7 and 8, where the SKUSA crew trying to put that track back together. As Henry had said, it was decimated in that corner. You can see how they're kind of piecing the Lego back together here to try to delineate the outside of the track. But, Henry, we saw that happen. All the chain reaction. A couple drivers got together. Everybody else checking up. One driver eventually flipping over. But that's the kind of thing that happens in a temp circuit like this. When you do get that track blockage, the chain reaction is going to make it even worse at the end.
Everybody's starting to back things up. They're seeing stuff happen, and you start getting to be in the backpack, you're going to have a problem.
So, folks, this race settling in here right now with Colin Lloyd leading Peyton Phillips, Alan Isambard, Jaden Pope, and Oliver Calvo. But as I had said earlier, let's go down to pit lane with Caleb standing by with Jesus Vasquez Jr.
And indeed, good to see everybody is okay so far out there on the racetrack. I'm standing by here with Buddy Vasquez Jr. You finished second in that heat race. Firstly, talk to me about how that heat race went for you. It seemed like you picked and choose the right moves in that one.
Yeah, you know, all about playing safe. You know, I had a second and a fourth already, so I wasn't going to do anything crazy. I actually got a pretty good start, fell into third right behind my teammate Jake, and then passed him going down the straightaway, and then pretty much from there, smooth sailing. Paulie passed me, we caught up to a race, and we got by him, and then by the time I got by him, Paulie was already pretty far ahead, but I feel like we have pretty good pace. I feel like there's still a little bit more to work on, though, but I think we know what we need to work on to get there.
And could you share what that is that you need to work on to, I guess, close that gap down on Paulie?
Yeah, you know, I feel like I'm just lacking a little lateral compared to Paulie. I feel like he's more planted going, like, off the corners, and yeah, that's about it.
And lastly, how important is it, I guess, picking the right lane whenever you are going to go for a move and picking and choosing what corners to make moves in?
I think it's pretty important, you know, like where to block and where to pass, because it all depends on, like, who's in front of you. Like, I had to get by Race, and he started blocking, and then we got a big gap from Paulie, and by the time I got by him, you know, gone.
Well, that's a good little bit of insight there by Jesus Vasquez Jr. Back to you guys and the racing action on the racetrack.
Caleb, thank you so much. Great stuff from down on pit lane. There's been a couple of incidents on track. You may have heard the big pound. There's that driver there in the 981. They had some issues there.
Cash
big struggle.
Perkins.
There you go. So, hey, one thing to throw out here, I believe we talked about that. I think we thought that maybe Frankie Mossman was involved. He was not. Frankie Mossman able to get through. I got him P8 on my live timing, so unless I got an update. No, I'm still working lap number 5. I got Mossman up in 8th position.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
He has reappeared, so apologies to the Frankie Mossman fan club.
Yeah, live timing threw us
It did.
threw us a
It
ghost
happens.
there.
Listen, a lot of times, folks, as you know, when we're calling from a broadcast like this, we're looking at the camera feed to give you exactly what we're seeing. We're doing whatever we can on Race Hero. Sometimes a glitch will catch us off guard. And again, as Henry said, if you're a Mossman fan, take a deep breath.
Yeah.
He's good.
He's okay. He's okay.
And to that point, a quick reset is we do have a new leader as well. Alan Isenbard is now the leader. Jaden Pope, Colin Lloyd's flipped back to 3rd now. Oliver Calvo 4th. Peyton Phillips falling back to 5th. Chase Hand, Frankie Mossman. He's so good. He's the fastest on track right now. And then Mick Gabriel, Luke Welcome, Stephen Miller, your top 10.
Let's shine the spotlight on Alan Isenbard a little bit. You mentioned it a bit yesterday, how the fact that he was, you see him as one of the top shifter guys. Jumping in with the Sodi crew to pick up the 100cc program, and he has been super strong in a lot of races this year, winning races.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. And of course, driving shifter karts and driving direct drive karts, they are two very different disciplines indeed. But Isenbard is, again, quietly going about his business. Hasn't gained an awful lot of attention, even though he has been at the sharp end throughout. Now, Oliver Calvo, I think he'll be thanking his lucky stars. He was the driver that was on the inside of that incident, running in 4th position. Peyton Phillips going backwards a little bit, but now we'll see whether Colin Lloyd can attack Jaden Pope, those Nash Motorsport karts, the famous Nash Blue, looking strong. Isenbard, I don't think, and I've got to say, we're 7 laps in now. This is lap number 8. The track crew, what a fantastic job, because the barriers at the outside of turn number 8 were destroyed. It was during the interview that Caleb Vieska was doing with Vasquez Jr. They got that replaced within about 3 laps.
It was amazing, yeah.
Incredible.
And
incredible.
When we finally cut back to that corner after the incident and followed them around for the lap, it was decimated, as we had said. There's a big move for Pope. He finally gets the move to the inside. It's 2 to go, and we have ourselves a new leader. Jaden Pope has gone to P1. Isenbard goes back to 2nd, and maybe even more, Mike Smith. It's brought everybody back into the fight. There's a 5-driver battle up front. Pope, Isenbard, Lloyd, Calvo, and Frankie Mossman.
Yeah, and you don't have to go too far. Here's another incident. Isenbard wants it back. Look at the crossover on the brakes. That is very well done. That's all left foot. That is fantastic job. Now onto the inside, going to turn number 7. Calvo sitting in 3rd. He's going to rotate through there very, very nicely. Guess what? Pope from 1st to 4th.
Henry, hold on. I'll come right to you. We said it was 5.
Yes.
Make it 9.
I was about to say exactly the same thing, Rob. I was like, getting some more fingers out there. But it's one defensive move, does that?
Yeah.
That's and drivers are going to have to be wary of that. Come Super Sunday, one defensive move can turn a manageable 3 or 4 kart battle into somewhat unmanageable 9-kart bun fights.
Well, and you think about the fact that maybe you're able to pull away.
Here's a move.
Hey, Colin Lloyd to the inside, trying to take it away. Oh, and a little climb there. This could give it over to the 956 of Calvo. He'll take the lead.
Too much curb on the inside. You see, it's really hard to make a kart turn when the front end's in the air. It's exactly what happened to Isenbar with that crossover. Couldn't quite get it done, but got it done there. Isenbar to P2, down to turn number 7. Block out of Calvo. Very well done. Nose to tail through here. Now for the chicane, Rob.
It says it. They're lining things up. Calvo did a great job there, pulling the hole over under. Checker flag waiting for him at start finish. If he can bring it home through turn number 11 and 12. We've got a bit of a gap here for Calvo, a driver we've talked about. Always gets better and better throughout a Supernat. Somehow finds his way into the conversation for a race win. He's going to look clean and green coming through turn number 12. That early apex rolling out to the outside of the track. Oliver Calvo, he's liking that. Gives himself a little fist bump. 0.25 seconds rather the advantage for Calvo over Isenbar at the line. Colin Lloyd comes home in the third spot. Frankie Mossman another +6. This kid is moving forward in every race. Fourth for him. Jaden Pope, who led for a time, finishes 5th. Phillips, Hand, Stephen Miller +12. 20th to 8th. That's a big run there, Henry.
And that won't be because he was on new tyres.
No,
that's
you're
because he's really quick in race trim. Raheem Alibi falling down to 18th. Christian Miles moving up into 13th position from 23rd. Okay, new tyres for Max Saga from 45th to 25th. And also for Gino Sandoval up into 26th position. I would say they're brand new tyres. Dono Bonilla finishes 35th. And we'll look at, unfortunately, out of the race as well in that crash. We're going to look at it again now. Ethan Lamp, which is a real shame because I love Lamp.
That's Ethan Lamp.
There it is.
I know, but the gag was there. The gag was there.
Guys, we're going to get another look at that start, that incident we had early on. We're going to get a replay of that. We'll have a look at them coming through that 7-8 combination. You'll see these drivers come through here, rolling through. The contact, it was over the curb. Calvo went over the curb, but watch this chain reaction of all these drivers coming through. Nowhere to go. One driver over.
Mannix Donnelly,
Yep.
I think, were Mannix Donnelly for the BBR team on the Falcon car. Oh, Calvo and that was into Bonilla.
Well, hey, listen, let's throw this out here right now. That contact may be looked at by race control. That was an error coming through. Calvo ends up getting the win, but he gets into Bonilla and puts him off the racetrack.
If you look at the results at the very, very bottom, once things are official, you'll see IR and then something is called incident responsible, and that means you have a penalty for that. What that penalty could be, if it happens, that could be what you're looking at the bottom of the results.
We are going to have, I think, a little bit of cleanup on this one here. Let's take a quick break, folks. We got the drivers of Master Shifter getting set to go. Don't go anywhere. 2 more heat races still to go here for the morning sessions as we run through the third round of heats. After that, we've got our drivers in the Factory Kart FC65 demo race and then LCQs to cap off the morning show.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Back live here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Gorgeous day once again. We had blue skies for all of Wednesday and Thursday. Of course, Friday, as we know, we had some cloud cover and a little bit of rain come later in the day. We do have some cloud cover here a bit today, but nonetheless, the temperatures getting a lot better, mid-50s right now. They said the high of maybe 60 today, so a cooler day. Tomorrow about the same, but the sun, of course, really plays a role in this. But again, guys, we're ready to go here with our penultimate heat race of the morning session. Master Shifter brought to you by Freem with Boss Lammers and Davide Fore on the front row. This is going to be a good one, I think.
Absolutely. Obviously Lammers and Musgrave hitting each other, having an issue in heat number one. But I think there's probably still a bit of fallout from that previous KA100 Senior race. One of the drivers at the center of the action, both at the start and at the end, was Oliver Calvo, who I believe is speaking to Caleb Vieska down in pit lane.
Thank you there, Hernier. I'm standing by with Oliver Calvo, a driver who's notoriously known for going fast around the streets of Las Vegas. Firstly, walk me throughout that race and how good it feels to be back here in Vegas.
It feels great to be back here in Vegas. I mean, that race was a little bit hectic. I felt on the first lap I was going straight, and I kept getting sawed into, and I hit the curb, really had nowhere to go. I mean, the contact was there, but I feel like I had nowhere to go. I mean, I was running my line, and I was getting turned into. But, the race was good, kept it clean after that, and got a nice little over-under and held on to the last lap.
Next time you hit the racetrack, it's going to be for morning warm-up tomorrow before the main event, where you can, try and win a SKUSA SuperNationals here in the 27th edition. How are you feeling going into tomorrow, and do you feel like you've kind of nailed that setup in already?
I feel like we're close on the setup and still need a little bit of fine-tuning. Got to chase my boy, Paulie Massimino, down. He's been rolling through the heats, but I think we're in a good spot for tomorrow, and looking forward to the race.
Well, there you guys have from Oliver Calvo, looking to take the fight to good friend Paulie Massimino tomorrow. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Caleb. And again, we talked a little bit about that here, guys, that they're kind of looking at potentially what happened in that section. There's your insight there for the contact between Calvo and Bonilla, at least from that side of the coin. We kind of talked about it during the break ourselves, looked at the replay a little bit. Yeah, again, what Oliver said, he was running his line, and he feels like Bonilla kind of pinched him down, and there was nowhere to go but over the top of the curbing, and that's what upset his cart and sent him into Bonilla.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to go down to the corner, and if you feel like you're along enough or along a side enough, then you're probably not going to back out of that thing. That's the way Calvo felt about it. So he's definitely got a good ride, and we, as a driver who's been able to work his way through, like Massimino just did, those are going to be guys at the sharp end for sure.
And they didn't touch on it in the interview, but after that incident happened, Calvo still stepped things up. I think his move forward, Henry, and what he was able to do to get to the front is what I think was, for me, the kind of the next exclamation point of that heat race.
Consider without any damage. Or if he did have damage, it didn't, because there was an awful lot of, and it's the side-by-side contact. It's when front wheels are at an angle and they contact the side of other wheels, or even bodywork, that track rods and things like that can get slightly bent.
Yeah.
So Calvo, a lucky escape. I want to just say that I think Mannix Donnelly has walked away, so I hope that Mannix is okay. And again, it's great to see a bit of sportsmanship, but this was Calamity Corner in heat number 1 for Master Shifter between Bas Lammers and, Bas Lammers and Billy Musgrave. Good cloud formation in the sky, but no cumulonimbus, nimbi or whatever they're called. It's not raining, put it that way.
One thing I wanted to point out, maybe we can get we're going to get ready to do this real quick.
We'll come right back to you there for that. Bas Lammer starting on the pole position. We'll give you the grid for heat 3 for Master Shifter, brought to you by Frame. It is Bas Lammer's on the pole alongside Davide Fore, all Italian Motors Ital Kart up front. Billy Musgrave alongside Jordan Musser, 2 of the stars of American Shifter Kart racing on row number 2. Musgrave on the inside in the factory kart, Musser on the Burrell Art on the outside. Thomas Schmisch alongside Travis Irving on row number 3. John Fatolo and Vincent Cassard on row 4. Alan Sciutto and Luca Bortone rounding out the top 10.
Scott Skitchy Barnes goes from the inside of row 6.
The birthday boy.
Happy birthday, Scott. I'm sure he's been celebrating all week, but he needs to get the job done here because he's not had a good run, I think, so far. John Crow, Evan Batt, Patrick Hayak, Kevin Canning and Joe Ruch. Larry Pegram, Victor Jimenez, Luis Gauthier, and Luis Mendez, your top 20.
Again, 2 laps around to warm the karts up here this weekend, so they're just working their way around that second lap right now and really doing their work to get things jammed into the tires. Mike, let's come back to you with the time that we have.
Well, they're actually getting ready to go right through turn number 11, which is one of the sections I think that we can really pinpoint for the rest of the weekend, as the SKUSA crew has not put the barriers back where they normally are. If we can look at the exit of turn 11 where they are right now, you'll see that the barriers are pushed out a little bit, and that's giving these drivers a good almost kart width. That right there being turn 12 that we're looking at just before that.
Which they'll use.
I almost feel that just leave it the way it is right now. It's less incidents when you don't have that. You give them those extra 2-3 feet.
100%. So yeah, on screen right now, that's turn 12, just where they're coming from turn 11. That exit of the 90 right-hander is the entry at turn 11 right here. If you get an opportunity to go through there, the one thing I saw during the previous session is the barriers stayed out there and the marbles were still there. It slowly got cleaned out, but if you go a little bit closer to the barrier, the marbles are hanging out right there, so you can't use it up all the way right now.
And it's almost like, Mike, the way it's been moved back, the driver's tapping and tapping, and it's the track does not, the barriers don't delineate the track line. We just let the line delineate it, and if they're able to do that, that's probably the safest way to go.
Yeah, exactly that. And as we line up right now, Henry, it's going to be one of those things to watch for, how much they do use that.
Yeah, just looking as we were going through the order there, you can see the 690, the very popular driver starting 32nd. 698, Francesco Vassalio, Frank the Tank, to his friends. He'll be starting P32 in one of the red and white Burrell ARTs. There's the Tank in the white crash helmets pulling up there.
So here you see the drivers working their way now into their lanes. A massive field this year of these master shifters. Can't be more excited. I think we're going to end up with 48 drivers at the tail of the field. It's going to be Robert Buduso, one driver having trouble.
638, that is Cameron Cassels.
So he'll have his hands in the air. No, SKUSA crew trying to come up to see if they can't get him fired up. The tough thing is they don't really have much room between the rows to be able to get him fired. Not sure whether or not they got him fired or not. You know, the guys up front are going to start worrying about it. They're going to want to get things spooled up. No, we're going to go to the lights. We're set to go.
Oh, boy.
And again, Lombers, Foray, green, green, green. They'll launch to the line. Foray doesn't want to get, Lombers doesn't want to give it up. And again, another shot for Foray.
Big incident. Sorry, Rob. I was looking down towards turn number 1. Somebody was speared right into barrier. Driver thrown clear and is walking away.
Man, that's exactly what you wanted to see. We'll pick up a number there.
674.
TB kart driver.
Ruben Milan. That is one bent TB kart. Ruben Milan, the former professional soccer player, the Spaniard, played against the greats in La Liga. That was a big one, and I'm almost glad we didn't catch him quite on camera because,
The minute you mentioned it, kind of quickly to the left side of the screen, you can see him on the asphalt at that point. But indeed, behind or ahead of that rather, is the ITEL Kart crew up 1-2 again. Davide Foray, a third straight hole shot on Boss Lombers to be able to take the spot there. So Foray leads, Lombers second, Musgrave third. Jordan Musser went into P4, Thomas Misch up into fifth. That's your early top 5. But again, Davide Foray with another hole shot. We'll see whether or not Lombers is able to go back at him like we saw in heat race number 2.
Yeah, and actually Jordan Musser had a little bit of a pretty good start right there, but then actually was pushed out a little bit with the driver to the inside, just barely getting the curb, and again, going straight for a second. So tight quarters in turn number 1. It's all about making it through. Our front group has done just that.
So indeed, the opening couple of laps pretty solid here for the drivers in this Master Shifter category. We're happy to see that the driver who was involved in the incident was able to walk away, as Henry had said. Here goes Lombers back to the inside. Foray trying the over-under. Not enough for Foray as Lombers goes back to P1. He's looking for some help from his teammate Mike. You saw the hand in the air like, thank you very much for giving me the room. Let's go to work. And the guy they got to defend, once again, Billy Musgrave.
Exactly that. You got Billy Musgrave, P3, and not on the same ride, right? There's no teammate program there. So you got Musgrave in third, and right in front of him is Foray, and then Lombers to get to his goal for the win.
Can we just throw out the pedigree of the top 4 here right now? You've got Davide Foray, a former world champion, last year's Master Shifter winner here at the SuperNat. Boss Lombers, obviously what he's done on the world stage as a champion. You've got him winning here as well in 2009. There's a number of drivers together, including John Baldessare. 3 drivers together. The 683, I believe, as well.
The 683 is Luis Mendez on the CRG. The 626, that is Kevin Canning for Ron Whiteway. So a pair of CRGs out of the race there.
But back to my point, then you got Foray, as we said. You got Billy Musgrave, who's a 4-time champion here and a SKUSA Pro Tour champion. You got Jordan Musser, multi-time Masters champion in the SKUSA Pro Tour as well. He's never won this race.
Travis Irving.
That kart is at a bad angle. It's actually pointing 90 degrees of the CRG out the barrier, and it just caught out Irving there, who is still under the barriers trying to extricate himself.
Yeah, that's the GFC of Travis Irving. He's getting out slowly in that machine. That was a pretty hard hit for him. We've gotten a shot at it now. Irving trying to get out of that kart as he hit hard coming out of turn number 10. And of course, that was right where the incident was in front of him. Somehow connected coming out of that corner. I don't know if he just went too wide out of the corner or got hit from behind, but Travis Irving is okay. He's out of the way. SKUSA officials are with him right now. You can see that on top of the barrier. That was a hard hit. And John Baldessare actually out trying to help out getting the barrier back in.
Well done, John Baldessare. I've got to say, again, good to see drivers looking after each other. He's just crashed out. He's going to be upset, and yet he's still able to go and, look after another competitor. Unfortunately, the other driver involved in the early lap crash was Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank has had to retire.
Mike, it looked like obviously Travis is now, I think, communicating with one of the SKUSA officials. He looks pretty good right now, but it was kind of, I think, the angle of entry that got hit. I think he went in sideways and it pumped up on the barrier, which probably hit him in the shoulder. It was a hard hit for sure for Travis Irving, but he appears to be okay right now on the barrier over in the exit turn number 10.
Oh my word! We just caught that. There's been another incident, and that is a potentially nasty one. Red flags are out. We caught that coming out of turn number 2. Again, another driver on the tarmac. Recovery crew are there, and already instant red flag for that one. However, I'm sorry, we didn't really catch much of the race there, but another incident. We just caught the end of it. Our camera guy at the outside of turn number 1. There's now why is it?
Well, it's been Billy Musgrave that you're seeing on screen. He just
stopped.
came to a stop immediately versus rolling around to turn 1. So that's what he's doing.
Again, that's the call, folks. The red flag comes, you come to a complete stop unless you're told by a SKUSA official. So indeed, everybody's come to a stop, and instead on the racetrack right now, red flag here in Master Shifter.
But and what Billy said, he's pulled to the side of the circuit and look at the SKUSA official. Get the drivers off the track because there might be an ambulance is needed onto the circuit.
So we used this yesterday, guys. We're going to go counter race to get down to turn number 1. So they'll bring the ambulance out here. They'll pull it out. That's why Billy stopped right there. That way they'll be able to bring the ambulance down into turn number 1 and 2. So an incident on the racetrack right now here in the Master Shifter category. Folks, we're going to cut to a quick commercial. We'll come back and update you on what's happened here trackside.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'm a
So, ladies and gentlemen, being told that the driver involved, DJ Jenkins, actually up an alert, which is fantastic. We still are on a red flag situation. While we are on that, we get things set up, get our grid reset. We were able to record a fantastic piece earlier this week with Gary Carlton talking a little bit about some of the technical innovations happening over at GFC.
I think probably some people have already seen it around the racing circuit. The last couple of years we've been developing these fans for the wheels. And basically what it comes all down to is obviously the aero war of karting has really changed over the last couple of years, and instead of just using it for aerodynamic advantage of less drag, more downforce in the bodywork, we've actually developed a thing where it goes into the wheel of cooling the tire. And how this thing works is basically you're taking the air that's coming over from the bodywork and coming around the side. That's directing, this fan is directing the air from here to go out through the wheel. And obviously we run a wheel that has windows in the wheel so the air can pass through the wheel and then gets sucked out through the negative pressure that the air comes out.
So what kind of prompted this idea? What spurred the inspiration?
Well, it was kind of a thing of, I mean, we went to a racetrack that was really hard on the front tires, and naturally you want to keep the tires cool enough. It was really hot. So I don't know, I just kind of came into my mind, well, we've always used fans to cool other parts of the car, why not the wheel? And that was the only way that we did it, could come up with, is passing more air through the wheel, because now, like we said before, the bodyworks have actually covered the wheels more than normal, so we're trying to just redirect more air through the wheel to cool the core temperature of the tire down. And how we did the testing is basically we took tire temperature sensors and we would basically see over a straight that how much the tire cooled down on the straight, and we did back-to-back testing of that, and we obviously had to do a lot of development on the amount of fins, where the fins needed to be on the angle, and other factors involved with the shape of the fin as well. I mean, just like everything in now, rapid prototyping is 3D printed, and then yeah, like I said before, without giving in much of our secrets, it's one of those things that 3D printed, fits under our hub, and yeah, we use a lot of engineering and a lot of R&D and finding the right shape, contours, and how many blades we needed to use for efficiency at a certain mile an hour.
So now the question everyone wants to know, is it legal?
100%. We checked the legality of it. That it's mounted on the hub. There is no regulation that tells you what hub size you need to use. So yeah, completely legal.
Well, there you have it, folks. Gary Carlton continuing to push the envelope, looking for speed. Not only is it driver development, not only is it the chassis development, all those little bits and pieces that potentially, obviously within the legality of the rule book, that you can potentially R&D and get set up to be able to leverage. You can see right now the drivers are refiring their engines here. It looks to me like they're going straight to the scales, indeed. So we had just talked about this, Mike Smith and I, that they had gotten to the halfway point of the race. They got their 5 laps in. So they're going to call this race official. They got past the halfway point when the incident happened. So Boss Lammers will take the win. Dalade Foray in second, Billy Musgrave third, Jordan Musser fourth, and Thomas Misch fifth. Vincent Cassard ends up in sixth, Luca Bortone up to seventh, Patrick Hayek in eighth, up 6 spots, Alan Schuto and John Vitolo rounding out the top 10 of that race. So they got 5 laps in. DJ Jenkins involved in a hard impact coming out of turn number 2. Got a little wide there, I believe. Not sure if there was contact with another driver, but as he hit hard, got spit out of the cart a bit and was sliding down the racetrack. Thankfully, he was able to get up and talk to the officials. Again, that's the one thing you're always hoping for. He's going to be beat up, a little bit bruised and blackened, but good to see him be able to get back up.
Yeah, a tough run for him, too, with that happening because he was on the charge. He had already moved up 10 spots.
Oh, you guys had said that, yeah.
Yeah, so he was heading forward. Unfortunately for him, we're just looking at Jordan Musser there as the Masters drivers in the scale line getting through. Musser, hopeful for this weekend, going to be one to watch on Sunday as well.
Well, Mike, that leaves us with one more heat race to go to cap off the morning action in terms of the third round of heats. Micro Swift set to go out. It was at 10:15. We're obviously a little behind schedule there. We do have a 45-minute break for LCQ calculations. Those are already underway, no doubt about it, because KA100 Jr and Sr are already done. So I'm sure they're in there crunching the numbers right now, working on the spreadsheets. Top 34 drivers from those categories go straight to Super Sunday. The next, what we'd say, next 41, we believe. I think it was 41 that ends up going into the LCQ. 76 on up. So the top 75 get to race at least the LCQ. Everyone else done for this year's SuperNationals. So those LCQs are set to go at 11:15 and 11:30. We have a cool demo race coming as well with a number of young drivers in the Factory Kart FC65 race package, the Cadet Shifter, which we think is so badass. Can't wait to see those drivers jump out and get to work. They'll do a 10-lap demonstration race here while we have that stoppage for the LCQ calculations. And then we go through LCQs. A little bit of a lunch break for everybody. Right back at it at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Henry.
Yeah, and of course Xander Clements will be joining you guys up here in the commentary box for the LCQ. I'm going to go and stand trackside and watch the factory kart, the Cadet Shifter, Cadet Junior and Shifter demonstrations. I'm fascinated by that. I started, obviously, Junior Shifter racing, Cadet Shifter racing was big here in the United States. It used to be a big thing in the United Kingdom.
Really?
When I started commentating, the late Henry Surtees, who was one of the best junior gearbox drivers in the United Kingdom, and I had a huge pleasure to spend a lot of time with Henry and his father John Surtees, and now the side of the late John Surtees as well during that time, and it gave me a real insight into junior gearbox racing. That class went away in about 2005, so almost, goodness me, almost 20 years ago.
That's it.
Now, so to see junior gearboxes back in front of my own eyes, I'm going to go and watch that trackside.
Yeah, we're going to have Drew Bischoff with us here as well from Factory Karts. Going to talk all about that program. They have essentially 4 levels of racing in that category. That FC1, they have an FC65, FC85, FC125, and FC250 as well. So all those spec packages with Factory Kart. We're going to go for a quick break here again, folks. We're going to get things dialed in here a little bit. Then we'll be back at it. One more heat race to go, as I said. Don't go anywhere. Micro Swift up next.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back, folks. Getting things ready to go for our final heat race of the morning. Micro Swift drivers are on the grid and ready to fire up and go. In fact, they are already rolling off track. You'll see that picked up momentarily as our drivers back out and set to go for the final heat race of the morning. We talked about the fact that we also have, during our break, as the LCQ calculations are done, we'll have the drivers in the Factory Karts FK65 cadet program coming out for a demo race. Get a chance for these young drivers to get a feel for what it's like to essentially run under the eyes of the karting world. Let's put it that way, because we're going to cover it here. We got a lot of great stuff that's going to be wrapped around that on the Kart Chaser broadcast here. So you're going to get a chance to see these young drivers on the racetrack. Heat 3 right now for the Micro Swift category. Alvaro Madero starting on the front row alongside Cameron Johnson, Zane Burgess, and Aiden Go on row number 2. Lawrence Perrin, I don't know whether he'll be here or not. We'll try to see whether we see him on track after the incident that he had.
Yes, we do.
Oh, a thumbs up for Lawrence Perriman after the incident. Great to see him back out. Mauro Nario will be on the outside of row 3. Hudson Howard alongside Jaden Francisco on row 4. And Danny O'Gara and Leo Simoni will cap off the top 10.
Zev Gottschalk from Curacao will start from the inside of row number 6 alongside Dutch Westbrook. And Zev's older brother, Wyn Gottschalk, will go from P13 alongside New Zealand's Ivor Spence. Marcelo Flores and Santiago Orioli are on row number 8. Row 9 is Cam Becker and Hudson Hidalgo. Connor Lipka and Luca Pizzarro go from row number 10.
Big field, Henry, as we know, right? Look for some more names. And the 46 set to go.
Yes, indeed. Koa Saito had a fantastic race suit for practice. I think he might have changed into some non-retro threads now. But of course, all these drivers are going to make the main event tomorrow.
Indeed, single category here, not the group. So all of these drivers here in Micro will be part of the Super Sunday main event tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Medeiros again alongside Johnson on the front row. You see the remainder of the field there, 46 strong. And here they are coming out of turn number 16. 10-lapper to cap things off for these drivers in all their heat races. Pretty quick coming down here, looking to fire things up. Field in position, green flag flying, and they'll work their way down into turn number 1. Alvaro Medeiros on the inside. Hopefully they'll get through cleanly. One driver over into the barriers, slightly through and off. That's going to be tough there. He's going to have to spin back around. Another driver backs it in here as well. That's the 247.
The 247, Sebastian Johnson. We saw him having a trouble getting started for his second heat race yesterday. He did get out there, but then trouble hits him early. But Zane Burgess has got this innate ability to just drive around people on the opening lap to take the race lead. Seen him do it in every single race so far. He is much better than everybody else, whether it's kart, tyres, I do not know, but or driver on the first lap, he makes moves that nobody else seems to be able to.
And you know what we always also seem to be able to see is Aiden Go making it to the front as well. Aiden Go is the other driver who's slotted into P2.
So the start here with the opening lap of 10 in the books. Burgess, Go, Medeiros, Perriman, Howard, Johnson, O'Gara, Nario, Simoni, and Gottschalk. That's your top 10 across the line. We'll go 3 wide coming out of turn number 3, back up number 4. But Henry, we got a 2-driver breakaway right now. Burgess and Go, lock it up.
The same as we've had in both heats so far. A 2-driver breakaway. Burgess leading, Go on his coattails. What we've seen in both races is that for the first 5 or 6 laps, Aiden Go can stay with Zane Burgess. As the race wears on, Go fades, and Burgess has things all to himself. Hudson Howard making a good move there. The blue, yellow, and red Formula Alonso kart. Been a good week so far for Hudson.
And Henry, great to see the 228 LN kart back out here. That's Lawrence Perriman complaining of a leg injury, able to tough it out and get back in the race here right now. I'm sure the whole crew really rallying around Lawrence saying, let's go out there and do this.
Yes, it's a really excited driver, a really excited team, and a very nervous mum.
So true. I think the team really pumped up about it. This is about the best he's run. He's really in the middle of the fight here this weekend for Lawrence Perriman. And anytime you have a big race like this, you have a really smart run, it's huge for the driver's confidence. Mike, you've done a lot of coaching over the years, right? You know, with a young driver, you're working on their line and the way they approach passing. A lot of it's about the confidence for the young drivers.
Absolutely. That and one of the things, too, is you have to build on the strengths and not let them falter too hard when something bad happens and try to boost them back up. It's like, hey, are we good? Then let's go back to work, buddy. You know what the heck you're doing. Let's make it happen. The Kart feels good. Do you feel good? Let's go make it happen.
That's it. Perriman makes a move to the inside right there, gets another spot.
Daniel Ramirez and Pedro Cueto. Pedro Cueto, the young driver out of Colorado who raises awareness for kids with cancer. Were the two drivers who were out of the race on the opening lap.
Speaking of parents kind of on the edge here right now, Hudson Howard's really been stepping things up in a big way throughout the season. He's running third in the racetrack right now. Of course, his father, Jay Howard, owns a team in the USF Pro Championship, was a former Indy Lights winner, Indy 500, multi-time Indy 500 starter. When I talked to Jay about having Hudson on the racetrack, his face just totally changes from the guy that I talked to when he's a team owner in the USF Pro Championship. He goes full down like, oh my God, what am I doing?
I've got to say, I'm really glad that the battle for third place in Micro Swift has been good all week, because we haven't had a battle for the race lead, courtesy of Zane Burgess and Aidan Go yet. This is the battle for third, back to about, 83rd by the looks of it, led by Hudson Howard, Leo Simone right behind him, Medeiros, Perriman, Nario Johnson, and then the first of the Gottschalks.
Do you see Howard go across the line that time? He was like, tap the helmet, let's go. Because all the drivers behind him, he wanted to get after it.
Leo Simone is going to look to the inside, though not quite enough. Howard comes across the bow from right to left to take the hold of that spot. Not quite willing to give up P3 as of yet, as he and Simone potentially with a chance to battle away. Perriman's now gone up into the P5. Medeiros is still there. Nario, Johnson, Gottschalk. That group of 93, as Henry had said, big group of drivers behind them. Lawrence Perriman, though, leading that group P5.
Yeah, Medeiros actually heading the wrong direction. Remember, Medeiros started at the sharp end of this thing and now slipping even further back. That 204 now in the back part of this train, potentially going to lose more spots right here. It's going to be heading the wrong way. We're going to have to try to hit the reset button here for Medeiros.
Win Gottschalk trying to make a move, but you talked about Aidan Go not being able to stay with Zane Burgess. How about a pass in turn number one, Henry?
That's the first time we've seen that from Aidan. And it's side by side into turn number 4. Go defending. It is go time. There's the battle for third place between Howard and Leo Simone. Great move. Haven't seen that all day. Was that because Aidan Go is sitting, waiting, watching and studying Zane Burgess? Because, of course, these drivers, they're not just sitting there, but side by side. Oh, my God. Burgess, how could he do that around the outside at turn number 12 to retake the lead?
One of the things I was watching, one of the things I was watching too is the line has been opening up there where some of these kids are carrying a little bit more speed. I haven't really seen them utilize a ton of the extra space in turn 11, which is mostly marbles at this point. But the line has been opening up there, and I think he was able to just go, you know what, we don't need to slow down this much for this corner. I can carry the outside.
And here comes Simone back to P3 as he gets by Howard. Howard nicely and wisely tucks back in to try to stay away from it. Now a charging 265 of Mauro Nario. He'll go right back to the inside, said, listen, I'm going to take this spot back. Hudson Howard working on the racecraft here. Makes the move back to P3.
Well, you got a mile between you and second place. You're not going to go for that, so the fight is right here in third. And right now, Howard dropping one more spot as 283 of Simone getting it done.
They're just going back and forth.
Exactly. Yep. And you know what? I'm surprised so far that we haven't seen Perriman jump in there yet. Hasn't quite been close enough. And as actually Perriman going to come under fire right here in turn 13.
This is all happening. It's all really good, but it's happening now 5 seconds behind the two leaders. There's a Bennett, that's Win Gottschalk, I think, moving up into past Mauro Nario. I mean, it's great. In Micro Swift, you're not supposed to be able to lead by 5 seconds.
True enough.
Yet every single race, Burgess and Go have been able to just gap the rest of the field.
those two drivers up front, Burgess and Go, very impressive. But the one driver I'm watching here a lot, other than Hudson Howard, is doing a tremendous job, and that's Win Gottschalk. Started in 13th spot.
Yep.
He's been working his way forward in every one of the heat races. He's got himself back up into the 5th position right now, and there he is right there. And again, it's all about getting that little bit more that you need. The driver, the number 202, on recovery all through heat races. Didn't start on the front row like the other drivers did. He had to come from what he would have likely set a poor qualifying outside the top 10. But he has methodically worked his way forward in every race. Curly sits in P5 right now. Right behind him there is Jaden Francisco. They're going to see if they can't reel in Hudson Howard and Leo Simoni right now.
Now, there's the move again from Aiden Go. But now watch Burgess. He sits. Is he going to go around the outside? Incredible grip. But no, he looks to the inside and can't do it. But Zane Burgess has put on 2 or 3 really good outside passes.
And Mike, you think about what probably happened is Burgess is going to look back to the inside. We're working on lap number 9 right now, actually. We'll see the white flag next time by. But you guarantee that team kept sitting down there with Aiden saying, okay, we're going to dial the Kart in a little bit better. He makes the move over in turn 11 and 12. They've been working on him. They've been working on the Kart. They knew they had to catch up to Zane Burgess. Whatever they've done to the driver or the Kart itself or the engine, it is working because he didn't lose the time like he did in heat race 1 and 2.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's a great point. And they've dialed into the point where he can lead on to the final lap. So it just shows how even drivers that up the front, the teams are working. There's another move. Burgess back to the lead. This is what we came to expect from Micro Swift.
Yeah, it was not a walk away for Zane Burgess this time as it was in the first 2 motos. And instead, you've got Aiden Go putting a ton of pressure on the Sony Kart driver, the Pro Tour champion. Big outside run. Can he try the over-under on the inside? This is good stuff. As Aiden Go trying a couple of different racing lines here. They'll work their way back out over to turn number 11 and 12. We saw a bunch of passes in 12 through 11. This time it's not going to happen. Does Aiden Go have anything for Zane Burgess, or he does the trio of race wins to lock down that pole position? He's been perfect so far on the week. He's going to bring it home again. Go not quite there for the over-under. In fact, just gets a little wide on the exit. So it's a pole and 3 heat race wins, but not by much at the line. How about 68 thousandths of a second? Zane Burgess, Mike, back-to-back jacks to sweep all 3 heat races.
And if I'm the Aiden Go camp, though, I'm like, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Everything we need to do was to get ready to go for the win.
Yep.
They weren't ready. Now they are.
Yep, and they're giving Zane Burgess and the Sony Kart team something to think about.
And listen, Henry, let's talk about the fact that that was the race. That was the main event. They were so far out front, it could be a 2-driver battle for 20 laps, not just 10.
And of course they were able. There's a bit of a good bit of sportsmanship there between the two of them. Saying enjoyed that. That's what you want to see. Aiden Go coming over to Zane, the high fives. But Zane remains undefeated.
Yeah, 68 thousandths of a second the win for Zane Burgess over Aiden Go. Jaden Francisco came from 6th all the way up into 3rd. Great job for him there. Win Gottschalk in the 4th spot. Hudson Howard 5th. Leo Simoni 6th. Ivor Spence, Mauro Nario, Dutch Westbrook, and Jacobo Agudelo ends up rounding out the top 10. Alvaro Medeiros, your pole sitter, falling all the way back to the 11th position.
Jacobo Agudelo from 26th to 10th. That's a good move. Now, tyres in this? No, it doesn't. Get one set.
No,
micro.
You don't need to try to move your way back up. I don't know that anybody would use fresh tires in this one to move themselves forward. So again, all these drivers here will be racing on Super Sunday. In fact, that's all they've got left. They're done for Situation Saturday. The micro drivers can chill out, enjoy themselves in the paddock, but they're back tomorrow for Super Sunday in their 20-lap main event.
Well, what the micro drivers need to do once they go through the scale line and go through tech, they could come and maybe have a little look at their future. Because the next on-track activity that we are going to have, guys, is the Cadet and Junior Shifter Kart program, courtesy of Factory Karts. So it'll be good to see some of these youngsters, have a little wander over to the gate or the grandstand and, see what could be in store for their karting future. And there's Lawrence Perryman, still limping a little bit. There's a brave young man in Kart 228 from the ambulance to the racetrack again. He dropped out of the top 10, but That's one tough cookie. He's hurt, but he's still digging in because racing at SuperNats means that much to everyone.
Yeah, I love the fact that he was able to come out after that incident for sure, but Pearman coming away with a fine result there. As Henry had said, the next thing we're looking at right now is having the Factory Kart FK65 Cadet Shifter program come out for their demos. As we know, we're also doing our LCQ calculations. We're really off until about 11:15 now. We'll be back at 11:30. That puts us at about 20 minutes from now, a little over 20 minutes before we get rolling for an LCQ. We'll see how the schedule kind of changes around, knowing full well that we still have our Factory Kart program coming out. And then, of course, at that point, looking at LCQs. Then the lunch break and right back into it once again. That was a tremendous race we saw up front. A lot of different storylines in that. This one, let's have a look at the Coastal Inc. race recap. As you saw the battle that we saw between these two drivers, Aiden Go and Zane Burgess, going at it all race long. That was a pass on the outside of turn 12. The first time we've seen somebody roll the outside there, side by side all the way back down into turn number 1, and a great run for Aiden Go, really stepping it up from what he had done before. Mike, a really good drive. I think for Aiden, everything like you said, everything that they did was to make sure he was able to stay with Zane Burgess.
It was literally a scenario where they didn't have anything up to this point, and then they finally were able to get into the conversation. Now, for Zane Burgess, they know they've got the speed. The question will be is how many is going to be fighting at the end. Right now, it seems like only one other driver.
It could be a two-driver breakaway all the way to the end for this one here in a 20-lap run. Those are the two drivers that have shown the pace, and we're going to stand by. Talking to that guy right now, what a great run for Zane Burgess. He stands by right now with Caleb Vieska.
A great run all weekend long. Zane, talk to me about that race, man. It definitely wasn't easy.
No, it was not. It was just really hard because my tires are not that much anymore, so I had to try harder.
And, I mean, how has the weekend gone for you up to this point? You've had really good pace, but, you know, there's been a lot of drivers that have challenged you so far.
Yeah, for sure.
So, the next time you're going to be on the racetrack is going to be tomorrow morning. The last time you raced the SuperNationals was last year, and you were just about 6-7 years old. You're now have a lot more national championships. How are you feeling going into tomorrow?
Really good because I got first in heat free, so I think I got it for tomorrow.
And lastly, who would you like to thank for making it possible for you to come here to SuperNats 27?
My coach, Ricky, Carlos, my coach, and my mechanic, Dan, and my whole family.
Well, there you guys have it from Zane Burgess looking to become a SuperNats champion tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Caleb, thank you so much. And that's one thing, Mike, that we're going to talk about when we get to the afternoon sessions. We really didn't touch on here in the morning. This is the end of the tire life. This is the tires for 3 different heat races. Now, the tires can go probably 70, 80 laps, but they are getting worn out a little bit more when we get into that third heat race.
No, exactly. You've got your 4-minute, but really turned into a 4-lap qualifying session, and now 30 laps on top of that. So to your point, maybe the half of the tire life. But the other thing, too, is these are get-after-it laps, and so no matter how you scratch it, you were starting to get down to, they're not the new tires that they used to be. Though you were leaning on them a little bit for the first heat. You maybe not be able to do that now.
True enough. You saw a little shot down there of the pit lane as we have the drivers in this Factory Kart FK65 Cadet Shifter program coming out for their demo race. 10 drivers are going to get out there and bang some gears here for the cadet category. We love seeing that. That program, that Cadet Novice Shifter program, was a big part of our program back in the early days of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. So, indeed, let's go back down for another interview. David Land's got one of the top drivers here that we're going to see here in this FK85 program.
Yeah, just off the track, Danny O'Gara. First of all, let's talk about your race a little bit. Just a few minutes ago, how'd you feel out there?
Pretty decent. We were just trying to stay behind everybody until the final lap to see if anybody would freight train, just follow right behind them. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So we just tried our best and didn't end up higher, or in the same spot. We ended back farther. But if we can get better in the final, that'd be amazing.
So, Danny, you're hot off the track. You're about to head right back on it. A really special opportunity with Factory Karts to do a junior shifter. Are you excited to bang some gears?
Yes, it's gonna be amazing. We've been practicing at Whiteland down in Indiana, but it's gonna be amazing having fun battling with other people and not just banging laps by myself.
And how did this opportunity come about for you, and how quickly did you say yes, I think is the real question.
My parents bought me a quarter midget when I was turning 9 years old, and we weren't so good at it. So we sold my quarter midget and got a shifter, and started practicing it a lot to learn how like banging gears at when we're older in Formula cars.
Look at that. He's ready to go. Danny O'Gara. Now, we have a really cool segment on the shifter kart from Factory Karts itself. We spoke to Billy Musgrave and had him walk us around this new, well, I guess, returning technology to SKUSA.
So here we are with our new Factory Karts mini shifter. So this is a one-of-a-kind cadet-sized shifter kart. We utilize a FZ65cc engine, so the 65cc piston and cylinder, puts out about 18 horsepower to the wheels, 6-speed transmission, just like our full-size karts. We have a little clutch lever, gear shifter, everything basically miniaturized for the cadet models for basically our 8 to 12-year-olds. So they have full front and rear brakes. And yeah, everything we're trying to do here is to basically emulate, kind of that generation of drivers that America produced back in the mid-90s, early 2000s, where we had these, cadet shifters, junior 80 shifters, and, we saw this generation of drivers come through, North America, really, and go on to be IndyCar legends, NASCAR legends, all that kind of stuff. And, karting's been in a really good spot. It's in a really healthy spot right now. We have awesome races, big competition. But, it is my opinion that I think we're lacking a little bit when it comes to that transition from karts to cars. So part of learning shifter karts is, learning what a shift point is, learning a power band, learning what brake bias is, and understanding managing when you're braking into a corner and the front tires start to grab as the terrain gets rough, how you modulate that brake pedal pressure. And same thing, like I said, with shift points, standing starts, like what these kids are capable of, at the age of 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, I think is far superior than I think what we're allowing them to display on track. So, we're looking forward to launching a couple series next year with the mini shifters and eventually our junior shifters and 125 spec shifters. And, like I said, hopefully we can get a lot more American shifter kart pilots here and, some new future generational talents.
With Billy Musgrave. And Billy, you're so passionate about this sport of karting. What a big opportunity to a class back from the dead.
Honestly, it's tremendous. I mean, for me, when I got into karting in the mid to late 2000s, like the 60cc and 80cc shifter classes were just starting to kind of die out. Honestly, like me and Race Liberante were some of the first kids that were racing, junior shifter and in like the novice shifter classes back in the day. But, when I got into it, the names of like Alan Shudo and Connor De Filippi, like they were legends in the sport. And, that skill set that they had from driving those cadet shifters and mini shifters and junior shifters, you just see that translate into such a successful career. So, what we're trying to do with our whole mini shifter and junior shifter program is try to, basically develop kind of a new generation of drivers that can be at that peak performance level, be the next Max Verstappens, be the next Charles Leclerc's. And I think that starts at a young age with the shifter package.
You mentioned it, such a history, especially in SKUSA, with the shifter, almost an entire ladder system of shifter kart racing. I think something that's really important about this is the stage that you're presenting this on right now. 500 entries in the paddock, tens of thousands watching at home, and of course, it's SuperNats. Billy, what does it mean to do this demonstration that you're about to see? I imagine there's a little bit of nerves right now.
I mean, it's tremendously emotional. I mean, I know like everybody comes here to win the race, and winning a bunch of SuperNats is incredibly awesome, but this be like the pinnacle of my career and of what I am trying to achieve with the sport and our company and what I want to do for our generation and the next generation of drivers. I really believe in the package that we have, and karting is super healthy right now. I mean, I think this is the second or third largest SuperNats ever, and we have this generation of kids in micro, mini Swift, junior. And we
We have incredibly talented kids, and you hear the normal frustrations at a certain level with the single speed packages, and I think it teaches the kids really good racecraft, really good skills that are essential to being successful. But there's another side of it. If you're trying to get into a race car, when you talk about front brakes, brake bias, how you modulate the pedal pressure over uneven surfaces, shift points, how you change the gearing depending on the track layout, clutch disengagement, standing starts, rolling starts, and I think these kids at 10, 11, 12 years old are far more capable than we're allowing them to display their talents on the track.
It's something interesting, too. I think a lot of young kids coming up are even more, almost more prepared to go into a shifter right away because they all have video games now, right? Very, very advanced simulators. Kind of talk about that, because I think that's probably something that a parent might think about. Oh man, shifter, is it too early? But it's really not anymore.
No, not at all. I mean, now they can hop on iRacing or a simulator and practice driving a Formula 1 car or a F4 car with paddle shifters, and they understand shift points. And if you shift too late or you shift too early, it's slow. So I mean, the kids at a very young age can go pound a couple thousand laps on a simulator, and they understand, boom, okay, this is what you should do on shift points. I know this is a second gear turn, that's a third gear turn, fourth gear turn.
You got a flyover.
That's awesome. So yeah, I mean, it's just how quickly, the game in 2024 in this modern day and age, technology with what it is, it's about how quickly we can adapt, the driver at such a young age. And now we have so many tools at our disposal that, between the simulators and, the training functions and, the teams that run a crazy operation, we're hoping to kind of put this mini shifter. We're hoping to put the mini shifters back into, the race teams and kind of use that to leverage some of the top talent that we have in the industry and then, kind of rise to a whole nother level.
Well, Billy, I hear him out on the racetrack. Let's go back up into the booth and check this out. I know Billy wants to go out and see those karts out on the racetrack.
Yeah, Dee, we're going to talk a lot about that. The cool thing about this right now is we've got these kids here banging out on these FC65 cadet shifters, but we've also got fighter jets over top of us because we're here at Dallas Air Force Base. So that's what Billy was kind of waiting for the time. We had a couple of jets buzzing through us here. Joining me up here in the booth as well, the team principal and VP of Factory Karts, Drew Bischoff. Again, Billy, you hear the emotion in him, right? I know you talk about everything, the culture that is Factory Kart, bringing the shifter car program. That's what Billy always done. He's always been in the shifter car program, right? And not only is he going to be a legend in our sport and eventually in the Hall of Fame, he's a builder as well, right? You can hear him wanting to put that together. This is awesome to get a chance to see this. I'm sure you're excited as well to do it here at the SuperNationals, to have this kart, your karts out here with your engines out here.
So exciting, Rob. And we are so grateful for the opportunity to do this, put on this stage, get these guys on the track. Like Billy said, I mean, he's covered it all. We're super passionate about this. We know this is important for the sport. We know it's important for developing these kids, and we're going to bring this back at the grassroots level and make it so these kids can start out young and they can progress all the way through. That's what our goal is and our target as we move forward.
Let me throw some names out here of the drivers that are out here banging out these laps right now. Jackson Porter, Troy Ferguson, John McClellan, Diesel and Asher Bazanski. Zane Burgess is out there as well too. Danny O'Gara, AJ Stoner, Jaden Francisco, and Marcelo Flores as well. A couple different teams involved. It's just the engine program that's so cool. I want to ask before we kind of dive in to the engine package. We talked about the fact Billy said 18 horsepower at the rear wheels. But what is it like for you when you see a driver get into it for the first time and come out and see the emotions of them getting it? And I always remember talking to kids, they're like, I don't want to drive anything else ever again if it doesn't have a shifter. I'm sure you're getting kind of the same thing.
Oh, Rob, I get that every time I talk to a kid. That's the reaction, and it's so fun to watch, to see their face light up and the emotion when they get out of the cart. My own son went through it 4 years ago. Somebody let him get in a shifter cart. He got out and he said, Dad, this is all I want to do. And I've heard this story over and over. The kids love it, banging those gears and getting out there and running.
Well, and listen, let's go back because, I've done all the SuperNationals, so I go back into those great years of 97, 98, 99, 2000, when we had the 60cc novice category, when we had the 80cc junior class. And, Billy talking about some of the great drivers that were developed through the 80cc junior class, I think of a James Hinchcliffe, a Robbie Wickens, a Graham Rahal. That's the guys that we had in the 80cc category at the Rio when we first went there. think of a guy like Bobby Rahal. Where are you going to put your son? I'm going to put my son here. I want him racing an 80cc shifter before we move him into cars. That was a big thing back then, and it can be a big thing again in the future.
For sure, and that's exactly what we want to do, Rob, is we want to help create that path for these kids to make it up into cars and have all the tools they need, like Billy talked about, all the different skill sets, the shift points and all that different stuff. That's what this is about, and this is what racing needs. This is what karting needs. This is what we're trying to do here. By the way, we don't want to overlook the fact that Parker Ives is also out here in one of these karts.
That's one of the things we need to talk about as well. And why is Parker Ives out here?
So Parker Ives got kind of a special deal because he put his mini Swift on pole. They asked if we could put him in a kart. We said, you know what, absolutely. So we put him out there. I'm actually not even sure which kart he's in. I didn't hear in the end, but yeah.
That's fantastic. And here's one of the things about the program, and I think we all look at, we'll get to the cost of it. What's a turnkey cost to buy one of these cadet shifters? But the bottom line is, you guys have done the work with the engine package, so it's not an exorbitant cost like it's a huge money. We all know that a KZ's a lot of money to run a KZ power plant. You guys have built this program around a spec package that's going to keep those costs down.
For sure. That's been a major focus of what we're trying to do. We've been fortunate enough to be able to white label an engine package from one of the major motorcycle manufacturers. We expect these engines to last at least a season before you even got to open them up, possibly longer than that. So yeah, trying to bring the cost down and make it so that these kids can get out, they can bang gears, pound thousands of laps, and not have to be worrying about putting pistons in and rings and all the things that goes into what we do at the pro shifter level.
And if somebody wants to get their kid the absolute best Christmas present they can possibly ever get, what does it cost for one of the 65s?
So one of these 65s complete is $10,500.
Okay. That's absolutely amazing. And I think the other thing that we need to talk about is it's not just the 65. You guys have built a full lineup. Billy talked about it a bit in the segment that we did, but you guys have built this full lineup of the karts you want, the spec kind of package.
Correct, yeah. So what we're seeing here is the 65 mini shifter package, but then we've got an 85cc engine, and we got a 125. We actually have a 250 too. That we got a lot of guys who like to get out and just rip around in a really high horsepower 250. But
I like it.
The three primary engines that we see bringing to karting is the 65, 85, and 125.
And again, that's that level that we've seen for 20 plus years in shifter kart racing, right? Again, to have a major manufacturer provide the engine for you guys though then took that, and a lot of the parts around that are factory karts.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And the action we're seeing here on track is awesome. These guys are going wheel to wheel at it. So far, looks like nobody's actually crashed, which is great, but it's super fun to see these kids going at it.
I think we might have one kid go off there. Did you see that? He went a little too deep into one of the cars. But that's what this is all about, right? Mike, again, the good thing about it, you're going to see a lot of these. Mike Smith, who is, of course, in the booth with us, general manager over at the K1 circuit in Winchester, California. Have you seen these already on the track over at K1?
100%. No, it's been really, really cool to watch this whole program go. And one of the things that it's neat is like the Bazanskis have been out there for a while, not just the 65 but also the junior package, and kind of seeing like how the progression is, and on a place like K1 circuit where it's a medium to high speed joint, like we're moving out there, and to see these things roll out there as well. I mean, we've got the street circuit kind of program here, and just a point on the kids too. You wouldn't know that this is an exhibition right now.
I know.
Like, these kids are getting they're going to come in so next year shifter kart racing is SuperNats for cadets. I think so. It's going to happen. But I can't wait to see them back at the K1 circuit.
Drew, what are you seeing in terms of time for kids to get comfortable in it? Obviously, these kart drivers have been around in cadet karts, but to get a feel for that shifter and the way to get into a corner and to get that those gear knocks down. How long are you seeing for the kids to get a grip on it? We know they learn pretty quickly.
Yeah, they do learn quickly, Rob. I've been amazed at how quickly the kids pick it up. From the first time they get in it, they're real kind of tentative at first with the shift lever, and the clutch and all that. But really, 2, 3, 4 sessions, they're starting to really get it down, and they're getting out there and getting after it and pounding through the gears. So it's actually amazing how quick they pick it up.
Okay, so what are we looking at? Mike obviously brought up, hey, do we see it at the SuperNats next year as a demo class the entire time? What are we thinking about for 2025? Where is this package or any of the packages going to land and start to grow some roots?
Yeah, great question. So the first thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to get a couple of local tracks to run local programs where they can run every couple of weeks, get out there, start to compete for some points. And then we want to grow it organically from there. Mike's idea is great. Would be awesome if we come back here next year and do that. I don't know whether it'll actually happen or not. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
But we're going to kind of start and focus in Southern California right now for a number of different reasons. Got a couple of partners we're working with on that, and then just grow it from there.
And I think people that maybe are new to the sport don't realize that Shifter Kart racing with SuperKarts USA came from Moto engines. We had the Honda, the Kawasaki, the Yamaha, the Husky at one point, Suzuki, that back in the earlier days. And of course, he leaned in at the end to the Honda CR125. But you mentioned that the fact that you may not have to pull the thing apart all year, and even if you did, I remember back in the day when I had a 125cc shifter, what you did was you put a piston and a ring in it, and then you were racing for a couple more weekends again, especially at the club level. That's the kind of thing. The price point's obviously a little higher than a mini Swift kart. You're getting so much more value, so much more performance, but again, a way of not having to send that engine away on a regular basis to do a rebuild.
Yeah, to your point, one of the reasons why we selected the OEM that we did is because they've been making these engines for 25 years.
Yeah.
The parts they're available anywhere. They're really cheap. So you put a piston and a ring in these things, might cost you $100 for parts. That's so much cheaper than what we deal with, as you know, with the TMs
exactly.
and the KAs and all that stuff. So again, just trying to bring the cost down to operate these things and keep the kids on track and getting the experience.
And you can see the exhaust pipe's got a name I think most people know if you're in the motocross world as well. Talk about that package and that partnership you have with them.
Yeah, so we partnered with Pro Circuit, and everybody who's been around the moto world forever knows. I mean, Mitch and those guys, they do a great job over there, and they built our pipes for us. So we're super grateful to them for all the help that they've given us with that, and that's definitely a key component of the platform.
If someone wanted to go and do this, and there's the factory car package, I'm seeing different types of manufacturers out here too. Is this a motor package you can throw on basically any kind of cadet size, or is there something else you got to make adjustments to?
So it's a great question, Mike. So right now, the agreement that we have with the OEM actually limits us to keeping the engine package on our own factory car frame. However, we plan to white label these carts for our customers. So if a race team wants to buy some of these, put their own livery on it, powder coat the chassis, whatever they want to do, to make it look like their own cart, that's great. It is a conversation we're having with the OEM. We hope to get to the point where we have the ability to separate the engine package from the frame. But for right now, our agreement with them is it's a spec package.
So, I was just going to say, for all intents and purposes, this is a spec from the chassis all the way up.
Correct.
Got it.
Yep. Again, there's the program. Drivers rolling her off. They just got the checkered flag. Billy talked about the fact that being able to see these guys on the racetrack was going to be emotional for him. Let's ask you the same question. Your carts, the factory carts with your engine package, just ran a bunch of laps at the SuperNationals on Kart Chaser in front of thousands of people watching. How cool is this for you as the team principal and the vice president of factory carts?
One word, Rob. Amazing.
Well, Drew Brischoff joining us here, folks. Fantastic. I know we're going to have, I think, a couple more interviews because I want to see, Drew, we won't let you leave quite yet because we got the interviews coming, but we're going to get a little taste of the feeling, the emotion these kids have that you've talked to when they first get out of these race carts. Watching the drivers work their way across. This is Jackson Porter here right now as well. And again, we'll have our pit reporters down there to get a chance to chat with the drivers as they come off. As we know, folks, dialing things in here for the LCQs. We'll have those guys on track in a second. All right, we're going to get started here with some interviews. We talked about Parker Ives getting a chance to drive this because he put it on pole. He stands by with Caleb right now. Let's get the feeling on driving this kart from Parker Ives.
Thank you very much, sir, Rob. I actually have owed Parker an interview since he put it on pole in that mini Swift class. Firstly, let's talk about that and how exciting was it to go out there and put some laps in a shifter here at SuperNats?
It was great. It felt really good. It was a fun experience. I'm glad I got to do it.
And I guess talking a little bit about, I guess, what you have done. You have been running some laps in a shifter at Trackhouse. So talk to me a little bit about that and how has that kind of helped you develop as a driver as well?
Yeah, it's really helped me when I get older, get into a shifter, maybe race it, and it's just learning, and it's like, it just helps me be consistent with the shifts.
And I guess, what are some of the big differences, and how does it compare to the mini Swift that you have already been driving all weekend long?
It's really different. It's a little faster. It's a little tougher because the gears. It's really fun, but it's easier to get the back end out, and it's really just a little harder just because the gears.
Well, you did a pretty good job of it. I was watching you out there, so good job. And lastly here, Parker, who would you like to thank for making it possible for you coming out here this weekend? I know you have a big support group behind you, and who would you like to thank for that opportunity of ripping some laps in the shifter?
My mom, my dad, Rich, my mechanic, Mark Mitchell, Tab Engines for getting me to the pole. Zane Burgess' dad for letting me go out and drive the shifter. Billy Musgrave and RPM, everyone under the RPM tent for helping me get better as a driver, and everyone who supports me.
Well, there you guys have it from Parker. I see your dad, Greg, was making sure you didn't miss anybody there. So thanks for that, Greg. And Parker, we'll see you out on the racetrack here in a couple of moments. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kale. That's what this sport is all about, right? All the training, not just on the track, but off the track, coaching from Dad there on the sidelines. You make sure you get all the names of everybody that helped in there. Billy Musgrave, of course, everybody from Factory Karts giving him an opportunity to get behind the wheel. I don't know if we got another one coming? All right, folks, we got a couple more. You can see we're getting ready to go with an LCQ, but let's send it back down with David Land. He's standing by with Jackson Porter.
Here with Jackson Porter and his machine. Jackson, I could see the smile on your face and in your eyes. I mean, tell me about how fun that was for you.
It was an amazing experience. I raced the 65 several different times, but it's nothing like it racing on a barrier track at a national race. So it was awesome, and I'm really thankful for this opportunity, and a huge shout out to Billy Musgrave for putting this together.
So if the opportunity presents itself that you would be able to race one of these, would you want to do it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, guys, that's I think that's pretty high praise from Jackson Porter here in the Hy-Vee machine. Back up to the booth.
Well, listen, before we head to a commercial and get into some LCQ racing, let's wrap it up really quickly here with Drew Brischoff. Drew, thank you so much. That was such a cool deal. For me to see the kids running those, the small displacement shifter carts, it brings me right back to like 2000, 2001. Congrats on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that.
There he is, folks. Drew Bischoff. You're going to hear a lot about him. You're going to hear a lot about Factory Karts. Obviously, making a big splash here this weekend, bringing in that new rig, that new setup. They got a lot of great things going on for 2025. You're going to hear a lot about Factory Kart. Not just this program they've got going on, but a lot more national level programming as well. Great to have them with us here again. Quick break in the action. When we get back, it's time to go LCQ racing, KA100 Jr and Senior.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American made, race proven.
And we are back after that fantastic factory kart FZ65 display. LCQ for KA100 Jr. 6 drivers to transfer through to the Super Sunday main event. 34 have already locked and loaded their position on the grid for tomorrow's action. We'll have the dice roll still coming during the lunch break as well for one lucky driver to somehow get himself back into the game. And, of course, champions from the first, second, and third place drivers on the Pro Tour getting guaranteed Super Sunday starting spots, as is the champions from the Texas Sprint Racing Series and the California Pro Kart Challenge. We don't have the grid in front of us here as of yet to see what we're going to see in the KA100. I think we're going to get that from David Cole here right now. This means I need my glasses on. That's for sure. I am wearing my glasses. Fantastic. Oh, I've been doing this a long time.
Oh, buddy.
All right, let's have a look at the grid. Again, the 34 drivers who have worked their way all the way through. Gonna figure this out. Look at the guys at the very end. Sebastian Hauser getting in 32nd. Luis Fernando getting in at 33rd. Your final driver transferring straight in, Asen Dramliev. Straight in. Ian Kim is going to start on the pole position. Matthew Cagle is going to start on the outside of row number 1. He is the California Pro Kart Challenge champion, so he can elect to start 41st if he wanted. We'll see whether or not he wants to move up to 35th and try to get a win here. Row 2 will have Heitor Farias alongside Travis Pettit. Row number 3, Edward Kennedy and Juan Jose Paramo. Paramo, who went on fresh tires, we think, did not quite get there. Close, though. Further back, Jackson Gibson alongside Drew Jensen. Back to row number 5, Cash Felber and Nathan Goldseth. Then we'll have Lillian Scarborough and Christopher Yutzi. From there, Declan DeHonorine and Max Weiland. Tristan Murphy alongside Remy Andreatos. Pedro Alves de Lima, who is on pole for the X30 Junior category, didn't have the luck in KA100 Junior. He'll start alongside Indy Anderson. Then we'll see Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Maui Angeli. Mason Kuhn starting alongside Oliver Gaffer further back. Peyton Fayen as well alongside Bronson Kustis. Sarah Bradley deep in this field. Xander Malatesta there as well. Thomas Anthony and Luke Cruz. Jensen Mishoki and Shane Reddy. Bristol Boardman and Kyle Drysdale. Roman Felber and Carlo Rochetti. Nathaniel Pryor and Edgar Rodriguez. Then we have Gunnar Jenkins and Ethan Tovo. Tyron Scott and Matias Gonzalez. And the final driver to make it, Cole Anderson. So it looks like 9 drivers did not able to get through. Only the top 75 will go. So indeed, there's the excitement we're going to have here in the LCQ.
And just keep taking a look at our grid here. I can't see the other side of the orange barriers, but I can tell you, because the ones we can't see is the off-pole side, which is where the number 2 driver would have been, Cagle.
Yep.
I do not see that number right there. I believe Cagle is doing the wise thing, and that is watching from the sidelines with that guaranteed start.
I mentioned that Tyrone Kemper Jr. A little bit deeper in the field as well, but he is the Texas Sprint Racing Series champion, so already has a Super Sunday guaranteed spot. So indeed, we're not seeing Matthew Cagle, so he said, okay, you know what? I don't need to be in the chaos of this for 4 spots or 5 spots on the grid. Yeah, I'll go P20, P41.
Yeah, what's the difference at the end of the day? If you're going to start 36th or 41st or whatever. It doesn't really matter in that regard. What does matter is having a go-kart underneath you to do so.
That's true.
And the safe bet when you have a lock-in spot is to make sure you have that at the end.
So we've got this race lined up. There'll be 10-lap LCQs. Being told there is a protest that's been filed for the senior category, so they're not able to get all the calculations done yet. So protest for senior has got things delayed a little bit, but we do have things ready to go, as we said, for this particular class. 6 drivers to transfer through for the KA100 Junior LCQ. This is expecting to be a heck of a battle here up front. We always start looking at that bubble spot, what happens on the opening lap, then people can go to work from there.
Yeah, and to that point, what I've heard is that the grid can actually hear us halfway decent. And let me just tell you something, if you're on the grid and you're a driver, if you're 1st through 5th and you're pulling away, guys, it doesn't really matter. So if you want to just get to the finish, that's smart. Because 6th is the bubble. If you got battling going on up there, how many times have we seen
oh my goodness.
a runaway pack with the top 5 and they decide they want to jostle for 35th through 40th position on the starting grid on Sunday, and instead they end up missing the show.
Yeah, you have one goal and one goal only. Finishing 1st in the LCQ or 6th in the LCQ is not going to change your run to not getting the race win. It's going to be hard to win from the back. But if you battle it out like we've seen many do before, potentially wreck or let everybody else back in the fight, your only goal is to push away and get out and be part of that 6th. If you're 5th and 6th, maybe you get a little bit worried. You don't want to be in the guy that's getting attacked, but the bottom line is get through cleanly and try to get through and run on Super Sunday. For a number of these drivers, Mike, again, this will be it. Their adventure here at the SuperNationals will be done. Here you go once again, Ian Kim and Matthew Cagle on the front row. We don't expect Cagle to show. Heitor Farias and Travis Pettit will be on row number 2. Edward Kennedy alongside Juan Jose Paramo on row 3. Jackson Gibson and Drew Jensen on row 4. Rounding out your top 10, Cash Felber and Nathan Golseth, while Lillian Scarborough and Christopher Utsi will be on row number 6. Watch for both those drivers to potentially work their way into the show. Declan Deonery and Max Weiland will be on row number 7. Tristan Murphy and Remy Andriatos on row number 8. Pedro Alves de Lima and Indy Anderson, row 9. Row 10, Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Maui Angel. We'll see whether or not Kemper even starts this one, knowing he has that guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot as the KA100 Junior champion of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. There's your top 20. Those drivers obviously with a decent opportunity potentially to get themselves into the race here. Even 20th is going to be a big ask to get you all the way up to the top 6. The drivers you're going to see in this next group here, they're going to need some help to potentially get themselves into a 6th position. Really, for a lot of these drivers, this is it. Your last 10 laps, enjoy it one more time to be on the racetrack here in Las Vegas.
Exactly. This is your main event. This is your last chance to go play and make something happen. And hey, how you end today is what you'll remember when you come back out here for your try next year. And you're talking about some of the drivers, and I mean, Peyton Fan down here at 23rd, Sarah Bradley. There's talent back here that either just didn't have things go their way, or start off on the back foot in qualifying. Right, It starts back there in the qualifying scenario. You don't end up where you should be to start, and then you get in the rat's nest back there. But here we go, man. I mean, it's at 6 drivers, only 6 transfer. It's go time.
If you're further back, like a Sarah Bradley, who knows you have the pace to potentially run up front, you got to get super aggressive on the opening lap, hope for a couple of instants, then get right back at it and start picking them off one at a time. 10-lap distance. The LCQ lining up wherever you are in the paddock. Get yourself up and into the grandstands. This is the final run. 6 drivers to transfer through. Field set. Kim on the inside. On the outside is going to be, I believe, Farias. Green. Underway for the LCQ for KA100 Senior. Turn number 1 is going to be hectic. A bunch of drivers trying down the bottom. It looks pretty good so far. Even the deep part of the field getting through cleanly. Low line move down into turn number 4 and 5 for the first time. A couple drivers getting rooted out. You've got to get aggressive early on, as we said. When we get back around to start finish, we'll give you the lineup for the top 10 and see where we are on the bubble.
The orange cart going to the side a little bit. That was Jackson Gibson kind of getting shuffled out. Went in there hot in turn number 4. Slid a little bit wide now back towards the top 10. But we got more drivers going through here. A little bit of a spread in the middle. But actually, I got to tell you, pretty dang nice for a LCQ start.
Yeah, it could have been a lot uglier than it was, and obviously everybody racing really strongly here early on. Pass for the lead already over in turn number 16. We'll see them come out of the corner, and here they come across the line. Look at them lining up to get things underway. Farias goes P1, Kim second, Edward Kennedy third, Cash Felber, Travis Pettit, Lillian Scarborough up 5, put her on the bubble in P6 in lap number 1.
Declan Doreen is going to be right there, 7 after 7 up, going to be very, very close back there in the bubble. As you can see, a little defense coming out of Scarborough. Not sure if she's looking up the road going 1, 2, 3, 4. Where am I? Yeah, there it is. Another move up front, side by side. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. Oh, contact right there, the 71 at 804.
Yeah, that's one of the Felbers. Cash Felber got into that one there as well, so some contact early on lap number 2.
Along with Ian Kim. Ian Kim was the other driver that was side by side there. So those two drivers, again, Kim started on pole and now getting shuffled back.
And again, this is where you're going to start seeing that drivers are not going to leave anything out there. You've got to make the moves forward. And now, if you get into that 6th position, then you're in a smart spot. Look at this right now. We've got top drivers, top 6, trying to pull away here right now. Farias, Kennedy, Pettit, Scarborough, Jensen, and Declan Dionarine now on the bubble in the 6th spot. Xander Clements joining us back in the booth for this LCQ.
Had to make sure everybody could know all the rules at any given time. You see that red cut line right there below 6th place. That's where you can see it on the Jumbotron and on the TV as well. Declan Dionarine is in. Cash Felber is out, but there is a lot of battling still going on here in this group, side by side through the triple apex, right as they head for the chicane once again, Mike.
That was a close one right there. It looked like might have been Pettit there. Actually had the nose up in the air for a minute. It's not going to turn when you got the nose in the air. We've seen it a couple of different times, and very, very close to ending in tears again inside the transfer. And having bad things happen, gotta stay cool, calm, and collected. The front 3 have an opportunity here to break away.
Yeah, that Tony Kart 877, currently the bubble man, the Canadian Declan Dionarine, his brother, Mayor Dionarine, now running in very likely the USF Pro Championships next year. He is at the bubble and has Xander a little bit of breathing room behind him, but we know there's a long way to go here. Only 3 laps of 10 down.
They're going to fight behind him. That'll give a little more breathing room as down the inside goes Tristan Murphy, super tuned Tony Kart on Cash Felber. So that'll switch us up for P7 and open the gap a little bit. Murphy is up now 8 positions in a charge forward. Young Tristan Murphy has stood on the podium in the national scene at the junior ranks, but it's a testament to the SuperNats that anything can happen, and there are a lot of big name drivers in junior and senior KA100 that are on the outside looking in, hoping to have a run like what Tristan Murphy is putting together that could punch their ticket to tomorrow, Rob.
Exactly that. If you start anywhere outside, let's say the top 15, you got to go to work early. There's the remnants of a couple of drivers getting together, coming through turn number 10. A lot of action in turn number 10. Dionarine trying to hold him off right now. Drew Jensen is right there. Dionarine, I think, has worked his way up into the 5th position. Gave himself a little bit of breathing room. 4 drivers in front of Dionarine, but they are lining up behind him right now. He'll defend down to the bottom of the racetrack, and a lot of aggressive action. Cash Felber in the 804 back up on the wheel as well, trying to get himself into a position to work his way into 6th. But this is classic LCQ racing. Everybody elbows up.
Well,
man.
I was going to say, it has a lot to do with the fact the front 4 have broken away, and then it is 5th, 6th, and 7th that are all in a group right here. We're looking at a Dionarine, Jensen, Murphy right on the outside looking in, but with an opportunity right in front.
Look at how packed the stands are as the nerves. You could cut the tension with a knife right there.
Yeah, right in the front, too. One of the legends of our sport, and Australian, of course, here, the SuperNationals as well. David Serra right there in the front and center on the grandstands with one of the drivers he's coaching this weekend.
Tristan Murphy looking to the inside down. No, didn't get it done. It was just off camera, and now here's going to be the shot. Murphy to the inside. This is for the transfer. 811, 858. Down at turn number 4, Murphy in the spot.
Oh, check it out behind him as well. They were nearly 3 wide down to the bottom into turn number 3. Somehow they escaped with no issue, but there was even more battling. Here's this group right there. Max Weiland on the Magic. Contact, and up and over goes Cash Felber off the side of the 871 of Ian Kim, and that will take both of them out of the running.
That was Nash on Nash right there, I believe.
And they're outside the top 8 right now. And Xander, one of the things that Mike and I talked about at the start was how many LCQs we've watched where guys in the front pack, top 4, race each other instead of just running away with it. Let's see if we see it here. Farias, Pettit, Kennedy, and Scarborough. And then after that, it's 1.2 back to Dionarine running in 5th. Tristan Murphy 6th, and Drew Jensen's there as well.
And Murphy has just made the move to move up to 5th, but this is the bubble right here. The front 4 don't need to race at all, and provided they don't, the fight is going to be those 3 drivers. You can see it's going to be Murphy having the lead and Jensen and Weiland getting after it.
I feel like this is going to come down to Declan DeHonoring and Drew Jensen, because it looks to me up front with the speed he had coming, +9 already. Tristan Murphy, who started 15, looks like he's strong in 5th and pulling away.
Yeah, I think he should be safe, but I would be careful here. Declan DeHonoring, the moment that he knew, based on counting the carts in front of him, that he was back in the danger zone again in 6, he went straight to the inside and defended. Now he's gotten himself a little bit of breathing room to Drew Jensen. Yes, Rob, it looks like right now it should just be the 2 of them. But all it takes is about a lap and a half of white lining, and that pack behind with Nate Golseth, Max Weiland, Juan Jose Paramo, they could all get in there. It's still 3 laps remaining.
And Xander, let's just get this out there with 3 laps to go. Because you're not in the top 6, it doesn't mean you're not going to the Super Sunday still. The roll-off still to come.
That's right, folks. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in a new level cut zone that was added in last year. Spurred on with Chris Egger. He's sold out of 100 pairs of dice here this weekend already. But the dice roll, playing the odds. 1 extra driver will get added as the 41st man or woman to the main event in the LCQ classes, after tech, after scales, after penalties. So it's not over for this group on screen.
And that's also another little bubble that we have. You got the front 4 pulled away, then the next 3, that's the 7. Then there's the next 3. They could actually hang out right there and retain it if they don't fight too much.
Yeah, that's the thing for these guys and girls here. This trio, Paramo that time going by on Weiland for 9th. Obviously, both are well outside the cut line. 2 seconds back from that fight for 6th. 2 to go. They're not going to get there. But if they fight enough at 9th and 10th, back in 11th, kind of lurking, is Jackson Gibson on the Ruthless Karting X-Prix. He might be able to get himself into the dice roll if they keep going at it.
So I thought Tristan Murphy may be able to pull away. He has not. You see Declan DeHonoring leveraging the draft. And he's going to try to stay with him. This is that battle further back, as we said, between Paramo, Weiland, and Gibson, inside and outside the top 10. White flag will fly this next time by. And indeed, the front 4 drivers might play and clean Farias, Pettit, Kennedy, and Scarborough.
Hey, look, it could end up having another driver join that group. I think if there's too much fighting into that first 3 there where we have on screen just behind them, I think Golseth could enter the mix if they do too much of it.
Well, so Golseth is in it. It's Gibson that would be entering the mix on the black and orange OTK at the back. But either way, though, that's just to get a chance at a chance. This is the chance to go through to Super Sunday over this next 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, Drew Jensen made the move to the inside. He has gone to the bubble. It is now Declan DeHonoring. Trouble with DeHonoring! Trouble with DeHonoring. He'll come to a stop. And not only is he going to get the transfer, he's not going to get the roll-off either. A half a lap away for Declan DeHonoring. He had himself within the transfer spot. So that's going to give it to Tristan Murphy and Drew Jensen. That is 5th and 6th right there. Farias, Pettit, Kennedy, Scarborough, Murphy, those are going to be your drivers along with Drew Jensen.
Give a lot of kudos here to this group of 4 as they cross the line. Farias will win the LCQ. That whole group of 4 did what we normally don't see, which was the right play, and that was work together. Forget who cares whether you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th in that quartet. You're going through to Sunday, and then on, one man's trash, another man's treasure, one man's bad luck is another man's good luck. On the last lap with DeHonoring breaking down, Jackson Gibson is going to get a chance to roll the dice.
So there
get
you
himself
have it.
into Super Sunday.
Sorry about that, Zan. There you have it. Heitor Farias getting the race win. Travis Pettit, Edward Kennedy, and Lillian Scarborough all with big moves up as well. Remember, Scarborough went up +7, Murphy +10. Those 6 drivers with Murphy and Jensen added on are going to transfer through. They will run in the Super Sunday main event. Juan Jose Paramo, Nathan Goldsmith, Max Weiland, and Jackson Gibson, they got to try their luck at the roll-off. One of those drivers will start 41st tomorrow when we go racing.
Going to be such a fun day of racing tomorrow, but we still have one more class in our morning groups here to decide who's going to make the final 6 spots, and then, of course, who will be the final 4 to join the juniors over at the dice roll table. These, unfortunately, drivers on screen now, their road through SuperNationals 27 comes to a halt
right here, all the way down to Matt Cagle, Tyron Scott, and Nathaniel Pryor.
So Matthew Cagle will start. He was going to start on the front row. We'll just update. He did not show for the race. He'll take that Super Sunday guaranteed spot as the California Pro Kart Challenge champion, as will Tyrone Kemper Jr., having won the title in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Tyrone Kemper Jr. did come out to run, another chance to be on the racetrack, but he will take that guaranteed start from that title he had in Texas.
A little bit more learning, a little more experimentation you can do, right? Obviously, Tyrone probably went out on scuffs. Most of the LCQ drivers go on new tires because, well, you got to take that chance to fight your way into Sunday. All things considered, probably a pretty clean turn one for a last chance qualifier. Don't know if we'll see the same for the seniors, but there you can see where it started to go backwards for Jackson Gibson. Talk about rebounding to get himself back to 10th at the end to get a chance because, well, he at least didn't end up in the wall like this, but he had to go backwards. Meanwhile, Tristan Murphy, what an impressive drive for the Super Tuned Tony Kart driver, marching up the boards. Here we saw Declan DeHonor and Drew Jensen. They were around each other the whole race, back and forth, high side, low side. Cash Felber trying the outside move, ripping the cushion like we saw work last night, but unfortunately, he ended up still behind them and then later on ended up going out when the battling really ensued right here in this big moment as he went to the inside and there was contact with him and Kim. That was the RPG Cosmic of Felber, the Nash Motorsports machine of Kim, going out in the triple right. This three-car fight, though, was the class of the spotlight of the race, really. 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way up until the very end. They were giving us quite a bit to talk about, and sadly, this is something we hate talking about, and that is watching a junior driver's dreams go up in smoke of making it to Super Sunday for something out of their control, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. Declan DeHonor did everything he could and did everything he needed to do to keep himself in that top 6, ran extremely well, but will not see a run on Super Sunday. Again, the last chance qualifiers are always exciting. That one wasn't the level of craziness we normally thought. Xander did kind of reference the fact that we may not see the same opening lap in KA100 Sr. Those KA100 Sr drivers are going to start getting themselves ready, folks. We're going to go for a break. Don't go anywhere. More LCQ action to come here on Kart Chaser.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, not so tough, but minds keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Lisa Guzonsky. And I'm Master. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, drivers are into their karts here for the KA100 Senior, presented by Factory Karts LCQ. 92 drivers, a record high for the division. Meant a lot have missed out even on the cut to go to the last chance qualifier. But even here, you look at the front of this grid, fellas, and it looks like it very well could be an A main at any major U.S. national. Chase Hand finds himself at the forefront of this last chance qualifier in the black and white GFC brigade. He's had a good amount of speed, but so have a lot of others in this race. The KA class always is close quarters action, and Chase, unfortunately, saw the bad half of that in one of his heats yesterday. He was not alone, as towards the front of this field here, Truly Adams joining him on the outside of row number 1, another driver who has a national win. Got his first Pro Tour win and one of his first ever starts last year at the Spring Nationals in KA Junior, rookie year in Senior, and well, he's going to have to fight his way ahead of the Sharks from the front row of this LCQ, Rob.
Yeah, Carson Sauter will start on the inside of row number 2. How about Aiden Rudolph on the outside of the CRG door nab machine number 998? He's going to have work to do as well, because I'll tell you, there's some big guns up front. We know they have some speed, but the further we go down we go, the more quick drivers we have that'll be attacking very quickly.
How about Luke Welcome, multi-time SKUSA Pro Tour, SKUSA Winter Series, SKUSA National Level race winner, rolls off from P5 on the Rocket Racing Company entry. And Chris Martin, you brought up right before we came back on the airwaves here, Mike, also another driver who has had some really good runs in recent memory, but finds himself on the outside looking into Super Sunday.
Yeah, we'll go row number 4, row number 5, Antoine Morlaix alongside Caden O'Connor. John Burke, the Texan, always quick, going to start 9th alongside Flavio Aquini.
How about the veterans and experience back on row number 6? Couple of engine builders. Danilo Romalo, Franco Crivelli. You think those guys tried to make sure they had all of their focus on their power plants to tune them up? They've got to work their way up at least 5 and 6 spots apiece to officially transfer in, or at least only 1 or 2 to get into the dice roll. That's 7th through 10th. 4 drivers, highest roll wins. That'll happen, of course, after tech scales and the like. Ethan Lampe, multi-time SKUSA California Pro Kart Challenge race winner, and I believe, is he the champ from this season?
I think it's Keegan Kaminsky, actually.
Kaminsky, champ. Yeah. So no provisional. Lampe's had a great year, though, out west. So he finds himself back on row 7 alongside one driver that literally 2 weeks ago was representing Team USA at the front of another international event. And now at the SuperNats is in 14th in the LCQ. Oliver Hodgson this week has just been brutal here. It seems like every single time he tries to punch 2 feet forward, it's another step back that he gets knocked back.
Exactly that. Joey Friend will start on the inside of road number 8 in the number 914. Another driver who we've seen win multiple races in KA100 competition, Finnegan Bailiff in the 902. Deep starting spot. Maybe the best thing for Finnegan Bailiff is the fact that the driver in front of him, Hodgson's going to be quick. I see those 2 drivers hooking up and working their way forward.
We get down a little bit further towards the drivers that are going to need to really move some hay to get into the top 6. 17th and 18th for Rodrigo Gonzalez and Pablo Benitez. And at the top half of the 41 driver last chance qualifier, you ended off with row 10. Jackson Menchu and Grayson Thorpe Dubele on the Race Lab Karting TB. Now we go back to row 11 with young Cash Perkins and Camden Remains. Couple of drivers, I believe, in their SuperNats KA Senior debuts.
Yeah, Brett Ravetta's had better speed than shows of a 23rd position start in the LCQ. Aiden Shimba should be on the outside of that row. Chris Harrower and Jordan Hernandez starting 25th and 26th respectively.
27th for Dylan Archer on the inside of Patricio Gonzalez, and rounding the top 30, Lucas Clement and Lydia Small, the young lady here out of the southwestern U.S., has a long road ahead of her to try and get into Super Sunday.
You look at the bottom here to Keegan Kaminsky being told that he will not start this race. He's going to take his Super Sunday guaranteed spot from winning the California Pro Kart Challenge. But other drivers like Adam Maxwell further back, Zach Fransky, Trooper Sanchez. We talked about this earlier, the start of the junior race, Xander. For a lot of these drivers, this is going to be it. This is the end of their SuperNationals journey.
Yeah, and it's a heartbreaking end to have it so early in the weekend. TJ Coyen will be the last man that had stayed above the cut line just to get into the last chance qualifier. Again, we're talking 35th on back. That put us at around, 20 plus drivers that did not get to line the grid here to even fight for another shot at Sunday.
And one of them was a guy we all picked essentially to be in the top 5, Brandon Lemke. He's a SuperNationals KA100 winner. A couple issues, 1 good heat, 2 bad heats. Ends up not even making the cut. That's it for Lemke in 2024.
Again, it's a testament to this event. You have to be absolutely flawless from the day that you hit the racetrack first thing Wednesday on the beginning of the week. Now into situation Saturday, and for some drivers the situation, well, it's a little bit scarce in terms of their odds to get through to tomorrow, but here we are, 41 of them. The last session from the morning groups in terms of on-track activity, there'll be a short break in the action, but then it's really going to heat up with the dice roll once the results are made official for both the junior and senior KLCQs. Still though, we've got one in the books, one to go. Was a clean start in the juniors, Rob? Here we are for senior. Can we do it again?
Hand on the inside, Adams on the outside, Sauter and Rudolph on row number 2. The Lions in the mid-pack ready to come at him. Again, 10 laps, 6 drivers to transfer. Who goes to Super Sunday? Green, 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 and Hand clean off the line, down to the apex of turn number 1. Further back, oh, one driver's backwards into the corner. Who is that going around?
I think
Crivelli.
Crivelli on the Interim Tony Kart. Look at this big sideways moment there on the inside. Don't know if that might have been. Yeah, could have been. Yeah, Queenie there on the 909 Orsolone machine looked really out of shape. Big wide move for Ethan Lampe. He's got away well. There's a look at Oliver Hodgson. Didn't look like it was the best start for the Comp Kart man, but keep your eyes on him. As Rob mentioned, he's very fast. Could start moving his way up the chains here shortly.
Yeah, and Hodgson was actually right behind that driver going spinning around over there in turn number 1, so narrowly missing something where Hodgson's actually been either involved or collected in something almost all day.
Mikey started right behind me. You're exactly right on that as these drivers now working their way for the opening laps. Will come across the line with Hand as the leader. Truly Adams second. Sauter third. Welcome fourth. Rudolph fifth. Chris Martin Curley on the bubble sixth. Long way to go. O'Connor seventh. Lampe eighth. Queenie ninth. Friend where we got all the way down to Hodgson, lost 3 spots. He goes to 17th position. A lot of work to be done right now for Oliver Hodgson over the next 9 laps.
And you can see him, he's in that 991. He's actually back there amongst that entire group that was just going in there into turn number 7 now. And you can see it is argy-bargy as you would expect. Back here when it's called an LCQ, it is your last chance. And things are happening right now on course, heavy and hot.
Little bit of kisses of the barriers, but nothing too major quite yet. Don't want to speak too soon, though, because they're packed up. This will be 2 complete. Move to the inside for Luke Welcome. That was on Carson Sauter. Both drivers safely inside the top 6 right now. Again, driver on the bubble, Chris Martin in the karting collective Sodi, and only 2 car lengths ahead of Caden O'Connor's FDM Pontano.
Yeah, and we don't have any kind of a big breakaway right now either. There's a lot of guys that are there. You see the 4 drivers trying to stretch their way up front with Sauter at the tail of that front running quartet, but Rudolph is right there. There's our first kind of a break, guys. Looks like we got, 8 carts, you think, 9 in the front?
Yeah, and on the back of that train is Ethan Lampe, and I have to shake the memory a little bit. I can't remember if it was 21 or maybe it was last year, but I feel like Ethan Lampe might have won one of these LCQs in the recent memory. Ethan Lampe now in the conversation here in 8th place.
Yeah, so he's been in this spot before. He knows how to race his way in. Look at this close move. Caden O'Connor caught Chris Martin by surprise, and Lampe will get through as well. Connor out. And now, Connor in, Martin out, fighting for the lead though. Chase Hand and Truly Adams have now traded it twice in this lap alone. They are 8 deep and more on the way. Here comes Joey Friend on the CRG and a Queenie right there in 10th.
You might ask, why is that happening out front? But the reality is that when you have the entire group behind you, you can't really rest on your laurels either.
Yeah, you got to keep digging here. This isn't a breakaway that we talked about before like we saw in Junior where you have some room. Rudolph is going to make a move to try to get to the inside. Sauter right now, although a great over-under there further back. The nice move by the Forward Direction Motorsports driver to put that kart into P5.
Chris Martin going the wrong direction there. The 911 Martin now starting to slip outside this group. Oh, a problem right there. Who is that?
Joey Friend slams the outside wall at the end of the chicane. And the young man who was on open fender trying to raise the funds to get to Las Vegas is going to have a heartbreaking and a gut-wrenching end as he tagged the wall coming through that sector out of the triple right. But Rudolph goes back.
Yeah, for me, guys, look at this lead group now you have. You got a big gap back a little later on. Let's bring them across the line. Hand, Adams, Welcome, Connor, Lampe, Martin. That's your top 6 right now. Sauter runs 7th. Rudolph backing out to 8th. A Queenie 9th. And then it's 1.5 seconds back to Camden Remains. Hodgson in 14th right now.
Aiden Rudolph now starting to work his way back up. He was the driver who got sent about 4 to 5 spots back 1 lap ago right in this section. Just got put in a bad spot, but he kept his head on his shoulders. Now he's in 7th and first driver on the outside. Meanwhile, Oliver Hodgson on screen trying to check in on the progress. Was behind Brett Rivetta at the loop, still behind him right now, and in a group that's about 2 seconds, maybe 1.5 seconds back from the cut zone. But they are getting pretty racy back there, so here we are, the lead pack. Rudolph, first man out. Chris Martin right there on the Sodi, first man in. Ethan Lampe into the top 5, driving his way forward.
Lampe just went purple on that lap as well. Look at this move down to the inside for Caden O'Connor, trying to make that move by up front. A great run here for Chase Hand in the 922, hoping to see the action behind him. Thinking about a move to the inside as well for Luke Welcome. But again, the top drivers, they're starting to fight a little bit, at least on the, not Hand, but behind him. This could bring Rudolph and the other crew in. He needs them to fight up front.
And Rudolph is already starting to drop Carson Sauter and Aquini just a little bit. Flavio Aquini right there in the 9th spot went side by side with Sauter. He knew that they were running low on time as we're now in the second half of this race, and Sauter was starting to lose touch with the CRG pilot. But they have kind of spread back out evenly again, and as they go to the final turn, all one line, Mike.
Yeah, and you can see the long line there is actually the front 9. The gap is actually to 10th. That 10th spot being the last dice roll. That is Jackson Menchu. Menchu holding back, and there's a big moment right there. Guess what? That other girl, oh, Biggie, oh, it's a huge moment.
Couple of drivers hard into the barriers, one of them being, I believe, the ITEL car of Federico Aquini. He's off. Aquini, who was running in the 9th position, he gets cleared out in the exit turn number 1.
What in the world happened there? Chris Martin was in that group, and I don't know if Rudolph was looking to go by, but Martin now pulls behind the wall, and Rudolph ends up forward. So it looks like it all again started when Ethan Lampe tried to make a move for maybe 4th on Luke Welcome. Got sent a bit too deep. Truly Adams had to go all the way to the wall to avoid him. He's still in the safe zone, though, in 5th on that factory cart. But the big losers, Aquini out, and so is Chris Martin.
Press the reset button. Hand, O'Connor, Lampe, Rudolph, Welcome, Carson Sauter on the bubble. He's got 3/10 on Truly Adams. Hodgson now up into the top 10. 3 laps to go. Hodgson 10th. He'll be way in the back here. I don't think he's going to be close enough.
He's going to go to 9th. Gets by Brett Ravenna right behind this group. So this cut zone that we're following here, Rudolph on the CRG, he's 4th. Truly Adams outside looking in 7th now, and there is 9th and 10th. Oliver Hodgson just creeping his way up that leaderboard.
Plus 11 for Hodgson, plus 14 for the guy behind him, Brett Ravenna.
Running out of time, though, and one of the things I'm looking at is actually Adams just up the road was kind of looked like shaking up a little bit after what had happened in turn number 1. Not sure if they got a little bit of a shot either, but there's the little bit of a gap. We're centered on Adams now. Adams is 7th. He's 7th place. There's a little bit of a gap. It's almost an island of Adams right now.
That's the outside looking in right there as you see Carson Sauter in the GP machine. The transfer spot right now in front of him. Right there you see the 963 of Luke Welcome. Rudolph up into P4, but a significant gap back. Carson Sauter looking good right now. The white flag will be presented next time by. Sauter may get that last transfer spot.
Yeah, I think Truly Adams might have actually hit the wall. I thought he went right close to it. For sure, Mike, he got into the marbles, and that's hard. That'll take a lap or 2 to clean the tires off, but he still looks off pace. Would not be surprised if he just tweaked the axle on the right rear side, getting that high, wide, and handsome.
And it's Oliver Hodgson now who's caught to the back bumper of Truly Adams. Now Adams going to come under fire. You see that inside tire picking up. They're really trying to make things. Inside move. Hodgson is up to 7th, but he's going to be a little bit far away.
He had to go, though. He had to go. Now he's on. Now Sauter's going to make a move potentially here. Sauter doesn't need to do it if he can hold on to the spot, but he's trying to find a way by Luke Welcome. That's what Oliver Hodgson is hoping for.
He's looking up front, seeing side by side. He's like, yes, please.
Oh, no way there. Sauter just sold Luke Welcome a dummy. Luke was like, dude, we're both in. Let's go. And then he passed him. Right there, turn 5, and now Welcome. Is he going to go back on the inside? Luke Welcome now has the opportunity to play the smart move as the young guns, Menchu, Adams, going at it there, 7th and 8th and 9th behind, or 8th and 9th behind Hodgson.
And I always say, even with the runoff, you still have to be there P7 because if there's a tech issue or a weight issue, you get to come in. So 7th is key. Look at how close Hodgson is. He's going to have to throw it on the inside in the final corner. Hodgson P7. Is he close enough to send it? He is not. He's looking for an over-under coming out of the corner. Hodgson's going to come up just short at the line. Oh, does he?
Almost.
33 thousandths of a second at the line. Hand with the win. O'Connor 2nd. Lampe 3rd. Rudolph 4th. Sauter 5th. Luke Welcome in the show. Oliver Hodgson on the outside looking in. He's going to need a dice roll to get himself into Super Sunday.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Well, I will say at least, I don't know how, Oliver Hodgson he may not be known as the biggest partier around, but he's at least legal and able to play craps, unlike Truly Adams and Jackson Menchie. And I'll have to check. I'm not 100% if Brett Rivetta finds himself at 21 plus or not, but maybe Hodgson might have a little experience in that field too. We'll see.
Wow.
Is it going to be good enough to get in the money? He's going to have to hope that's it, or, again, anything happening in that top 6. However, this far back, it's probably going to be over.
TJ Cohen went from 42nd all the way up into 30th. So a good run for TJ, but not quite enough to get himself into Super Sunday. A couple other names, Franco Ravelli, we know the incident with him. He was able to continue on. John Burke didn't have it either. A number of drivers further back. Well, listen, we've got more interviews coming on pit lane right now because David Land standing by right now with Oliver Hodgson talking about that near miss of getting in to the Super Sunday main event.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't have been much closer, Ollie. I mean, just walk me through that final lap.
I was pushing as hard as I could to get into a position, but yeah, after we were stopped in turn 1, then on the used tires there, it was a big margin to make up.
I mean, it was pretty clear that, you know, at the beginning of the final lap, it didn't look like you'd have even a shot at it, but then it started to come to you. What was kind of the mindset on that last lap as you began to see that 6th position coming up on you?
Yeah, I knew it was possible if we got close enough into an overtaking zone, which would have been the last corner, so a little bit far back. So, yeah, I mean, at the end there, we would come quick because the rest of them had used the most of their new tires, and we were on the used, so it is what it is.
Oliver Hodgson, it's not quite over yet. The dice roll still to go, but disappointing weekend so far for Hodgson.
Again, like we said, it's not done. There is an opportunity with the dice roll still, but yeah, Oliver Hodgson, a guy I figured was going to be a major player in this category.
Well, and he already rolled the dice by not putting on new skins, right? So he felt fairly confident about being able to get up there and save the skins for the actual main event.
That's a really good point.
But let's see. Hey, you know what? If he came up snake eyes on the tire game, maybe he's still got a little bit of luck left for the other one.
Well, hopefully it's not going to be snake eyes. Highest roll wins it, and we'll talk about it on the other side, folks. The dice roll will be headed your way here. Besides that, the on-track activity takes a short break and then comes back towards the top of the hour with warm-ups for the afternoon groups. But again, for those of you watching along, keep it pinned right here. PM group warm-up sessions, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Again, that's kind of top of the hour. Officially, that's where it's showing at a 50-minute delta from here to there. And somewhere in the mix, probably close to about 15 minutes from now, maybe 10. We'll get through the basics of tech, scales, start rolling the dice for KA Junior. So that's got to go through the protest period as well, if there's any penalties, the like. But it's warm-up, Heat 3, LCQs again. And yeah, a hardworking crew for us at SuperKarts USA. We're going to give them a chance to get some lunch, so we'll be right back.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh? Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a four-time SuperNationals champion, Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice.
Hey guys, we're not getting any audio from Henry's third mic.
27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Yusuf Kazanski, and I'm Master.
Okay.
Today we're going to talk about
do you hear me?
MIR racing suits. The reason why I love
do we hear?
MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable. You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
One, two, test, 1, 2, testing.
Test. For 2 of our classes, but there's 1 spot left to fill. And a new tradition we started last year is the tradition of the dice roll. And here's the quick and dirty of the dice roll. We have brought the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th place finishers in their respective LCQs. They'll each roll a pair of SKUSA branded dice. Now, the highest score of those 4 will win. Now, it's important to note that we're going to roll from backwards to forward. So the 10th place will go first, 7th place will go last. If you happen to roll doubles, and this is a new rule for this year, let's say you roll 2 3s, you will have an option to re-roll if you choose to do. And you can do that anytime you roll doubles. Now, strategically, if you roll 2 5s, you probably don't want to re-roll. But there is the potentiality, however unlikely, if there is a tie and 2 drivers have the same score, you will still be able to re-roll in that re-roll if you roll doubles. So it can get very, very complicated very, very quickly. But the simple fact is, we're here in Vegas, and luck means a lot. And we're about to find out who the final spot on Super Sunday is going to go to. And to do the honors of calling this roll-off here at SuperNationals, we've got 2 of the best yappers in the business. So I'll send it over to Caleb Viesca and Henry Burdett.
Thank you, David. Here we go. I got to say, Caleb, possibly one of the highlights of my career so far. You can cut the tension. Rusty pole here. Our juniors are going first. Firstly, let's talk tactics, rolling tactics. What are we thinking?
Well, I'll tell you what, Henry. I actually rolled the dice a little earlier today. I usually put them both in my hands and blow on it a little bit, and then I just throw them out there, and usually it rolls 6s. So I think that's my thing, and the blow's just for that extra, good look, that extra little bit of oomph to get it out there. So that's going to be my strategy going into it, but just having a good, nice, I guess, momentum in the swing is going to be important here in this one.
We got to give it a good blow. Blow is good, and then technique is good, wrist action is good.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. Let's try and start off then with our KA Junior. First up, Mr. Nathan Golseth. Step to the side. 10th in juniors.
Yeah.
We've got Jackson Gibson, Max Wyland. We'll have a bit of a support. Now it's got to go all the way across. Go all the way across. Here we go. First roll.
Ooh, 7.
Okay, Nathan. Right, it's
bad.
not a double. Not a double. Love a bit of televised gambling for the
you
kids. Love a bit of televised gambling for the kids.
I tell you what here, Henry. Last year we saw some low rolls as well,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we could be seeing the same thing as well in this dice roll. So it's not quite over yet for Nate.
It's not.
We still got a lot more coming up.
Now, stepping forward up to the craps table, finishing in 9th place, Mr. Jackson Gibson. Okay, Gibson there. No nonsense. No nonsense. Went straight for the dice. Man's got a face on him like he means business. Looks like an assassin. He's so intense. Oh, it's a 7. A tie.
Wow. So this now means that if nobody else can roll higher than a 7, then Jackson Gibson and Nate Golseth are going to go to a re-roll tiebreaker.
Nate Golseth is looking nervous. Jackson Gibson looking focused. Forward. Now, in Las Vegas, everyone loves a good magic show when it comes to Vegas. Now, can the magic kart driver, Max Wyland, produce anything? Straight
Higher than
in,
a 7
happy,
here.
smiling face. Here we go. Oh, one per hand, Caleb. One per hand.
That's something we haven't seen yet.
Interesting tactic. Here we go then. And the crowd go.
7.
7.
What?
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. This is the craziest thing we've ever seen when it comes down to the dice roll. A 3-way tie so far. So it's all on the hands here of Juan Jose Paramo to break the tie. He needs to roll higher than a 7 here, Henry.
Here we go. P7. First driver to miss out. Oh, he's giving it the lucky blow. He's giving it the lucky blow.
6.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
So Juan Jo's out.
So, sadly, Jose Paramo is not going through, but means we got a 3-way tie.
This is outrageous. This is
3-way
crazy.
tie. Here we go then.
Nate, you got to re-roll, man.
Okay, we're all going to re-roll. So Nathan Golseth. Re-rolls first. Nate, get your tools. He's going to go over. Oh, he dropped the dice. Is that bad luck? Here we go. Breathe. The blow is there.
Here we go, Nate. A 4.
Oh,
No,
no,
whoa. So, like David explained, if you throw a pair, you can re-roll, but you have to decide now if you want to re-roll. He's going for it. So there's a re-roll here.
Baby.
Nate Golset's all in.
He's thinking about it, thinking, please, I wish my mechanic bolted my cart together properly. It's
an 8. An 8. So far, the highest number we've seen in this dice roll. This is, man, I'm kind of nervous here, Henry. I don't know how you're feeling.
I mean, I smell something. I know. Is it Jackson? Jackson Gibson does Jackson Gibson, cool, calm, and collected. And he's going to go in. He's got an 8 to beat.
6.
It's a 6. Oh, Jackson Gibson, sadly. Golseth, Nate Golseth, the magician.
Max Weiland.
Here we go, Nate. Here we go. This is televised children's gambling, everybody.
Here we go for Max Weiland, and he's in. That's a 10 for Max Weiland. Max Weiland's going to be into the main event later on today. He beats Nate Golseth. Unfortunate here, but Max, congrats. You're going to go over there with David. David, I'll give you the honors here.
Max, that was I'll tell you what. When I heard the rules explained, I was not expecting that we were going to see 3 people tie and have to go into a roll-off. So how does it feel to be racing on Super Sunday under these circumstances?
Holy moly! I feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm so excited. I'm ready to pass a lot of drivers in the final, but thank you. I prayed before this, saying, "Please, Lord, please let me in."
And he heard you. He heard you. Now, you're going to be starting from pretty far back in the field. What's the workload going to be like tomorrow?
Well, I remember last year Chase Scalia went from 39th to 5th, I believe. So I'll give him my all, try to do that.
He's looking for a podium, and he's the best of the dice rollers so far. And I believe we have one more class to go, boys. So back over to the professional yappers.
Indeed. So we have one more class getting set to go. Your KA seniors are going to be the first ones to roll the dice here. That was quite a wild one that we saw there, Henry. And, I mean, we're excited for the second half. Hopefully it's just as exciting.
Yeah, some of these are actually old enough to legally gamble as well. So, rolling off for KA Senior will be Brett Rivetta, Jackson Menchu, Truly Adams, and Oliver Hodgson. Now, Oliver finished 7th, so he goes last. Have we learned anything at all, Truly? Have we learned anything at all from what we've seen? Or just how to roll dice?
You need good luck.
You need good luck. Everyone needs good luck.
That's always, I guess, a good way to put it.
So, firstly, Brett Rivetta will come. Brett Rivetta comes in. He's got the best mustache. He's got the best Movember mustache. Will that be key, Caleb? He looks to the sky. He doesn't stroke the mustache. No, he doesn't stroke the mustache.
I see a 3 and a 6, so that's a 9 here.
Solid
9 for
start.
Brett Rivetta. What a start here for the RPG.
Okay, now we move forward. Jackson Menchu comes in. No mustache to stroke. He can pick up he's going to pick up his dice.
We'll see how Jackson does. He's seen already 5 dice rolls, maybe even more than that with the re-rolls, but here we go, getting ready. I see a 2 and a 6, so that's not going to be enough.
It's an 8. Brett Rivetta is still there. We could have a mustache in the final. Truly Adams. Truly, madly, deeply. Truly Adams. Here we go. He says he needs luck. No messing. No messing. Straight in.
Here we go. A 6 and a 7. Not enough for Truly Adams.
A nice wrist flick there. Haven't seen
good.
that yet. Now, Oliver Hodgson from Kings Lynn in Norfolk. Straight in there. Straight in.
And
it's
that's
a 9.
So we have a tie.
Another tie. Okay, wow. Okay. So Brett Rivetta and 2013 Rotax Grand Finals champion Oliver Hodgson. Oh, Rivetta goes back. Will he stroke the mustache?
I don't think so here. He's
we're
looking up to the heavens, getting set to roll. It's out.
It's
5.
a 5. Okay. Hodgson,
So
he's got his poker face
hands.
on. He's got his poker face on. Not giving anything away is the Englishman. And he comes in.
Oliver Hodgson makes it into the main event.
So, multiple British karting champion Oliver Hodgson will roll off last, but he will roll off on Super Sunday. David Land is probably going to speak for the most relieved Englishman here.
Yeah, no, Oliver Hodgson, that was a great roll that we had there. Brett Rivetta, unfortunately, is going to be out. Jackson Menchu is going to be out as well, but I'll send it over to Dave. He's standing by with Oliver Hodgson.
My goodness, it's never very easy for you here. You won the LCQ last year to get in this thing, and now you had to roll some dice. You rolled the dice on that last corner there in the LCQ. You really probably should have gotten in, and it seems Lady Luck agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like going down the grades of things we can win. Like, won the LCQ last year with a fast car, and then we didn't even get in the LCQ, but we got in with a dice roll. But I mainly just feel bad for the team because that kart was, really a pole position kart, and I made the mistake in qualifying. The analogy I used was if I was a fighter pilot on that day, I would have died. So proud of how quick the equipment is. So sorry for the other guys who didn't make that on the dice roll, but I'll make it count. I got a fast kart. We'll make lots of spots up here and make an interesting final to watch.
And what would you think, given your circumstance and going into Sunday, kind of with a fresh start, what kind of a result would make it up to the crew?
I think for the crew, they're experienced enough that there's nothing like winning it. So I think, for it to be good for them, probably all the way to a podium. We made it to 11 last year from the back, so see if we can do better this time.
I'll tell you what, luck's on his side. I wouldn't count out Oliver Hodgson. There's no doubt about it. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'm
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt. If you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Not so tough, but minds keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch mine, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Yusuf Kazanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable. You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
I'm Jordan Lennox. I'm from the UK, Cambridgeshire, and I'm here with PSL North America to race the 27th SuperNats. It was definitely through my father. He was having a play with karts, when he was in his 40s. Definitely a hobby for him, and just running around the track, playing around, watching the races. I was addicted from a young age. So once he got me out in a parking lot when I was 7, that was it. I always had a great experience racing in America, even though it was quite a while ago. It was really good to come out here with a more kind of fun, like great rivalry between like the American drivers back then. Like had a great relationship with Askew, Kirkwood. We had a real good time. A lot of coming together, but it was a lot of fun. Nothing to compare, really. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many people. The fact that you can come back and repeat every year, is great.
You won this race in 2014 in S1. What was it like crossing the finish line in that?
It couldn't come sooner, that's for sure. It was great when you see the atmosphere of all the people watching. You don't get that back in Europe. You could almost compare it to a football game with the cheering and the amount of people watching. It's definitely something unique. Trying to get into racing, I guess. There's many names. I hope I have competition that I can keep up with those guys. It's definitely been a while, so the competition yet teammates will be Hildebrand, Vigano, Bertuca, Senna's here, Gary Colton's drivers, Wick and Gulick. I've been following them guys. They've been super quick, so whoever's at the front, I'll be happy to keep up if I can. Steer clear from the barriers. Don't play your cards too early, for sure. It's a long week. The track develops, it changes. You almost do want to be patient a little bit in times, making sure in those 7-minute sessions you're getting the most out of it in terms of understanding maybe things you're trying and not just about being at the top of the timesheet.
It's been a minute since you've been behind the wheel at this race. When's the last time you were behind the wheel in general? Do you get behind the wheel a lot?
Well, recently I tried to do as much as I can, which was nowhere near enough, because super busy back home with the team. I've probably done 8 days in total, so it's enough to kind of get the muscle memory working again. I've been trying to train a little bit at home, but yeah, it's been since my last race was 2016.
So what brought you back? What fired you back up to come back?
A couple of years. It's been like an itch that I've been trying to get to, but finally managed to work out timing and stuff to have time to do it and get a little bit of training in. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, such a fantastic interview with Jordan Lennox, and that has sent us in to an afternoon of racing. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Situation Saturday. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, to the Kart Chaser booth. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, as I have been throughout the last number of days. We've got Super Sunday still ahead of us, but indeed it is Situation Saturday. We had a fantastic start to the day with the third round of heat races for the morning categories, KA100 Senior and Junior, Master, Shifter, and Micro Swift. Well, we also had, of course, our last chance qualifiers. We had our first roll-off with a couple of drivers getting themselves back into the show. Max Weiland and Oliver Hodgson rolling their way into Super Sunday. And now we are set to go, as we said, rolling through morning warm-ups, we'll call them. Let's say afternoon warm-ups, if you will, right? The warm-up sessions before we go into the third round of heats for KA100 Master, Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter. Henry, let's come to you. You were part of the roll-off. That was pretty fun. I don't know how the heck we could have 3 people going with 7s at the start. That was ridiculous. But in the end, pretty much a wild finish for the guys that actually get to go to Super Sunday still.
Expect the unexpected in Las Vegas. Oliver Hodgson, again, who would have thought?
Yeah.
At the start of this week, guys, you thought, right, who's going to be doing the roll-off? Oh, is it going to be 4 multiple national karting champion, multiple international race winner, Rotax Grand Finals winner, Oliver Hodgson? No, it wasn't. Finished 7th, but I mean, I was watching his LCQ. He completed lap 1 in 21st place. You know, and he said, I'm going to, you know, save the new set of tyres. That was the gamble. He didn't go on new boots. And
looks pretty smart now, doesn't it?
It looks all through the roll of a dice. And Max Wiley, we can't forget, you know, for Team Magic, like I said, it's Vegas. Everyone loves a magic show in Las Vegas, and we got one.
Mike Smith, let's go in it for another afternoon of racing here. Again, the drivers onto the racetrack here. Morning warm-up, as we know, afternoon warm-up, if you will, getting things going. Their first time to get on the track. For some of them, those drivers that have been doing double duty have already been on the racetrack for quite a bit. But, of course, the Mini Swift drivers will not have done that. They're their first time to the track for the day. I think overall, if we look back in the morning, pretty much everything we would have hoped for.
No, exactly. It's a continuation of yesterday's pair of heat races. Got the heat race number 3 done and dusted in the books. And as you say, LCQs and exciting stuff. We had a bit of a contrast between our junior and our senior LCQs.
Yes, we did.
The juniors very composed and very mild, if you will, as far as an LCQ goes, and then exactly what you would expect in the other LCQ, really getting after. But no, it's exciting stuff. We've already got a couple of these warm-ups done here for the afternoon as we move on to X30s.
We did, as you said, we've already got a couple already, well, one done already, KA100 Master, right? We've got that rocking and rolling. I will say this right now, 4 grids are set for Super Sunday. All the morning categories locked and loaded. Those drivers know who that they're going into Super Sunday. Those that didn't will see their SuperNationals journey for 2024 ended. They'll look forward to 2025. Again, as you said, drivers on the racetrack working our way through our morning warm-up sessions. Henry, all told, what were your thoughts on the morning?
I thought, again, very, in parts, extremely good. There were some aspects of some of the LCQs that showed there are the reasons why drivers were an LCQ.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in the top 6, don't try and pass each other because you end up, you know, Trudy Adams, he was there. And then 2 other drivers went for moves they shouldn't have gone for. And Trudy was the one on the outside that just, he snuck through.
Yeah.
That cost him, and eventually he doesn't make the main event through no fault of his own. We're going to be heading towards the, you know, the pro classes. We're watching Junior X30 now, and you know we're not going to see those type of antics in the LCQs this afternoon. I don't think. Certainly not for the top 6 positions.
Yeah, I would think of the drivers in the pro categories maybe handle it a little bit differently, not quite as frantic, I think, at some point. They'll make passes with purpose, right? I mean, some may be high percentage, some may be low percentage, but they're going to make passes with purpose and work their way forward.
Yeah, and what I was watching from the scale line, watching those 2 LCQs. Really interesting to see the difference in attitudes of expectations. So the Junior LCQ, Junior KA100 Junior, I forget the name of the driver that qualified last for that. Was it Cole Johnson, Craig Cam Johnson? No.
On the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
But anyway, as you mentioned, he was the last driver in. Now, there were a bunch of drivers that didn't even make the LCQ. And there he is, he starts last. And he finished 31st. And his dad was high-fiving him. He was happy. You know, he knows his SuperNationals is over. But he's happy with 31st in the LCQ. Do you know why? Because he gained 10 places. His last race he gained ground.
Yeah, it was a positive, net positive.
And then Autumn Fisher, you know, in the senior one, she was devastated that she didn't make it. But I had to remind her that I saw Autumn starting out her karting career about a year ago.
Yep.
And she was last. And she didn't have much company in last place because she was quite a ways back. You fast forward, and I said to her, fast forward 1 year. There were 20 drivers that didn't make the LCQ. You did. And when you were out there, you weren't last at LCQ. You were, so look at the progress. And she sort of went, okay, I see what you mean. Everything's relative in this sport. You know, and again, she was disappointed not to make the main event. But when you look back and think, well, this is where you were last year, you would have been one of those 20 drivers that didn't make LCQ. You not only made it, you made it with plenty of room to spare, and you raced in it and we're in the midfield pack.
Yeah, that's it, right? That's the progression of these drivers.
Yeah.
Is, when you come to the SuperNats for the first time, it's such a daunting experience. You always want to come back knowing what you've known from the years before, because it's just so much different. It's such a big event to take part in. Mike, you've raced this before. You think about the contrast of your first and second times being part of it. When you're here for the first time, everything's so new. I've come to all 27 of these, but the year I raced, it was such a different experience for me.
You also go and you have a different expectation too every single time. We were talking about it before. You have some drivers that come with the foundation of, like we were talking about Massimino, right?
Yeah.
Expects to be at the front, right? He's one of those top-level drivers that expects to be at the front every single time he goes to the racetrack. Versus someone here for their first time, maybe second time, maybe our regional driver. They aren't running the national tour or whatever. Your expectations are, for lack of a better term, lower than the others. And so we all have our different levels. And the very first time you come here, no matter what your expectation, it is a sight to behold, and it's definitely filled with a different kind of vibe you can't even really describe.
Sorry, Robert. You talk about the drivers that are the regional drivers. Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s parents were speaking to Brittany, she's running VIP, but she runs the Texas Sprint Series.
Yeah.
And they were double checking, are we in? Are you sure we're in? Because they're the regional SKUSA champion.
Guaranteed Super Sunday starting spot.
And I love that. You have champions provisionals for the Super Bowl of karting, which I think is fantastic. And they were double checking, saying, okay, well, we're not going to go in LCQ. We're going to save our tyres. We didn't need to go out this morning. That type of the elation and the desolation. I did notice Donovan Bonilla walking past with ice on his hands.
All right.
He has, in that insert with Oliver Calvo earlier on, he's dinged his shoulder.
Okay.
And he's managed to remove the skin of all four of his knuckles.
Ouch.
That's going to be from the fairing. The fairing coming down and getting him with his hands on the wheel. Yeah.
Yes. So
Session ending here, guys. Let me just wrap it up here. Session ending here. Diego Ardiles with the quickest lap time here. X30 Junior, as we had said, out for their warm-up. Diego Ardiles. Sarah Bradley actually with a pretty good run there. Coming up into the second spot. Krita Holoff, Jackson Wolney, and Sebastian Garzone into the top five. Wolney and Bradley, two drivers who struggled a little bit throughout the weekend, but find themselves with some pretty decent speed here in the warm-up. Maybe that bodes well for a good third heat race for all three of those drivers.
Yes, indeed. As you're looking as the mechanics and teams and drivers grandstands clear, sitting down there just with his father Ricky, that's Tom Grice, former X30 Masters SuperNats winner. His dad Ricky, with the blue and the white gilet on. Good to see the Grices. Grice supplies lots of waft to lots of drivers, very potent waft, as in he builds good engines.
There you go. So working our way through this, as we had said before, the warm-up sessions for the day. Time to get the pro drivers out here. You're going to see two different groups, and Mike and I talked about earlier in the day. These are still the qualifying groups, Mike, that we had before. So they will be a slower group and a faster group. They don't get re-racked or reshuffled. So we'll have our qualifying groups back out here for the practice sessions. Pro X30 qualifying 2, Pro X30 qualifying 1. Then we'll move into the Pro Shifter categories. So 4 more warm-up sessions still to go. And then we get at it with the third heat race for KA100 Master to see whether or not Ben Cooper can keep this momentum rolling into Super Sunday.
Now, looking at the number 90 car there, Justin Music, the Arcane Motorsport driver. There he is, hand in the air. That's not great.
Is he just driving around because there's something wrong, or does he just want to get to the back of the pack and get out of the way of everybody right now?
You'd hope to think that it was the latter. A quick update. We're going to see Pierce Jaso out in this session. Caught up with Pierce. He was a driver that was ejected from his go-karts during the first wet weather heat late yesterday evening. He has grown a third kneecap, has Pierce. But he's limping. Yes. I did catch up with his mum Lauren as well. I was like, what's a karting mum's worst nightmare? Where you're in the dark, you can't really see many of the drivers, and then suddenly there's a go-kart flying through the air, and a driver flying the other way through a barrier, and then you realise, oh, that's my driver, that's my son. But mum's okay, driver is okay. And this is this is Pierce's first anniversary of karting.
Wow.
He started karting in November 2023.
And jumping into the deep end of the pool.
Jumping into the deep end of the pool. So again, for Pierce, somebody, yes, he's towards the back, but how much is he progressing going up against the Pro X30 field week after week after week?
Sure enough. Again, the first group on the track right now for the drivers in the Pro X30 category, getting the opportunity to kind of shake out the cobwebs. A number of these drivers, however, though, as we know, ran in the KA100 Senior class as well. Joe Turney being one of them, Paulie Massimino, of course, in that class as well. So double duty for a number of drivers in both of our 100cc senior categories. So they've already been on the racetrack. So really, this might maybe even be a little bit more of a setup session for these guys, as opposed to just kind of, again, clearing up the cobwebs, like I used to say. The fact that the temperature's about as hot as it's going to be on the weekend here, or on the day rather, they can get out there and use a 7-minute session to really dial the chassis in again.
Exactly that, and you have a scenario where, again, it's mixed up, right? The what group you're in. So some of the drivers that you're surrounded by may or may not be the ones you're racing with at the sharp end when we get going with that final heat race. But yeah, it could be trying to find a little bit more, because this afternoon group has actually had probably the biggest swing in conditions than anybody else. Remember, one of the heat races yesterday was in fairly decent conditions. The other one, not so much.
Exactly.
And so everything's been a little bit of a curveball for our afternoon categories, and our pros here have definitely, the last time they went on course, they may have even been in the slick stuff. So they might want to re-hit the reset button,
Yeah,
like
I was
you said.
good to say. So there's a good point, right? You went from that first heat race, you ran one in the slick, and now you almost get a chance to reset here. Yeah, okay, we're really happy with the baseline, or maybe we need to make a couple of changes because the way the track has changed a bit over the way it was yesterday. So this is a really beneficial session, maybe more than some of the other categories.
A question. So the drivers that went out in the first heat, as in Heat 2. So Heat 2, you had the first part of Heat 2 and the second part of Heat 2. The first part, the drivers of the first group of Heat 2, they had the drier conditions.
Indeed.
The drivers who went out in the last heat, they had the wetter conditions, and the race was red flagged. Will that mean that their tyres are in much better shape? Will it make that much of a difference? I'm just asking you the question.
Well, potentially.
Could it?
But we did talk about a little bit the fact that these tires last quite a while, right? We're really looking at around 35 laps that they'll put on this set of race tires to the 3 heat races.
Yep.
I don't know, Mike, what are your thoughts on that? You're the driver analyst. What do you think? Is the fact that they didn't burn them up as much when we did get that little bit of wet weather, would that give them a little bit more here?
Yeah, I mean, to say it doesn't do anything, I think would be incorrect. The question really is, does it do enough to talk to?
Is it negligible, right?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, they had 5 less laps. And really, guys, we only had like 1.5 laps of actual wet, if you will, right? So, yeah, I really wouldn't consider the 5 or so lap difference being enough, because the grid gets mixed up, right, after, or for today. So you'll have some people who are in that session, some people who weren't.
Yeah.
I don't think the 5 laps is going to make too much of a difference.
Oh, that's fair. I thought it might be a talking point. It turns out it was a moot point.
It's a matter of fact that some people have less. The one thing I'll bring up, too, I was thinking of some people who have had bad session after bad session. They've got more rubber on theirs, but the flip side of that, too, Henry, is the fact that they're starting further back at the end of the day. So whether you have more or less rubber on, you have to look at your starting position as kind of the bigger defining moment.
One driver into the wall in 11.
I watched it happen off screen, and I wonder if we can get our cameras on turn 11 and see it. And I watched exactly how it went down, and I think it's one of those scenarios where this warm-up session is a different session for everybody, and that was Diego Ramos to the inside of one of the forward direction drivers. I want to say maybe Archer Eversman. I'm not positive that was him. I didn't see the number. I do see the suit.
Yeah, now looking at that, that looks like a Franklin Motorsport logo.
I think that's the forward direction motorsport.
Oh, forward direction motorsport.
FDM.
Yeah, I knew it began with F.
Yeah, you can tell by the kart coming across too with the Pantano. You can see that steering wheel pretty bright.
And that's the 99 Eversman. Yeah. So I watched him go down to the corner. Diego goes to the inside of him. Everson either didn't give it up or whatever, and ends up in the marbles and in the barriers. And that's the exact opposite what you should be doing during warm-up.
And what did we talk about yesterday?
Man.
The mechanic will not be tuning, they'll be repairing.
Yeah, you're a fixer instead of a tuner.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Archer will be saying to Diego, why are you trying to pass me? It's warm-up. Diego will be saying to Archer, why are you staying alongside me? Let me go.
Yeah,
I'm quicker. It's warm-up. They'll both be saying the exact same thing. It's warm-up, but they will have a difference of opinion on what should have or shouldn't have happened.
So the checker flag being thrown at start-finish to finish this one here off. Diego Ramos does go to the top of the charts as we watch Ryan Norberg getting set to roll, former SuperNationals race winner. Ramos does go quickest with a 50.130. Jaden Thien ends up in the second spot. Matias Fernandez, Blake Nash, Eli War in your top 5. So there you have it. Pro X30, first of 2 groups, already on the racetrack. And again, we talked about Joe Turney, this guy here, Ryan Norberg. A whole host of drivers getting set to go on track for their warm-up session when we get back after this break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Welcome back to Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals here on Kart Chaser. It is situation Saturday, a little bit of cloud cover. Mixed clouds, I guess, sun and clouds, 58 degrees here trackside. If you're in the sun, it feels nice. If you're out of it and in the wind and the shade, a little chillier. You can see down there, jackets are still the order of the day for everyone on pit lane. Working our way through our set of warm-up sessions for the afternoon categories here. We've got one more Pro X30 category to come outside for their session here. This will be the faster drivers from Q1, and then we'll indeed from there move to the point where we will have the drivers in the Pro Shifter category.
Yeah, exactly. We got the X30 is going to roll off one more time. And again, this is the second half of two. And again, we've had a few different scenarios here in the afternoon, which is different tires, different scenarios. You've got the blue tire for the Ivinco, a little bit of the harder compound that we'll see on our KAs from the morning, as well as our cadet drivers, etc., and even our junior X30s. A little bit of a different piece of rubber on our pro drivers, though, Rob.
Well, you talk about it a lot of times when you're at a major motorsports event, right? Where one series will be on one rubber, one series will be on the other rubber. The different, whether it's Firestone or Continental or whatever tire, Hankook, whatever they're going to be on. That's a different situation, right? These guys here, when they roll out after the X30 Juniors, that's that different compound. Got some insight that, man, that could be a big thing for being slippery early on in the session.
Yeah, Diego Ramos actually having a conversation with Alexander Searle down there at Scales, saying that actually he feels that it's a little bit slipperier for them when they follow the blue tire, and so he does feel the second session is to be the better session, the quicker session. Interestingly enough, too, he's got out of the Q2 group essentially in qualifying, but still, quote, stuck in it via this deal. So maybe a small disadvantage in trying to work on the setup there, just dating all the way back to the qualifying program.
Just looking at the state of play here. Now, when we arrived here this morning, and by we, I mean I, because I'm ever the professional, I know, but I mean, so we arrived here at Kart Chaser, we got to the track at 6:05 this morning. And we were ferrying people and bodies and breakfasts back and forth from the paddock area to turn to our broadcast compound. And there was literally nobody in the paddock. There were security guards and us. And Ryan Norberg.
Interesting.
Walking up and down parts of the track. Why would Ryan Norberg, okay, he's driver coaching other drivers, but he was here at 6 a.m. this morning. And now looking at what the time now? It's 1:45, and he's out there. That's the difference between the very, very best and everybody else. What can you learn?
I love it.
Well, Ryan thought you could learn something by being here that early.
There's a book by Mark Donohue, the famous Mark Donohue, called The Unfair Advantage.
I have it. It's great.
If you read this book, it talks a lot about it's from his words, obviously. It's all about his career, what the things he did that for who he worked with, whatever organization, the things he did that he believed was his unfair advantage. It's a fantastic book, obviously, to read, is it not? And that's it. It's doing that extra thing, or the thing that nobody else is doing. At this level, the pointy end, it only takes that 0.1% better. And that's what puts you forward, makes you a 7-time race series champion.
And
right?
you guys mentioned it about RPG and how everything was laid out, etc. Again, how championships are won, not just at the track, but back at the garage or back at the shop. And it's not dissimilar to what you do as a driver, right? Sure, you got to make things happen on race weekend, but what you do in between and what you do at race weekend, that is the total package. Sure, it's what you do behind the wheel, but did you walk the track? Did you see how things change? Did you take a little bit more time on the data, whatever it might be, even if you're Ryan Norberg and you have that much experience?
That's it. Did you go over every piece of your car with a fine-tooth comb? Did you just make sure there was no issues that could trip you up?
Even if you're Ben Cooper and you're basically the one everyone's chasing in Masters, do you want them to catch you? Do you want to retain that lead? Keep beating them by 1 second's one thing. Beating them by 10, you can always go a little bit more.
And Henry, that a guy like Ben Cooper's always making a little bit of a change.
Yes.
He's never standing on his laurels.
Yeah, proper preparation prevents poor performance. The P was another word which I'm not allowed to say. But again, we were discussing it about the 25-lap finals. It could come down to who makes the fewest mistakes.
Yeah.
Especially in Shifter. A great driver can do 25 laps in a shifter kart around here and maybe miss 2 or 3 apexes. The very best drivers can do 25 laps and miss none or one apex, and that be the difference.
Well, and not only that, just to add to that point, it's how you drive those 25 laps, right? So if you are trying to work your way through the field, or maybe you're driving out to a big lead, you overheat the tires, you burn things up a little bit too much, and then at that point, the thing's starting to go backwards while everybody else took their time and is getting there a little bit slower.
There was a time that maybe those of you don't know, but Gary Carlton was one of the best shifter kart drivers in the country. As a domestic driver, went overseas, as we know. Gary, you talk about how you approach a race. Gary would have the way he would win races. I called so many of them. launch off the start, bolt away from everybody, get about a 1.5 second lead, and he would plateau off right there.
Yep.
It would be 1.5 for the rest of the race. Maybe he would eke out a tenth of a second here, but he would go onto this groove where he would knock out the laps that he knew he could stay in front, take care of the equipment, don't burn up the tires, and he would win by 2 seconds. So many times. And it was the cold tire prowess he had, being able to get the most out of the tires, and then from that point, held station. It was amazing to watch.
We used to joke around, I think I said it earlier about vettling it, right? It was back in the day with the DRS, get outside the DRS. Same thing, like if you get out to a little bit of a lead and you can just run there and run there comfortably, everyone else has to drive harder to catch you. And then what they might do is not play nice, maybe get in some action, and then you just made it a little bit easier on
and
yourself.
And you always know that you have a little bit in reserve if you need it,
exactly that.
You know, you only want to really go and perform to your absolute maximum in the final on Super Sunday. You know, because if you go and perform your absolute maximum in heat number 1, you've shown the competition your hand, and number 2, you can't improve. Everyone else, you might, if you win the first race by 10 seconds, but then you don't keep adjusting or you can't keep adjusting, then everybody else is going to close in. Luck also plays a part, and you're looking at a driver there on screen that has already had his fair share of luck, bad in qualifying for KA100 Senior, although he takes the blame for it, and then good luck in the dice roll after LCQ. That's Oliver Hodgson. I'm sure he's forgotten about a dice roll now, but hey, when you're in Vegas, sometimes your hands are hot, sometimes your hands are cold.
That's right.
He's got hot hands at the moment. And there is Ryan Norberg. Have we seen the best out of Ryan Norberg yet this week? Absolutely not.
No, lots more still to come this day. The cream rises to the top when challenged on Super Sunday. We'll see how it all plays out tomorrow. Checker flag at the finish line right now from Aaron Likens to end this session for the drivers here in the Pro X30 category. The quick group from qualifying: Joe Turney, Matthew Higgins, Hayden Jones, Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, your current top 5. We may see a little more pace out of a couple of the drivers when they come through. Norberg going to throw it to the inside there on the 77.
And how have we not talked about Hayden Jones?
Because he's been kind of under the radar the entire time. He hasn't been up front. He's been kind of, I would say, 7th to 12th kind of a thing, but you never know.
But he's running the number 2 plates, which means second at this year's SKUSA Pro Tour. It was one of those things remarkable how, I mean, there's
should they start somewhere near the front.
And it continues after that, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure,
it's a pro X30, right? These are the badasses of the single speed category here in the United States and beyond.
Just for those of you tuning into it right now, we're going to be moving into the Pro Shifter category, but just to kind of give you a heads up of what's happening tomorrow. 8 o'clock warm up on Super Sunday, and then we'll have our opening ceremonies rolling at about 9:45. Main event starting at 10:45 with KA100 Jr. So I'm being told that we've got our pit lane reporting crew getting to work trying to get a hold of Austin Garrison. That's going to be queued up in a bit while the Pro Shifter Q2, the second group from qualifying, rolls out for what will be their 7-minute session. Again, we're just, I want to say probably about 20 minutes away from our first wheel-to-wheel action of the day here in the afternoon. KA100 Master on track for their heat race number 3. And indeed, I think it looks like we're potentially ready to go. Let's set it down to pit lane right now. They're going to have a chance to talk with Austin Garrison.
Austin Garrison. And Austin, you've been fast all week. This is a race that got away from you last year. What are your thoughts as you go into the final heats of today?
You for sure just want to salvage a top 5 finish. What would be nice to have a really good starting spot for tomorrow. Hopefully, going to tomorrow's main event, that it's not as chaotic as it was last year. There's a lot of battling and blocking going on that kind of ruin other people's races and a chance to win. But you just got to finish the rest in the top 5 at the last heat race, and put your head down and see what's going to happen on Sunday.
All right, Austin Garrison's got to go to scales. Henry, you're wearing shorts right now. Don't complain about my pants. Come on, man.
Yes, David, but my shorts are not olive-coloured. That's all.
Olive pants and shorts. That's what we're dealing with right now, Mike. This is our discussion right now.
Those of you at home and you'd like to look at the little the go-karts going around the track, I will stay with you with Rob. We will stay focused.
That's it.
Shifter kart racing on course right now, boys.
Yeah, pro shifter, the second qualifying group, the slower group in qualifying. But again, a lot of drivers were able to work their way out of this group in that middle kind of transition during the qualifying run. Very challenging yesterday afternoon for these guys. That was, to me, again, we talked about it, David Cole and I did coming in this morning, of just how impressive that was with the situation at hand, with the rain falling, running on slick tires on a parking lot surface. The rain kind of started to stop a little bit, but just the way that they were able to handle those changing conditions, straight it forward on the slicks. Drivers telling us it was some of the best time, just the absolute most fun they had. Just for me to be able to watch them push as hard as they did. At one time, Mike, from 6 seconds off to 2 seconds off by the end of the session, amazing.
Yeah, it was actually really cool to watch. And as a driver, if you get a chance to dip into the old bag of tricks every once in a while, like, again, I keep talking about Hilbrand using the cushion, if you will, outside turn one. That's stuff that as a new driver or a driver that hasn't had any wet experience, you have no idea about that. You've never even done that before. But these guys, with all the years of experience they have, they're reaching back into the annals of the history of what they've been doing before.
Hey, listen, how about this? We've always talked about trying to have a joker lap, right? A joker lane. What if we had like a water truck and had one section of the track fully damp, wet every session? You're going to roll through a damp section, come back out. We actually, I'll say this, that happened once at a Texas Pro Kart Challenge race that I was announcing back in the day down at Dallas. The way the rain had fallen down, one of the areas, the kind of a dam thing broke, and so there was water all across one track, like a hardcore, quick left-hand entry into a corner. Well, you just go through, throw the cart sideways, and wait for it to bite to come back around the corner. It was so cool to watch how those drivers handled that.
A curveball that you have, like it's happened. Like the track is dry, except this one section that you have to make adjustment. I love it.
And as a driver, if that happens naturally, drivers love that. It gives that they all think the same thing. Right, I'm going to get my advantage in that spot.
That's it, yeah.
It's a variable. There is the driver variables. Nobody was braking later than AJ Myers in that last Pro Shifter race yesterday. Incredible performance from Myers earlier on. We were looking at Jordan Lennox-Lamb earlier, a great insight feature that we did earlier with Jordan. And of course, now he is admitting, look, 7 years away, he is slightly undercooked here. But he's looking forward to the 25-lap final. I said, well, why is that? He went, because others will make more mistakes than me. Even though he's been away from the sport, like I said, he finished third in that World Championship behind Verstappen and Leclerc.
Yeah.
He's one of those drivers that he knows, look, I may be not race fit, however, I know I could do 25 laps back-to-backs without missing an apex.
Well, and that's one of the points that Coach G, Chris G, would say is like, hey, part of the equation is the nut behind the wheel, right?
Yeah.
And so if you've got the stamina to be not just physically sharp, but mentally sharp all the way to the end of all 25 laps, and that's the thing. Once we start losing the old brain power or the physical, the other one has to make up the difference. So staying sharp and having the stamina there is important.
If the mental tank is down to 90% or 80% by the end of a 25 lapper and somebody else is at 95 still, they're going to have that advantage over you 100%. Now, a good storyline here is Emilian Denner. He's the fastest driver on the racetrack right now. Of course, subbing in, as we know, for Giuseppe Palumba, the reigning world champion, who was not able to get over here with some issues, like visa issues coming over to Las Vegas. Denner gets called up, jumps in on Thursday, misses all of Wednesday sessions. Here he is in the 55 for Sodi Kart. He has been a factor, essentially from the get-go, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's to the point of saying about the professional kart races. Emilian Denner, like a lot of others in the pro shifter classes, they are paid professional racers who work for the chassis manufacturers, and that is why. Because he said he was playing NBA 2K24 on his PlayStation when he got the phone call to say, hop on a plane, you're going to Vegas. He hops in a plane, he pops into a cart that was brought here for somebody else and gets in and instantly goes quick. And not only that, is contending for a win, a top 5, certainly.
Emilian Denner, P1 in this one. Christian Pertuca works his way back up into second. Another driver we expect to be a factor here for a race win this weekend, at least a top 5 for sure. Jordan Lennox ends up in third. Niels Troger in the 4th spot on the factory cart. And then Cooper Becklin for RPG. There is your unofficial warm-up. Again, Denner, Pertuca, Lennox, Troger, Becklin. A couple of Burrell Arts there behind the Sodi of Denner. Diego Polanco up into 6th. David Williams, Ethan Boer. Jordan Musser he'll take advantage of it one more time. Didn't run the heat race, but get out there one more time for another session as a practice. Edward Ports rounding out your top 10.
Not a bad run there for David Williams and Ethan Boer. Big Sky Boer from Montana. Sebastian Kellogg, Noah Zarsk. These are the drivers. Massimo Valiente, down towards the rear. There is Emilian Denner, seeming quite happy with his warm-up session. Talk about the pressure. Again, where you've got some drivers, we saw in LCQ this morning and Heat 3 for the KA classes, the pressure got to some drivers.
I agree with that, yeah.
A lot of these drivers, they'll be thinking they don't let the pressure get to them whatsoever.
Yeah, it's all part of the pro moniker, right?
And they're all lining up in team order there. That's, nearly all of them. You've got nearly all the Ital karts there. There's like a couple of the Trinity karting group, the Chrome Horns, and they got the Maranellos there from, for Jerry White's team and the Maranello USA outfit. All looking quite, quite symbolic. The GFC karts there as well.
Well, and the thing is, too, I'm pretty sure on this, just by looking at that while you may be put into a particular group, you're not lined up accordingly for these warm-ups.
Yeah.
So you can do exactly what they got there, where teams are around each other, so they can at least control the experiment a little bit. And so that's why you'll see a lot of that as well.
So yeah, to bring direction to that, when you're in qualifying, your qualifying group, you get put in a qualifying group, but when you roll off the grid, it's based on where you were in that 12-minute extended final practice session we have. If you were the first guy there, you're the first guy to roll off. So this is a pro shifter warm-up, the last warm-up of the weekend for the drivers here before we go. Actually, we do have the morning warm-up tomorrow as well, but we will be going into Heat 3 here momentarily for all the categories. KA100 Master will roll into the grid area as soon as the pro shifters here vacate. And again, we'll see these drivers get one more shot at it before we go for Heat race number 3.
This might sound like a very stupid question, and it may be. I'm aware of the record viewing figures. Not everyone will be familiar with shifter kart racing. Why? And you just saw at the front there with the number 91 kart. Why do they have to get push started and then rolled back? What's the purpose? What are they doing? Why do they need to do that in this class?
Well, the push start is because they'll go for the neutral and they get it rolled up. It's kind of like if you had to bump. Well, maybe people don't know what a manual car is. I don't know. But basically, you have to bump start the thing, right? So what they do is they get it into first gear. They get that thing fired up to kind of get the whole thing rolling, get the clutch back in, get it back into neutral. But they push them back just to get back into their slot. That's all the pushback is for.
So my point is there's no starter button, no key, or anything like that for these shifter karts.
So it's not like the touch and go engines like you would say. All the IME engines that where you just press a button, they have the battery and they fire up. Essentially very much like a car with this one, where you push it, you roll it like you said with the clutch, and you dump the clutch, or you have the clutch out and you just knock it into first gear when it's in neutral and it fires up, you grab the clutch. And that's the funny thing is the only time they do use the clutch, let's say you're a driver of a car in the street and you're always using the clutch to change gears, the only time you use the clutch in these is when you're leaving the line.
So there we go. Sorry, I just thought there'll be people there that are thinking, what are they pushing it forward and smoke coming out of them? And that's why. Thank you. I defer to your technical expertise.
There's nothing like driving a shifter car. There's no doubt about that. When you come out of a corner and you're grabbing gears and it is on that pipe, and literally by on the pipe, like being right in the middle of the power band, it's just ripping out of the corner. There's absolutely nothing like it. And I've driven a lot of different kinds of race cars. A 125 shifter, there's nothing like it.
What's interesting, too, just to add to the differences, it's not just how you get them around, but how they race. and the different lines that they'll take. Now, right now during warm-up, you're going to see mostly, already an issue here.
It's Mateus Morgado.
Yeah, indeed.
And Mateus Morgado's weekend, the retro Birrell logo on his race suit. Spot that a mile off, excellent.
Right, the old school.
But his weekend was going south. He was struggling with a phenomenal lack of grip in his previous heat. Almost understeering off at turn number 1, Mateus Morgado. And it's not gone better for him this morning.
Well, and that's going to be interesting too. Is if with the understeer program, right? You've got with the shifters, they've got brake bias they can play with. So unlike the single speed, where we have a solid rear axle and a rear brake only, basically both rear tires spinning the same speed and slowing it down from the rear end, the shifters will have brakes on either of the front tires as well. So if the brake bias, let's just say, goes more towards the front, you can lock up your front tires only, and that will try to make the thing push or understeer, much like your car if you lock it up. Whereas if we lock it up in a single speed with brakes only in the rear, the back end wants to swap ends. So you can have a scenario where you can try to fix some of that, say going down in turn number 1 by having your brake bias go a little bit more towards the rear, but you also run the risk of not being able to get that thing slowed down quite as much, and that's kind of that balance you have. Never mind just the general setup of the car.
Now, we did see in the previous session one of the GP Factory Fury drivers, Kenneth Canal. Now, I don't know Kenneth before this week. I'm trying to get him, to get his driver photo done, and he was extremely aggressive towards me. And I was like, "What's your beef with me, Kenneth?" Like, no. REM, what's your frequency? No, sorry.
Wasn't in my playlist.
No, I'm joking. He was a lovely man. But what's your beef with me, Kenneth? This done in a tape.
Definitely not in my playlist.
No, REM, sorry, that one fell flat.
What do you think, Mike, in terms of the hit list on the jokes he's been rolling out here? Where are we right now? Are we 50-50? Are we 25-75?
So anyways, like I was saying about that.
Perfect.
Excellent.
But we digress.
Yes, go-karting.
Yes. David Trefilov up top here is about 2 minutes remaining in the session. Marcus Kayak up into second spot. Michael Avicino into third, the driver out of Northern California. Spends a lot of time honing the craft up at Sonoma Raceway with Ron White Racing. He's up into third. Kyle Wick fourth. Petro Hiltbrand fifth. Davide Fori in sixth. Victor Gustafson in seventh. Jasper Schulberg in eighth. Billy Musgrave ninth, and Matteo Vagano rounding out the top 10. We saw an issue on the racetrack for Mateus Morgado. Let's head down to pit lane. David Land, I believe, with an update on Mateus Morgado.
Hey, Rob. Sorry, not David Land. It's me, Caleb Vieska. But yes, Mateus Morgado just pulled into the pits early. Spoke to him. Didn't want to do an interview. Wanted to focus on what they needed to fix, and it's an engine issue. And according to him, the engine's stuck. So that's definitely not how he's going to want to start his morning. And hopefully they can get it fixed before heat race number 3. Back up to you, boys.
Thank you, Caleb. Sorry about that. Of course, getting the over the ear with the production to send it down. Thought I heard David, but Caleb out with a really great report there to track him down. And again, did not want to talk. I don't think most people want to talk after they stuck an engine just before a heat race. That team's going to go to work right now getting that dialed in for him.
And this is where I need a little bit of a refresh. As memory serves, basically what you can do is you can declare multiple engines, right, after you go to tech. So basically what will happen is you get your engine, you have to use that engine. If you have multiple engines, because basically, back up, you go through qualifying, they basically go, yeah, here's your ride, here's everything, here's your tires, blah, blah, blah. If you have a mechanical problem, you typically go back to tech and you let them know, here's my problem, I need to change, and or you have a second engine declared, which means you can put on the backup motor with no penalty.
And normally the backup motor is not the number one, it's the number 2, because drivers will be out there and there's going to be that minor little bit, they'll take the one they think is a little bit better. So it's not usually a step forward, very likely a step back.
Exactly that, and just a little caveat to that, they a lot of times will tech both motors if they need to. If you did something, you say you were pole, whatever, qualifying, they have the ability to tech both motors.
I was going to say, last year, Danny Formal what number motor won the final? About number 5?
Yeah, true. That he had some trouble through the entire time.
You know, it can happen, but obviously, you know, with a team, I mean, Morgata, with PSL, karting, their number 1 and number 2 motors are still a lot better than, you know, most motors for most of the teams.
Again, for those of you who may not have followed shifter kart racing before, a lot of drivers pulling to the inside of the racetrack here. You can see a little bit behind the graphic there to do a practice start.
Because they're allowed to do one practice start, but they're only allowed to do it after the checkered flag, just to prevent drivers stopping during the middle of a warm-up
Exactly
session.
that. A.J. Myers ended up being the quickest driver. Remember, he needs a big heat race number 3 to do something about his starting spot after a DNF in the opening heat. Speed there for A.J. Myers ahead of David Trefilov. Marcus Kajak in the 3rd spot. Petro Hiltbrand ahead of Vincenzo Saraceno. A good run for Saraceno here as well. Avencino, Gustafson, Musgrave, Foray, and Wick round out your top 10. And guys, you know what this means? We are ready to go heat racing. Heat number 3. There's the remainder of the field. We're going to take a quick break here, folks. When we come back, it's time to go wheel-to-wheel racing. Heat number 3 for the afternoon categories after this break.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All right, we are back once again here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You can see the top there, one driver having some trouble. That is Miguel Mir, slow on the racetrack as they are on track now. KA100 Master, heat race number 3 of the category, brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Ben Cooper has been perfect thus far. 2 heat race wins coming off the pole position in qualifying. Starting on the pole alongside William Azayas. Row number 2, we'll see Nicky Coelho out of Wisconsin. On the inside of row 2 in the number 481, the Merlin Kart alongside Kip Foster and the Arrow. Row number 3, Jacob Nairi in the number 405 and Bruno Spengler in the number 427. Row 4 has Matthew Waters, last year's winner, alongside Martin Stone, victor in 2022. Laurent Dumardin and Jesse Gwynn will be on row number 5. Kyle Byers and Scott Kopp on row 6. Row 7, Renato Jato David alongside Carlos Calderon. Row 8, Scott Falcone and Dennis Holler.
Yeah, the German driver Dennis Holler, Travis Irving, Randy Klimek. We saw Travis have a problem in a warm-up earlier on. Max Papis going from row number 10. Miguel Meyer, is down there. John Baldessari, we saw him have an issue early on. Kim Carapalati, the ageless wonder. Tom Gerstner, and look out for number 428, Daniel Eaton, driving with cerebral palsy, cerebral palsy.
We've talked a lot about the USF Pro Championships this weekend, and one of the team owners is actually here. Dan Mitchell from VRD Racing running here this weekend. Of course, Jay Howard, a team owner, his son racing. We know as well Bryn Nuttall, one of the engine builders, so a lot of connection to the USF Pro Championships, what was the road to Indy. But to watch Dan Mitchell out here racing himself, we'll see what he's able to do here in heat race number 3. Cooper brings him down, and remember, get ready for a very slow start. He likes to creep all the way down the line. Look how slow he is right now, working his way out. You'll like that if you know how to manage the needles. If you are like me, you will not like it because I'm not very good at that.
Well, and the other thing, too, is you can start playing with your feet a little bit, too, to try to make sure you don't load this thing up. But it is Cooper leading him down. We'll see how we go as Zayas is to his outside.
Everybody looking over to try to see when the guys are going to go. One driver already on the lanes there, and we're underway. Isaiah, does he get a good run enough to go around the outside? He does not. Next group behind trying to come through. Nicky Coelho right there with Cooper. One driver looping around. That was Kyle Walder. He goes around on the exit of turn number 1. Otherwise, Cooper's going to lead him down into turn number 4. He'll go through 5. He's got some room. 2 wide all the way through, and kudos to the Masters drivers thus far, giving each other just enough room. There's Bruno Spengler on the Sodi Kart number 427, started 6th, up to 5th place, I believe now. There's Kip Foster as well, right behind Isaiah. Nicky Coelho with a strong start, guys. Coming through 13 and 14. Ben Cooper has evaded his chasers thus far, and look for him to try to pull away easily here early.
And Kip Foster doing exactly what we've seen him do already, and that is make hay immediately, because he wants to try to make sure that his rival here at the front is going to be Ben Cooper, not getting too far away. Behind him, we see, I believe that's Spengler, like, yo, can we please not fight right now? Let's get up there. Look, he does it again, waving forward. Stop, please stop.
Nair literally pulled alongside, came up alongside him, and Bruno's looking at him like, you're not driving by me. What are you doing? Get behind me and keep pushing.
Yeah, 2 are better than 1 in this case. And then,
well, Martin Stone would be more than happy to take over that position then.
Exactly that. So as they come through here side by side, someone's going to give. Nair is going to be the one, I believe, made it through.
Matthew Waters threading the needle, making that move there. But Kip Foster already now onto the rear bumper of Nicky Coelho as he looked to try and chase down. There's the move. That is 2 moves to the same corner in 2 laps of Kip Foster.
Did you see the back end roll like that? They've got some bite dialed into that aero kart right now on Kip Foster. If you see a kart kind of bouncing like that, they are trying to get that outside rear tire to dig into the surface and get some rear bite. Foster in the 420, he's going to go try to make some hay and get up to Ben Cooper.
Look at him up on the wheel there.
I was going to say, he's up on the wheel.
100%. Hey, Kip Foster, maybe a 5-time race winner here this weekend. What do you think?
He's going to find.
He looks really good. I know Ben Cooper's been dominant thus far, flawless, but I would say Kipper's right in there as well.
Yeah, he's been quote best of the rest so far right now, but I think it could be a scenario we heard earlier or talked about Aiden Go doing it in the other class. Can you find a little bit more? Look, we can see the orange helmet actually having a big issue elsewhere on course, but I was going to say orange helmet.
Let me pick this up. Very big hit coming out of turn number 11. This is going to go red immediately, folks.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to be going red on this. This is a hard hit coming out of 11. The driver in the seat right now, but he's kind of leaned over the back of it a little bit.
But he's moving. He is moving.
So, again, SuperKarts USA crew getting to them as quickly as he possibly can. A hard wreck coming out of turn number 11. Driver getting into the outside barriers well down the road. Not normally where we would see that. SuperKarts USA officials quickly over to that driver right now as he had a hard hit and came halfway out of the cart. They're going to try to get him settled back up where he needs to be, and they've got him now. And in fact, I see him actually with his arms moving, opening his own visor, but we are definitely going to expect get the ambulance over here to make sure that driver is okay. That was a big hit, again, coming out of turn number 11. So indeed, Session has been red flagged, as you would expect, folks. The drivers out of their karts right now. They will move to the inside of the racetrack to stay away from the racing machines. And as we do here, we will go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More coverage to come, folks, here on Kart Chaser. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of SuperNationals 27. Of course, a stoppage in play here. The red flag for an incident in turn number 11 that ended up, we found out, was Dan Mitchell. Dan, the owner of VRD Racing, the big team in the USF Pro Championships, here to have some fun racing here this weekend. Got a little wide coming through the corner. A hard hit for sure. He ended up coming kind of out of the seat and laying on the back of the cart a little bit. Thankfully, the SKUSA crew got there quickly, and they were able to get him taken care of. He was able to get out of the cart. We watched him standing up and talking to the crew and the EMTs, so that's obviously fantastic. They're going to, of course, take the opportunity to kind of look into it a little more, make sure he's okay.
Yep.
A hard enough hit that, you have to always worry about any driver. You worry about concussion, so you got to make sure you stay with it. But that was a very hard hit coming out of turn number 11.
Yeah, it was. And what I also liked, once again, there was another driver. I didn't get him because he had his helmet off. The red and black race suit. He's not on one of these carts. He's on your screen now because the first, I'd say, 2/3 of the field are situated at turn 4. Now I'm going to try and ID because the one driver ran over from the outside of turn number 16 to check on his friend, as it were. Hasn't come past us yet, but I will know the race suit when I see it because it was black and red, and of course no driver in a black and red race suit comes past. Maybe there's a kart off track at the exit of turn number 16. However, we talk about drivers looking after another. These are the Masters drivers. The age cutoff in Masters. There it is. It's the driver of number 414, Kevin Simonalik, on the. I knew there was a Kubica chassis out there. Kevin Simonalik for the Harden Motorsports Group. Out of Unionville, Indiana, was the driver that was running over to check on Dan Mitchell. So props to him. What's the age cutoff in Masters? You've got to be
30 years of age.
30 years of age. So these are obviously these drivers, and here you can just see coming back on one of the golf carts, or one of the carts there is Dan Mitchell, having a sit, chatting to some of the SKUSA ladies.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see. Obviously, coming in back into the paddock instead of staying with the EMT and potentially going to the hospital. To be able to see him heading back there, that is a fantastic sight to see Dan working his way back to the paddock.
And when he stood up out of his cart, the round of applause from all the other drivers was quite heartening, because these are okay. Yes, we've got ex-professionals in here. We've got professionals, but these are the amateur racers. These are the hobby carters. They got to go back to work Monday.
Yeah, Mike and I will speak to that, right? We're a family. The Masters drivers are a family for sure. We're the guys, like you said, we all know we got to go back to work on Monday morning. They still take it super seriously, as we know. It's a very passionate hobby for many, but it's not yet. You're not that young kid that's going back to school, or we've got work to do. You got families to take care of.
Yeah, so it was pretty gratifying to see the camaraderie between drivers. Yeah, they knock 7 colours of you-know-what out of each other on track, but they can all have a beer in the bar afterwards.
Yeah,
3 or 5.
Exactly that. That's Masters racing for you.
Yeah.
But again, just so you know, folks, we were early in that one, only 3 laps down, so we have not got to the halfway point, so they can't call it a complete race. So these drivers will get refired and get back at it once again. They'll get them into position in their the right spots, so we can get back out onto the racetrack and get it going once again.
See the background there with that very, very bright race suit there, the white, the green, and the black. That is the bulldozer, Brian Buyos. From Bermuda, you can see the Bermudan flag on the front of his head. Got the Union Jack from the UK, and the red of the Bermuda, and the Bermudan symbol. The bulldozer, really enjoying. I saw him and his wife this morning, or him and his partner this morning, all smiles. He's not running at the front. He doesn't care. Obviously, he wants to be, but he's out there having a good time racing competitively.
Let's say this: his mindset and what he wanted to do changed. Took a complete turnaround when he got to the wall during qualifying, the first lap of qualifying. So the fact that he's got the right mindset now makes me happy, because he obviously very tough at the very start, but he passed a bunch of guys in the first couple of heat races.
You guys, just to add to that, you talk to maybe Skitchy Barnes about his mindset and where his plan A, B, C, or D, wherever he's at on that whole program, because you have to do something different when it's not going the way you want to. You know, we talk about guys who've had a hard time so far, like a Lemke or whatever. Like you have to at least look at some kind of silver lining, and that's what keeps bringing you back, though.
Skitchy Barnes, Skitchy's mindset in Vegas is usually, am I going all on red, all on black, or am I going to...
That's exactly right. So, again, the drivers, you can see many of them have already got the helmet back on if they didn't take it off in the first place. Some of our SuperKarts USA will get their grid out there so they can get them lined back up and set to go. We still have 6 more laps remaining in the third heat race for the drivers here in the KA100 Master category. It looks like there could be a little bit of time.
Well, we've got drivers putting their crash helmets on.
Thinking about cutting to a commercial, but it looks to me like the drivers are climbing back behind the wheel. Yeah, so it looks like we're almost set to go. Indeed, up front, you can see Ben Cooper getting his helmet back on. Same goes for Kip Foster. We will have a single file restart when we do get back to it here. It looks to me like they may have taken the opportunity or the time to be able to get all the karts into position already.
That's what I was looking for exactly, was if they got the grid up, yeah.
Right, really interesting. Thank you to H2K Racing on the live chat.
Oh, there it is.
The reason Kevin Simonelk was running over to Daniel Mitchell, he's a doctor.
That's amazing.
There we go.
Love it.
For back in Indiana. There we are. And that, you know, I'm looking at the back there. I mean, when I was down there, I mean, you can see the VIP area. It's the right-hand side of your screen there. You've been looking at the spectator grandstands, the mechanics of the drivers' grandstands. This place is packed to the rafters.
It is right now.
You know, I mean, this is I mean, if we get more people tomorrow, there'll be more guests coming tomorrow, more spectators coming for Super Sunday. You know, it's gonna be standing room only, everywhere you look around Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Interestingly, we talked about the fact that we have the doctor in the house, Kevin Simonelk. But it's almost always had one in SuperKarts USA action. We remember for many, many years, we had Dr. Dave Conyers, who was racing in the 125cc shifter category in the Masters class. He raced, I think he was racing up till just a couple of years ago. May even still be racing it for all I know back in Colorado. But it's always good to have somebody kind of on site just in case you need somebody there in the paddock area. So thank you to Kevin for jumping quickly to at least be part of the action if possible. So again, as we said before, single file restart here as Ben Cooper will lead him around.
We started with 52 drivers. Obviously, we're minus a couple now.
Yeah, and just to kind of help set the stage a little bit, guys, crucially, this restart's going to have, I believe, Kip Foster on the back bumper of Ben Cooper this time. So the moves that were made by Foster to slot into the P2 position, as he is out there getting set up and working the tires. All these Masters drivers now having sat for a little bit, they're working the blue Vinco tire, get some heat in it to get the best opportunity. They're going to have at least 6 to 7 laps to go here.
Yes, because they don't reset to the last fully completed lap. So it was as they were running at the time of the red flag. So Max Papis going through the screen there. There's the 477, the Orsalon Racing Group of Miguel Maya. And again, great to see. I mean, that's a great shot there, I've got to say. Look at the different graphics. There's the leading edge motorsport, the Magic Kart graphics. But there's one driver there, all dressed in black. You know, which is a somewhat sinister look. I like that.
They're going to still come out at turn number 15 and 16 as it'll be a long run down with all these karts before they get to the tail. Of course, Aaron Likens will be out in the middle of the racetrack ready to give them that green flag. Cooper's going to bring it back down into his staging lane, down to the tram lines on the inside. Those will follow him through. And you know how slowly he'll be at bringing them up here. Kip Foster looking to take advantage of it as well. Nicky Coelho third, William Isaias fourth, Bruno Spengler, Matthew Waters, Martin Stone seventh, Jacob Nairi eighth, Kyle Byers ninth, Laurent Tumardin 10th position.
Last minute Larry.
You don't need to really be in the staging lanes, I believe, here right now. A lot of drivers with their hands up in the back. Green flag now flying. We get the Likens leap. He's over to the other side of the barriers. And we've got drivers connected contact coming up the straightaway. A number of drivers involved in it. One of the
photographer down.
Yeah, photographer potentially down. They're going to hit there with the barrier coming through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars involved. They'll have to get these cars here wrapped around, trying to figure out who's all involved in that. One driver still on the outside of the racetrack. This may be a full course yellow if they don't get him going in time. Hopefully that media personnel was okay down there. Mike?
New leader, Kip Foster.
Kip Foster taking advantage of the opening lap to go into P1. The first time we've seen anybody head Ben Cooper so far. And indeed a big incident, a couple drivers connected coming down into turn number 1. A very slow incident, waiting to see whether or not we go full course. No, just a single yellow coming down here. The drivers getting a good get done over here. That was one of the Orsalon racing carts that was off to the side. Let's have a quick look as they fall down the order. We'll tell you who's out of this one.
You know, Ben Cooper has just not ingratiated himself to the rest of the field. In my opinion, and it's only my opinion, that was way too slow. He could have brought the speed up a little bit more.
I think we're looking at potentially Derek Cutshaw and Miguel Mir. Mir, I believe, the driver off to the inside caller is Calderon, Scott Kopp, Christian Vomir, Jamie Siraki, I believe, all involved in that as well. Kim Carapaletti, Kyle Walder, number of drivers involved in that incident coming up into turn number 1. It was a very slow start. They maybe could have waved it off and asked for a little bit more speed.
You know, that was with 50 drivers in a line, and of course some of the carts would have bogged down. They were going so slowly that some of them would have just bogged, because like you said, not everybody is as proficient as Ben Cooper at working the needles. Cooper though back to the inside, passing Foster for the race lead.
What's going to be the check here is going to be, does the 420 stay with the 431?
Yeah,
if he can do that, then we know we've got going to be a fight on our hands for the Super Sunday.
Yeah, I got to think Foster looks really good on that arrow here right now. We'll see whether or not Cooper can pull away or if Foster can leverage the draft. Cooper is stretching away inch by inch here. Here's another replay of the start. You see the drivers having some trouble over the top here.
Yeah.
One driver getting right into the back of another and right into the barriers there as well. Here's the shot over here with a couple drivers connecting, coming on the right side of the screen, drivers left. Another great shot from the inside here. And there's a shot when, listen, when you're one of the camera drivers, you can't be standing that close when you're not being ready.
You know, it all started with 2 or 3 drivers got the restart, and the cart just bogged down because the engine had flooded. You know, because that was all it was.
Loaded up,
Loaded up,
indeed. So, regardless of that, we are racing. It is Ben Cooper leading, Foster second, Isaiah third, Spengler fourth, Matthew Walters up and now into fifth, Martin Stone sixth, Nicky Coelho falls back to seventh in all of the action, Kyle Byers eighth, Dennis Holler ninth, and Jacob Nairi rounds out your top 10. So,
Dennis Holler, great drive.
Yeah, Holler, no kidding, right?
Yeah.
For a driver who really just kind of got into this full competition karting, coming through to the SuperNationals last year. Otherwise, up front, 52.780. Ben Cooper stretching out a half a second now on Kip Foster, seeing what he can do to flex the muscles halfway through this one.
Daniel Eaton running in about 36th position at the moment. We've still got 48 carts running. So it was only Renata Jada David and Max Papis who were the 2 drivers out there. I hope Max's back is okay. I know his wife has been very concerned about him throughout this, having a back operation. As we look at coming out through turn number 11 up towards turn number 12, that is Dennis Holler, the TB kart, 3rd car in line, and running in the top 10. Goes to show, Mike, you say about going from rental kart racing to this level. If you're good enough, there he is, running 10th overall.
Yeah, the foundation is there. The foundation is definitely there when you do the indoor or any other kind of drive and drive stuff. It's still karting, it's still lefts, rights, and the 2 feet. So good to see him making that happen. This is the group right here, 427 of Spangler. This is actually 5th, 6th, 7th there from 27 on back.
Mike, when you get a chance, let's have a look at Isaiah. Does it look like he has a push? It looks to potentially like it might be a pushback on Isaiah. That front nose is it's just a little bit low, and I wonder whether or not potentially some contact it could hurt his chances on not getting a penalty.
And that camera angle right there as they were going into turn number 11, that's going to be the one that might be our best shot at being able to see that low angle. If you see that bumper kind of fluttering around, that'll be the telltale sign that there is a bumper issue again right there. Another spot to look at. But Isaiah's currently running in third. He's actually just in front of Waters there. Waters with the green helmet. Isaiah's the pink car. Waters to the inside. He's going to move up one more spot. And actually right there, looks like the bumper is intact.
I think it may just be the way the graphics are designed or the way they're kind of pointed down. It looks like it's kind of tilted over.
Exactly, yeah.
But I also think you're going to get an awful lot of pushback bumpers in this race because of that restart, because of the concertina effect. I know it was low speed, but there was an awful lot of front to rear contact. And I've got to say, Bruno Spangler, when the camera first cut to him, I wasn't sure if I recognised him. He had both hands on his steering wheel. He wasn't like having a conversation with the drivers around him. But that Sony kart there with Spangler behind the wheel, closing in, bringing Stone and Coelho with him.
Final lap of the racetrack for the drivers here in this KA100 Master. This was battle between first and second. Cooper still holding the spot. And again, Foster up on the wheel trying to close back up last time by. It was only about 0.03 of a second, Mike, between those two drivers on sheer pace.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. As you can see, Spangler is going to move to the inside of Isaiah. Move Spangler up one more right here. That's going to be back there for the 5th spot. Scratch 4th spot. We're getting past Isaiah. So Spangler, Isaiah, Stone, and Coelho all in a row going into the chicane right now. And the point I was going to make there about Foster's, we're about ready to finish this lap, is that he has kept with him with the asterisks of the red. And keep in mind, we got 20 lap final, so I think it's close enough to at least have a conversation. This is the fight right now, Rob.
Well, remember, the big thing right now is that Foster's got 3 results. He's not going to be starting 4th. He's likely going to be starting 2nd. That's going to be a big difference for him as he comes right home on the bumper of Ben Cooper, just under 0.3 of a second. Cooper wins again. So he's perfect thus far. Back-to-back jacks in the 3 heat races for Ben Cooper after qualifying pole. Kip Foster coming home 2nd. Matthew Waters, a very impressive final lap for Waters as he works his way up into 3rd spot. Bruno Spangler ends up at 4th. Isaiah's 5th, Stone 6th, Coelho 7th, Nairi 8th, Byers 9th, and Jesse Gwynn 10th. Morgan LeBaron up 15 spots. Pierce Baldus plus 30. 30 spots up from 51st to 21st.
Wow.
New skins?
No, he doesn't need to go. Unless he's trying to change where he starts the race.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
That's a possibility. I wonder. That would be something to find out whether or not he decided to put on fresh rubber.
Get out of the rat's nest back there, the hornet's nest.
Plus 30 is going to change big time. You're only talking about 10 laps, so I don't think that's the worst call in the world for him to be able to go up. And again, Tom Gerster showing there. Tommy finished in the 33rd spot. So there's the drivers that had issues. We're happy to see Dan Mitchell will be able to get back to the paddock on that one. We got more racing to come, of course. Mini Swift's going to be up next, but we'll take a quick break. Stay tuned. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
And Mateus wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SKUSA SuperNats, and it is Situation Saturday. We're watching some of the drivers that didn't quite make it round in the KA100 Masters class, those wagons being brought back to pit lane. Mini Swift will be up next. Then we have Junior X30, and then our final 4 heat races of SuperNats 27, 2 for X30 Pro and 2 for Pro Shifter. Mike Smith joins me in the commentary box. Rob Howden just taking care of a little bit of business. And Mike, we've got Mini Swift coming up. We saw some of these drivers just a bit earlier on in the factory kart cadet or junior shifter demonstration, which I watched there, which looked very, very impressive indeed.
And one of those is actually the 148 of Parker Ives. Parker Ives now switching gears back to what he's used to doing. Take this warm-up lap to get everything back square away in the old noggin. We're not hitting. You see his hand come off the steering wheel. He's going to be going for gears out there. He might find a little extra out there.
I know that's the only worrying thing, that once you sample the shifter kart and you go back to your direct drive kart, you think, okay, I'm waiting for the power to kick in. I'm waiting for the power to kick in. Oh, it has. But there we go. Now this will be in Mini Swift. Every one of the entries will make Super Sunday. They will make the final, the main event. But, of course, where you start, well, that will be decided at the end of this race. And it is Parker Ives, son of former NASCAR Cup Series crew chief Greg Ives. Benja Fernandez on the outside of row number 1. Liam Natchawati and Nico Katowski on row number 2. Troy Ferguson and Lorenzo Varela go from row number 3. The reigning SKUSA Pro Series champion Ashton Woon starts alongside Josh Bergman on row 4. Maxwell Matcher, last year's Micro Swift SuperNats champion, starts alongside Bian Bindi on row 5. Jeremy Sincere and reigning SuperNats Mini Swift champion Royce Vega goes from row number 6. Braden Wagner and Valentino Santillon, following Marco Samut, Enzo Di Janeiro, Kalen Birdhofer, Mika Baruch, John McClellan. Alex Chandler is your top 20. But some of the main talking points, or some of the main drivers that we would expect to be seeing up at the front, aren't even on your screens yet. Drivers such as Pasha Ali in kart number 142. You've got William Vita, 25th of the group, Jay Kostecki from Australia, Jackson Porter, and has been sweeping all before him in Minimax this year. Olivier Chassé, we'll have to double check to see if the number 163 is out there. Olivier was the driver that rolled his kart in yesterday's second heat race and went to the hospital, has got a sprained wrist. It's not broken, just sprained. He's on the Paralin chassis because the HM Propeller team had some issues getting their equipment into the country. Olivier Chassé moves across. So we've either got 46 or 47 drivers out there, and if Olivier isn't out there, then we do hope that the Canadian driver is watching and is, you know, at least not too badly hurt in the paddock. I have to say I can't quite see the number 163 on our screens. That doesn't mean he's not out there. But we come into the tram lines. Parker Ives on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left, we have hands in the air, and we're going to wave this one off, Mike Smith. Benja Fernandez had his hands in the air a long way. Any your perspective, Mike? Any reason why we may have not had that start then?
No, you get your hand in the air here. Typically, that means you're feeling a pretty good shove from behind, and that's fairly typical on some starts. But if you are getting pushed past, the thing is you're supposed to put your hand in the air and say, "I'm getting pushed. I'm getting off the gas." If you're on the front row.
Oh, and Benja Fernandez, they're bouncing over the curb at turn number 8, and signaling across saying, "What are you pinching and squeezing me?" Maybe Parker Ives and Benja Fernandez not on each other's Christmas card lists. Does anyone still send Christmas cards? I do. I'm old-fashioned though.
Old and fashioned?
Old and fashioned. Oh, wow.
I like an old-fashioned.
And I cannot see the number 163 Kart out there, so I think that Olivier Chassé may have realised, you know what, a sprained wrist could very easily turn into a badly damaged wrist. I'm 37. I'm not going to win SuperNats, so, you know, rather than risk ruining not just the end of this season, but the start of next season for 35th position, I will rest up. So hope to see you soon, Olivier. 2 rows. This looks a little bit better. The silver crash helmet of Parker Ives. That's a parental crash helmet, if ever there was one. That is the crash helmet so that mum and dad can see you clearly on circuit.
Indeed, if you have a scenario where the mom and dad can spot you very, very quickly, it's going to make them a little happier.
Right, now, the second time again, drivers signaling, saying slow down, slow down, slow down. Parker Ives brings the field to the start, and the flag is green. We're off and racing, and it's a good start after all that. Benja Fernandez trying to go side by side through turn number 1, but Ives continues a good clean start down towards turn number 4, and that's the number 180 making move, Liam Nachawati. Oh, and a couple of drivers into the barriers, and stopping just short of the barriers, I think was Callan Berghofer in the AKT racing kart. Like we couldn't quite see the driver there, but a good start for Parker Ives.
Indeed, Ives out front. You got the 121 there of Benja Fernandez actually slotting into P2. Good start for them. All no sales. No, that's a really good start out of Ives. Ives already has a good 5 kart lengths before the rest of the group starts to come through. We'll get the actual spots. Now let's move there for the 164 of Varela, making things happen through the final corners. As they come across now, we'll give you a quick rundown of how lap number 1 went. You got Parker Ives, Benja Fernandez, Liam Nachawati, Troy Ferguson, Nico Kutowski, Maxwell Macha, Lorenzo Varela, Ashley Moon, Josh Bergman, and Braden Wagner, your top 10 moves. Continuing right there is the 192 Kutowski making the move.
Yes, well, I'm not sure if he wanted to make the move, but Maxwell Macha was planted on his rear bumper. Kutowski was going through whether he liked it or not. And now Macha passes Kutowski. That's a signal of saying, okay, Maxwell Macha thinking to himself, I got to get past both these drivers. Let's force the one through by giving him a little bit of a bump draft and then make the move. So Macha making moves early on, that will put him into P5.
Well, as you say, too, maybe he didn't want to make the move, but you get a little bit of love. You kind of get forced into the move, and maybe that's all according to plan for Macha as the hole gets opened up and then able to take advantage. So Macha has moved up to 4th. You got Ives, Fernandez, Nachawati, and now Macha, Kutowski back to 5th. Ferguson rolling here in the 6th spot with Ashton Moon right there in 7th as well.
So we looking at Macha, the 174. Now he's trying to link up with his teammate he was running with yesterday. Although Macha, the SLA kart, he has got his teammate around him. trying to see who his teammate was. It was, Benjamin Fernandez is with the Trinity karting group.
Macha's on the move, though, isn't he? Though
Yeah,
he's made another spot up there, come through the just before the chicane. 174 Macha now into the P3 spot, but they need to get rolling here. 1 second advantage for Parker Ives out front here. See if they come across the line if that has adjusted at all, but Ives very good early. Was fastest. Now Macha fastest lap of the race with that pass. So Macha 3/10 clear of everybody else on course.
Yeah, the Ryan Perry Motorsport partner Parker Ives. He's clear at the moment. Now, I thought that they looked similar. I'm sure that Benja Fernandez has got an SLA karting race suit on. The two Kart Republic chassis looking very, very similar. And there goes Maxwell Matcha to the inside.
And that's been his favorite spot here over the last few laps, either getting it done in 4 or getting it done right there into 7. A really good spot where it doesn't cost you a lot of time because you can arc all the way through until the chicane. And now you have Matcha, fastest lap of the race last time by, and he is going to try to bring this entire pack back up to Parker Ives, still retaining that 1 second lead.
Yeah, because not only does Matcha have Fernandez behind him, he also has Nachawati, Katowski, Woon, Ferguson, Varela, Bergman, Marco Samut in the Lando Norris kart is the last driver there, although just behind Marco Samut in 11th position is Braden Wagner in kart number 104. That's the GFC, the black and white GFC kart. The first driver not in this lead group, so this is 3rd back to 11th, and there's a move from Troy Ferguson. One name we're not mentioning is the reigning champion,
Ashton
Royce
Moon
Vega.
And Ashton Moon right there, actually in the all red. He's the one who made the move, kind of slide job in there. Ferguson went with them. Those drivers trying to make some inroads back inside the top 5. Another move right there. That's the 180 getting things in. Nachawade trying to get back into the front. There is Macha leading this trio right here.
We're not mentioning Royce Vega because he's down in 37th position. Robert Lash also didn't take the start. 45 drivers still running. Vian Bindi and Andrew Janis are the last 2 karts in the race at the moment. But Vega, we didn't see what happened, but dropping 25 places from 12th back to 37th. That is it's going to be hard to repeat his victory from there from last year.
Indeed, and just being Heat 3, he'll have to make something happen in the actual Super Sunday event. On screen, though, we've had Woon trying to make a move there, get 1 and then lose 2. He had the spot on Bergman, then loses spots now with I think it was Bergman getting back by and Varela getting by as well as back to the inside. That was Samut getting things done to the inside. Up front, though, Ives trying to hold off a charging pack. He had 1 second at the line, but there was a bit of infighting going on behind him, which is helping him out. That is now grown to 1.185 to Macha, Nachawati, Fernandez. That trio right there, as they've been jostling for position, that has helped Ives keep that top spot as he keeps going faster and faster. Personal best last time for Ives.
And this is going to help Ives even more. Nachawati thought about making the move, and you see Match almost lift his hand up the steering wheel and say, no, don't go yet. 3 drivers working together, that's manageable. When you get a train of 7 or 8, generally, not everyone cooperates and not everyone is completely in sync. However, 2, 3 as a maximum, you can potentially work 12 wheels working together faster than 4 wheels working on their own. Although we'll have to wait to see. We haven't got any sector times here in Las Vegas. We'll find out now if that gap comes down. It doesn't. It grows. And in fact, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place drivers have now got everybody else led by Nico Katowski and Josh Bergman closing back in.
No, exactly. It's going to be Ives well out in front because the infighting just doesn't stop behind. Either that or the lines being taken are not helping the group to actually catch Parker Ives. It's going to be down at turn number 7, an opportunity missed, I think, possibly for these drivers if they want to move forward. It's going to be Macha leading Nachawati and Fernandez, this trio. But here comes the rest of the group. Katowski, Bergman, Varela, Woon, Samut, and John McClellan. First time we've done that. There's a move right to the inside, the 180. Nachawati finally getting it done. Let's see if the counterattack happens on the final corner, or do they wait for the final lap?
A good move there from Nachawati. Bergman also making a move, and Jeremy Sincere following him through. So that was Nico Katowski, the number 192 kart, losing 2 places as we start our final lap. The white flag's in the air, and Nachawati and having to defend from Maxwell Matcha. Matcha also having to defend from Benja Fernandez, who swings wide with 3 wide into turn number 4. Bergman, with help from Sincere, also trying to get involved.
Yeah, indeed, you got Varela in there, and here comes a little bit of a contact going into the corner. Pretty big shot right there, and that's going to be Varela going a little bit wide, but holding on to it as they come out of the chicane. It is still going to be Nachawati leading Matcha, and then Bergman who's up there. Can Bergman slot in here in the final corner?
Out of the 180, that's where Nachawati made his move a lap ago. Now he successfully defends a potential move from Maxwell Matcha, but Parker Ives continues his run at the front. A clean win, and it's a drag race to the line. Nachawati holds on, but Bergman grabs third from Matcha on the line. Great drive there from Josh Bergman, and we have seen Josh move up from 4th, 5th position. The last lap, Bergman is straight fire on the last lap. That could be significant tomorrow. As you look there at the top 15, Mika Baruch driving well there in the number 118 kart going into P14. Drivers that didn't have such a great run were Jay Kostecki, Pasha Ali down in 21st, 22nd, Jackson Porter and Enzo Di Janeiro outside the top, just inside the top 30. But the story of the race, not just the drivers away, Royce Vega, P44 for the defending Mini Swift champion, and his job on Super Sunday has got a lot harder indeed. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be time for Junior X30 to hit the track.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh? Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive. Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern. They got shoes? Yep. Gloves? Yep. Rib protectors? Got those too. Can they make me go fast? No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Lisa Kazanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
And we are back once again. Rob Howden alongside Henry Beaudet. Mike Smith will join us as he has throughout the entire week. Situation Saturday here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. We are closing in on the end of the day as we are working our way through some impressive heat races. 2 down, 5 to go. Masters Mini Swift done. X30 Junior rolling out onto the racetrack right now. Turner Brown starting on the pole in the RPG Cosmic alongside Pedro Alves de Lima. Row number 2, Alexander Vanchev. That's another one of the RPG drivers. Javier Chaparro on the outside in the 785. And then we had Peyton Fayen in there as well. Good qualifying effort for Peyton. She'll start in the 5th spot alongside Remy Andriados. Row 4, Diego Ardiles in Sebastian Rist. Row number 5, Ty Fisher and Tristan Murphy. Ty Fisher has been an impressive driver, Henry Beaudet, all weekend long.
Absolutely. Just behind the top 5, Jackson Gibson, a driver, I think to be the dice roll in KA Martins, having a much better time than here. 46 drivers, Charlie Smith right at the back.
Field set into the staging lanes. Brown on the inside, De Lima on the outside, and we're underway. Green, green, green into turn number 1. Couple of drivers stacking it up further back, keeping a look deeper in the field. Not too bad. 3 wide all the way through turn number 2. 3 down to the bottom. And Brown gives her a little slider. Big way around the outside. De Lima looked at trying to go to the inside of the racetrack, but more room and more runoff, keeping the momentum going from the outside. Gives you the advantageous line into turn number 6, of course, turn 7. So Brown took full advantage of that to hold on to the lead. Otherwise through, and in fact, he's got to a pretty solid little advantage already. Call it 5, 6, maybe 7 kart lengths as they work their way out of the corner. Brown is your leader early. Everyone else settling in for the fights.
I was going to say, Pedro Alves de Lima, he was the lone non-RPG outlier at the front there for Orsalon Racing. However, he's also got now you've got Ty Fisher and Diego Ardiles. There are other non-RPG drivers up there, but Turner Brown, Alex Vanchev, Peyton Fayen, and again the fourth RPG kart in and amongst top 5, Javier Chaparro.
This is big. Ardiles already to P2, got the job done immediately. Points and says, let's go. I think at this point, everyone's starting to pay attention that if we don't figure out how to find a little something extra, we're going to be on the back foot come Sunday, and it's going to be too late.
Was Ardiles up on the wheel or what there? He was up on it and pushing hard. Good move to the inside as well there. You saw for Ty Fisher, he takes the spot. Peyton Fayen was kind of on the outside of that entire run, went way to the outside of the racetrack, but it's starting to get a little bit aggressive here as they work their way out of turn number 12. You can see them dicing back and forth. Little look over the shoulder. Someone asking for some help there. Again, that's the 951 looking for help. That's Sebastian Garzon. He says, let's go. I need some help. We got to work our way forward here. Stop fighting, and we're going to see if we can't reel in the driver in front, which is Javier Chaparro. Here's the 751 making another move through. That's Garzon. Like Ardiles the lap before, Garzon put hard.
And I feared that was going to happen. I was about to say they were getting very, very, very close there. That was Chaparro and Garzon and possibly Tristan Murphy there, just going into that curb. The curb that we saw Oliver Calvo and Donovan Bonilla have issues with earlier on. And the officials are there, both drivers up and out of the karts. And we're waiting to see the SKUSA officials all looking very calmly at the scene of the incident.
Henry, we are going to get a chance to look at the replay of that. I know Emery Lyda working on that right now, so be ready when it comes. We're looking potentially to see it. You watched it happen. I'll let you handle this one here. I was just looking down at my live timing when it happened, so we'll get a chance to look at the contact happening in that corner in a moment's time.
Well, yeah, because Garzon was running wheel to wheel. I was about to say you couldn't fit the cigarette paper between them.
Well, I was just going to say that they were running with Tristan Murphy right with it. We were both watching as they went through there. They were side by side and ran out of room. Here we go, Henry. Go ahead and call it out.
So coming into the chicane, it was an inside move. And it was the number 711 Murphy who was on the outside. But the momentum was with the RPG kart to the inside. And it was a case of RPG, the door was always going to close, Rob Howden.
Yeah, and listen, you stick your nose in there like that. Both drivers went around. Tristan Murphy, you saw for the impact, came out of the go-kart and landed between the Kart and the barrier. The other shot back there, very, very tough for Tristan Murphy. And it's so good to see when you see an impact like that, the driver's up at it against the fence, and that they're okay. We're continuing to run around here, but that was a very hard and scary hit over in that corner.
Luckily, as you say, both drivers seem to be up and at him, and that allows us to put the spotlight back on the front of the field. It's going to be Turner Brown out front, Diego Ardiles, and then Ty Fisher. Fisher, fastest lap of the race last time by. We're coming around here to complete yet another one. We're in the second half of this 10-lap heat race with the halfway point, and there it is. Brown, Ardiles, Fisher, Vanchev, all in the front group.
We've saw this before where the guys in the back, like you said, hey, we got to start working together. We can't let this guy get away. And now you're seeing Ardiles and Fisher line back up. Watch for Vanchev to get himself up in here again. They are slowly but surely reeling in Turner Brown to make sure he doesn't get away. And Mike, I think you're right in what you said. This feels almost like a test for tomorrow. We can't let him get away. Hey, we're going to have to work together here. I know you're with one team, I'm with another team, but we may be the only guys that can go to work on a big pass in turn number 11. Fisher goes to P2.
That pass right there has been one of those things where if you don't give it up, you're in the fence. We've seen it multiple times. Ardiles not going to be happy about it, but he wisely bops out, and here comes Vanchev to the inside. You can move Vanchev up one more. Look, Ty Fisher was fast. He knew he had the speed. He didn't want to wait around.
Henry, we've seen this the entire weekend. Ty Fisher looks like a guy with a lot of confidence here this weekend. You've called a lot of his races. I have as well. He just feels like he is ready to go forward.
Absolutely. He's not intimidated by the fact that there's nobody else up near the front on a TV card. He's not bothered by the fact that RPG have got 4 or 5 drivers up there. So have Orsalon Racing. And you've got all these other multi-kart teams with plenty of bullets in the gun at the front of the field. And he doesn't seem to be intimidated. In fact, he's reveling in it. I think he's accepted the fact during the course of the year, hey, it's just me. I'm on my own. There's no point trying to find any help or looking for some help. I got to do it all myself.
And Mikey's really been the forefront of the TB Kart brand for the most part in these junior categories.
Yeah, and every single time they've been on track, it's been to the front, and having the speed. And here it is. Not only takes a spot in speed, slides it through there, and look at that. Brown just chilling. Hey, cool, buddy. Hey, you want to join the party at the front? Let's go.
But Fisher also didn't let it drift all the way wide, kind of pinched it on the exit a little bit to make sure that Brown couldn't slide in the over-under.
And what I was going to say before that was a hat tip to Vanchev, because Vanchev, when Ardiles got back by, Vanchev just said, forget it, I'm going to push as well. So these 4 drivers right here showing calm, cool, collected, speed, being able to work through the field. And now we get to see Brown once again from the back foot, see what they can do with Fisher, but Fisher looking very, very good.
You've been challenged. Can you respond?
Yeah,
it's going to be a double-distance race when we go to tomorrow. 10 laps here. What we got, guys? Lap 8 going in the books. Let's see what Turner Brown has for Ty Fisher.
I was going to say, as Brown adjusts the radiator there, trying to maybe look for some tape to take off, I was thinking that everyone was going to be grateful it's a 20-lap race tomorrow because nobody was able to seem to catch Turner Brown over 10 laps. Well, Ty Fisher has proved that wrong. The statement made is this is the last race before the main event. If Ty Fisher can pull a gap now on Turner Brown, he can turn around and go, yeah, do you know what? The Mean Green Machine, it only gets faster the longer the race goes on. That'll give Turner Brown something to think about.
That's Sebastian Garzon we're following here right now in the Orsalon number 751. He runs in that 5th position. Up 7, started 12th. Another run to the top 5 for Garzon. Again, he's a little further back right now, but I think once we see everybody kind of start further forward, you're going to see him part of the action tomorrow for a potential podium finish. For me right now, as they're running through here on this final circuit, this is going to be that an extra little bit for Ty Fisher. Is he able to hold back Turner Brown and come home with a win? Can he take this one to 11?
A little bit of defense out of Ardiles. They're not going to catch the top 2, so now it's just going to be a mano-a-mano fight there for 3rd. Up front, you're still looking at this one. This is going to be Fisher trying to keep the top spot and maybe the first chink in the armor here for Brown as we go into Sunday. And I'll tell you what, a huge shot in the arm for Fisher.
How much confidence would this give him right now? He's coming over the final couple of corners, 14, 15. Brown not close enough, I think, even to send it. No, a little bit of a shallow entry for Ty Fisher, but he is going to win heat race number 3. That's got to feel good for the young Canadian driver on Race Lab. on the TB Kart as he comes away with the victory, 0.2 of a second over Turner Brown. A fast lap of the race for Ty Fisher as well. Lots of positives for the young driver. Diego Ardiles does indeed finish in front of Alexander Vanchev for third and fourth. Sebastian Garzone in the fifth spot. Sixth is Pedro Alves de Lima, once again leveraging that strong running qualifying. Peyton Fay in the same. Ends up seventh. Enzo Vidmontien up 16 spots. 24th to 8th for Enzo Vidmontien. Cameron Marcia in ninth. And Lillian Scarborough rounding out the top 10.
Now, I think it is going to absolutely be Margarita o'clock back in the Race Lab awning. I have two questions that somebody could answer. Number one, has the TB Kart ever won SuperNats? Has that chassis ever won SuperNats?
No.
And number two, last year, Turner Brown has got several nicknames. Chico Brown. We called him It Be Wild Turner Brown for a while. If he wins another 2 classes tomorrow, will we call him In and Out? Because he would have done the double-double.
That's probably the best one you've had so far.
Thank you very much.
That's your best one. We can just call him double-double. But
write it down.
Yeah,
write that down.
Write that down. That's probably the best one so far of the weekend. But indeed, if he's able to get, listen, we've never seen anybody do it like that back-to-back. Anyway, I don't think anybody's ever won 2 in a row or twice on more than one occasion, right? Just 3 guys have done it in all the years of the SuperNats.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we give a shout-out to one of the biggest movers that we've had all weekend, Charlie Smith from dead last, up 24 spots in that one. So
that was Callum Bradshaw telling him. That was the Callum Bradshaw School of How to Drive Aggressively for Charlie Smith. Well, I'm going to leave you, I think, Xander Clements is going to come in to call the X30 Pro classes, and I will see you for Pro Shifter, where we'll give Mike a chance to take a break. We're not going to give Rob a chance to take a break. No, not Mr. Supernats. No, because apparently someone said he's going to get paid for this.
What?
I know.
Finally,
27 years. All you got to do is get in the Hall of Fame and you get paid.
There you go.
Okay.
Indeed, the driver's getting set to go for the first of 2 races in our Pro X30 category. We'll, of course, roll into the next one. Well, first off, we'll look at the Coastal Link Printing race recap. This was the start we saw here. This was the X30 race. So you saw the battle here. This was a fantastic fight throughout here in this X30 heat race with Ruben Moya as the driver up front. Right in the middle there was Stephen Miller as well. We saw the drivers battling and getting themselves into the middle of the fight. Paulie Massimino was there. A number of drivers involved in the fight yesterday. This was a super exciting race here. And I think sets things up, of course, for what we're going to see here today is, of course, for many of the drivers, a little more excitement coming as they get set to line things up. Again, X30 Pro categories ready to roll out on track for what will be their third and final heat race of the weekend. And one of the big things we know with so many of these drivers in this category, thinking about what they need to do to make sure they're going to make it into the LCQ. As we continue with the recap that locked up a bit there for us. Moya up front. Ruben Moya has been so good. There's been a lot of argy-bargy, though. Stephen Miller was part of the fight with him. Moya went back to the lead at one point. But then the arrival of Paulie Massimino on the scene. In came, of course, Joe Turney. We know that he'd be in here sooner or later, all stepping up in a big way. And the fight could begin. And you watch the drivers working their way up front here. Stephen Miller was fast. We talked about the fact that Moya getting super aggressive, trying to go down the bottom here to hold back Joe Turney. We talked a lot about the fact as well that Ruben Moya racing with guys that he hasn't raced before with. Kai Hunter being one of them, Paulie Massimino, learning a lot about the drivers that he's in the middle of the fight with here this weekend.
One guy that was super impressive, though, yesterday, right up there with Moya, was Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
He was able to get himself a heat race win. He's at second in the heat race standings right now, right behind the number 1 plate, who led the way through on his opening heat race here that started off, it looked like it might have been another Florida Garrison Norberg pull away, but right off the bat, Rob, we were watching. I thought they were going to work together. They didn't. In fact, it was still entertaining for the whole way, even though it was a sea of the purple and pink boys up front.
Yeah, you could see the move there by Kai Hunter. Everybody in the middle of the fight. A number of drivers coming up into the scrap there. The GFC drivers stepped things up. We saw, again, a number of drivers up front, but as you said, look at the sea of RPG colors there. Right in the middle of that was Garrison doing his best. It's not like he's any stranger to battling it out against a bunch of RPG carts.
No, he's had to deal with that most of this year. Now, luckily, though, he still ended up pretty good. Can't say the same, unfortunately, for Zeus. Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Dalton Haynes colliding, going into the wall there. Then you go back, Jaden Thiel. He had a decent run, was in the top 10 here in his opening heat, but ultimately Garrison, well, he was holding his own for a good bit. That move from Kai Hunter sent him back into this scrap with Hayden Jones for third that ultimately saw the number 2 plate win out. And then Norberg, just a little fade there in the last corner to make sure it was good. And then, as we've seen a lot of this weekend, many over-under attempts. Not many have been successful to get the job done going to the finish line just because of the positioning of it down that straightaway, which again means that we're probably going to see some drivers, I think, look at that last turn that, you know what, I think it's worth it sending it pretty deep and running the risk of over-sending it because it's such a short run to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, I'm really interested how things will be approached there when it's Super Sunday, not a heat race. I think a lot of the times in a heat race, I'll take second maybe. It's not going to be that way come Super Sunday. Guys are going to like, this is my last chance, this is my last corner. I'm going to send it like you said, and hopefully maybe get the grip I'm looking for on a much wider exit of the corner.
That, and of course, Henry, you don't want to show your cards too early in the game. You want to make sure that you've got everyone else maybe underestimating you, thinking you won't pull the move, then go all in, put your chips on the table, and win the hand.
I mean, we're going to see 100%. We're going to see some moves going into turn number 16. For the win or for the podium. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be successful. That's not quite 100%. We're going to see drivers roll the dice because, like you said, of the short run to the flag. And I did say I was going to disappear for these two races. Mike Smith has been seconded away onto another...
I sent him on a little side quest.
Yeah,
so we'll hear from Mike later back in the night here. He'll come back and join us later on during the last chance qualifiers because you've got to get down there and run the show for the dice roll.
Run the show for the dice roll. But here we go, talking about the show.
Yeah, let's have a look, folks. Ruben Moya, who was of course, the talk of the town here with a fantastic run in qualifying on the Pantano. He'll start up pole alongside Ryan Norberg. Norberg looking for his second SuperNationals victory tomorrow. Stephen Miller, I think, as Andrew had said, one of the revelations of the weekend, really starting to step things up. He will have the CDR number 97 P3. Diego Ramos right there making it, 4 different karts in the top 4.
Paulie Massimino should be ranked inside the top 5 drivers, but a penalty for passing under yellow in a fight for the heat race win with Ruben Moya last night has now knocked him to 17th in the standings. Long way forward here. He's got to climb in the points. He needs basically a win or a top 3 to get himself in a safe starting spot for Sunday. On the flip side, Austin Garrison, couple consistent top 10s. He's sitting pretty there, and he'll roll from 6th in this one ahead of Donovan Bonilla, last year's winner, and Dalton Haynes, who had that moment in Heat 1 we saw with Jesus Vasquez Jr., Henry.
Donovan Bonilla nursing an injured shoulder and no skin on his knuckles after an earlier crash. Aiden Ingrata and Nick Terlecki round out your top 10. And then a couple of drivers that have had up and down weekends. Jake Drew, Lucas de Longchamp. He began practice on Wednesday in the back of the ambulance. He's recovered to start on the 6th row of the grid.
Blake Nash starting 13th alongside Laurent Legault, Ellie Goldstein in the 71, and Eli Warren in the 61, rows number 7 and 8. Brett Rivetta, Jonathan Ports, Emma Scarborough, and Cooper Auclair rounding out the top 20.
Here's a look quickly, folks, while they head to the final few turns of the last few starters. Once again, keep your eye on a couple of the names towards the back that are going to be trying to really get a bit desperate here in this heat race. So Ariel Castro, ZCD, we've seen aggression out of them over the years. Would not be surprised to see it from 24th and 26th to try and fight their way forward and maybe get them close or slightly above the cut line for that last chance qualifier. Stands are packed. The first of 4 pro heat races here as we race into the sunset from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. On the inside in the Pantano Racing chassis for Forward Direction Motorsports, Ruben Moya. And on the outside, the number 1 plate, the top American karter in single-speed competition for the last decade, Ryan Norberg. It's a slow crawl. Ruben did this in his second heat last night. He's got them almost stopped here on the straightaway, and I think that could potentially even draw an inconsistent speed penalty. But for now, we're going to give them the green flag as they slowly bring them up to song down at turn number 1, Rob.
Norberg trying to hold on the outside, but was not able to do it. He'll slide back into likely a 4th position here right now. Moya's going to get the lead. Right behind him, Stephen Miller. You see the cars dancing on the ragged edge. Little shot in the back of Norberg. He is going to come out with maybe 4th, but someone got pretty aggressively into the back of him as they rolled the corner into turn number 4. Then, of course, over to 5, back through the tight left-handers here into the chicane. 9 and 10, rather, back out of that short straightaway, and the lead is going to go to Moya. He is out front. Right there behind him, the number 97 of Stephen Miller, looking for another strong result that could keep him well up front in the start of the main event on Super Sunday. But Moya capitalizes on the quick time and pole to get that top spot. He leads the lap. Number 1.
That really slow start from Ruben Moya did two things. It bulked everybody up at turn number 1, and it created another concertina effect at turn 4. We had karts 6, 7, 8 wide coming out of turn number 4, and yet they all stayed out of the barrier. What about the Chad Docken Racing team? They've only got a couple of drivers here, but they only need a couple of drivers because Stephen Miller is right there, keeping the CDR name at the top of everyone's lips as he chases down Spain's Ruben Moya. Ingrata and Bonilla, Donovan Bonilla, obviously no ill effects from that earlier shoulder injury.
Yeah, he looks solid. Aiden Ingrata, I think, was the one at the back of that train in turn number 5, Rob, when they kind of went down off the start. It hurt Norberg a bit as we see him go by Ramos. Will try to go by, end up getting over under there. Diego's going to wave him back on through. Classy move there between the two veterans. But really it hurt Austin Garrison. He was about to go about 3 spots forward, ripping the high side, and then the whole RPG train on the bottom worked together in the wrong way, sent Norberg wide, and it sent kind of all of them into the side of the 6, who is still trapped here behind Nick Terlecki and Blake Nash. He'll get Nash now as Terlecki goes by, but now Austin Garrison is on the back foot, needs to work his way back up. He just got to keep his head on, though. He's still in a pretty safe spot when it comes to the points, looking towards Sunday. Aiden Ingrata, that time by, decent lap. Bonilla as well, like you said, Henry. Arm looks good. Fastest 2 on the circuit, Rob.
Yeah, one of the big issues, of course, in that opening couple laps was for Ryan Norberg, who fell all the way back. There's a move to the inside there again from Donovan Bonilla. He'll go by his teammate Aiden Ingrata. But Norberg went all the way back to 6th position, finally able to get by Diego Ramos. Now with 3 laps in, working lap number 4, he's got the open track he needs to potentially reel back in. The next 2 drivers in front of him, as we know, are his teammates, Aiden Ingrata and Donovan Bonilla. Then potentially then able to go back up and reel in the front 2 drivers. But for Norberg, it didn't go the way he wanted. It looked like he was going to be able to get out cleanly from all that schmozzle over in turn number 4, but in the end it did not play out that way, allowing both Moya and Miller to stretch away.
Brilliant camera angle there, showing just how tight it is through that turns 9 and 10 chicane. That's why it's been called Calamity Corner. You are threading the needle and the barriers are, over eye height. So you're going through a tunnel that is almost blind, full pin as well. Just goes to show how inch perfect you have to be. Now we look to sort of Paulie Massimino just in front of this group of, this battle between Terlecki and Garrison. I spoke to Paulie this morning about that penalty that he had for passing under the yellow. And in Paulie's really laconic Carolina drawl, he just goes, and here's what it is, just got to get whip on the wheel.
Well, there's nobody that's probably more neutral and monotoned mentally about staying in the middle, not getting too hyped up. He won the heat, and he's won other heats this weekend. He didn't seem too excited. He also didn't let that get him down. That's a testament of a top-level driver, Rob.
We could literally call him the Iceman. I just said, it's absolutely cool as ice. We know he's never too high, he's never too low. Does get pretty fired up sometimes, but he's just so kind of level-headed all the time. And again, for this weekend here where he's been so good, so strong in KA, the issue, of course, in heat race number 2, I don't count Paulie Massimino out at all about being a potential driver to win here this weekend.
He's marching forward towards that group as Ryan Norberg continues that slow upward climb. Here's another spot for Garrison, finally going by Nick Terlecki. I'll give the 88 Holtz DD team credit. I mean, Josh Holtz and that whole contingent, that is definitely one of the smaller operations, one of the more fresh operations into the pro divisions. Really only about a year and a half in it for Nicholas Terlecki. This has been a solid weekend in both KA and in Pro X30 for him. I've been very, very impressed. And for those that are watching along at home, Nick Terlecki racing with a very heavy heart here this weekend, folks. His father had a stroke as they were getting ready to head to Las Vegas. He is recovering right now, but obviously things are a little bit deeper, and we want to wish the best to Tim Terlecki. We know that at some point he'll be seeing this footage, and we believe, hopefully, that it'll be with the number 88 having a great run tomorrow,
exactly too. Exactly that.
I spoke to Nick's mechanic a couple of nights ago, just to ask how Nick's dad was. They explained the situation, and I said, how's Nick coping with it? He said, well, he's got a lot of family business to take care of, at the same time. So he's just literally getting out of his go-kart and getting on his phone and running the family business and doing that, and then suddenly puts it down, gets in his go-kart. So there's no time to think or overthink
So
things.
impressive.
This is his
But at the
minutes.
same point here, too,
Yeah.
we got to talk about what's about to happen right here, because this is going to get really impressive if either of these two young men can knock off Ruben Moya from the top step. 3 laps remaining, and we are now nose to tail. 1, 2, 3. Ryan Norberg on the charge late as usual. He was about another, even to the leader, but Bonilla about a 10th better, and here he goes. Stephen Miller, first lead change of the heat race. An over-under from Moya will not get clear. They're going to bang tires. Here we go, boys. 2.5 to go, and we're racing.
And that was Miller finishing off the pass. And here comes Bonilla saying, listen, you want to hold the outside and give it a shot. You didn't make it work. You're going to lose one more spot. Miller able to finish the pass over on the entry to turn number 7. Bonilla fully took into it, went to the inside of turn number 8, got through 9 and 10, and put Bonilla into P2. That's going to push Moya back pretty close to Ryan Norberg as well. That's one of the interesting parts of this, is the fact that Norberg's back up on the wheel again. But Stephen Miller has been so good here this weekend. Going to be a factor on Super Sunday. Look at Norberg rolling in to see if Moya has anything to come back on Bonilla.
He's got to be careful. Ryan Norberg now within a car length. And with Ruben Moya going offline and getting past for about 3 corners in a row, you talked about holding the outside, fellas. Well, when you go to the outside on a track like this that's had enough development, enough marble buildup, it takes a while to get all that off your tires. And as they go into the infield triple right, you can see Norberg continues to close in. Moya is finally getting his wits back about him. But it's going to be maybe a little bit late. A lap and a quarter to go, Henry.
Ryan Norberg has hit the afterburners. At the start of this lap, him and Diego Ramos were nose to tail. Ramos has fallen back. Norberg now drawing right up the rear bumper of Ruben Moya's car. So Norberg has got pace in the latter stages, boding well for tomorrow. We're going to start 1 lap to go. It's Miller, Bonilla, Moya, Norberg, then a gap to Ramos. But Norberg has got the strongest cars at the moment, but he's going to run out of time.
Yeah, I think here on the final lap, Ryan Norberg's going to have in his mind he needs to try to minimize the amount of points he's going to throw on his total here right now. He knows Bonilla had that one issue where he went off the racetrack, not so much a factor. Miller and Moya, though, have been pretty strong overall. We know that he's coming in, Norberg, at the P1 position early. Can he get one more spot? Right now, it looks like Stephen Miller has what he needs to be able to pull away. I don't know that Bonilla's going to be in a position, especially with the pressure that Moya is putting on here right now. But can Norberg potentially find a way by here in the final lap?
Well, if Moya tries to take that bait to go to the high side, it would. But no, Ruben's going to cover low. Nowhere for anyone to go, and Stephen Miller will collect another heat race victory. Nicely done. The Florida native, the senior rookie, is continuing to impress. And with that performance, he'll outpoint Norberg and take the lead for the potential run to the pole for Super Sunday,
That's
Rob.
massive, 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 massive for Stephen Miller. When you think about the driver he's working around, you say he's a rookie senior. Almost not anymore, right? The very end of the year, you've got a full season except for the SuperNationals under your belt. Stephen Miller, again, like the drivers we've seen who have stepped things up like a Ty Fisher, really building the confidence off of this one here, being able to beat the drivers he just did.
How good is that top 10 in terms of this is such a high quality, and you've got Chad Docken Racing, you've got Franklin Motorsports taking it to the big guns, the perceived big guns, taking it to the RPGs and the speed concepts and the PSLs of the world.
Well, let me answer your question here. Other than Ruben Moya, who we've never seen on the national level, everybody in the top 10 is a national level multi-time race winner. Like you would see them, whether it's East Coast, West Coast, Northeast, everybody, one of these guys. Miller, of course, a lot of the junior races too. This is the best of the best we've had here right now. What a field.
Xander has some calculations out, and officially, Xander, what does this mean?
Well, for Donovan Bonilla, it's going to be a big improvement. Let's hold on those calculations and go down and talk with last year's major main event winner. Dono is standing by after that solid performance.
Yep, down here with defending X30 Pro champion of SuperNats, Donovan Bonilla. Dono, what do you think about the race conditions right now? What do you have to do to knock Stephen Miller off the top spot?
Well, yeah, it was a pretty hard race. The track is pretty cool. You know, it's hard to get the tires up to temperature, but, you know, we made a good start. And, you know, we're missing a bit, but I think about the final we can fix it.
What do you think about your face being blown up and all big on the side of the KC broadcast booth? How cool is that?
Yeah, it's great. I hope to repeat it for the next SuperNats for winning this one.
Well, that'll save us a little bit of money. We appreciate that because we won't have to repeat the or reprint the banner. Donovan Bonilla, he's looking strong to potentially repeat tomorrow.
Well, we would not have to reprint that banner if it weren't for Rob scaring off Danny Formal after not picking him last year. He was so mad. Danny wouldn't show up. So
refused to come back.
Yeah, no. But in all seriousness, there's a look. So that's the left-hand side of us over here as the sun continues to set behind the SuperKarts USA and Avinco inflatables. And on the other end, you're able to see, well, Dono blown up. But let's go see Dono and what he was able to just pull off here. Solid run and, well, a lot of shoving there in turn number 1 off the start of this. Look at that. Swarming wide. Paulie got kind of put in the middle. And then right here, check this out. Ingrata, Paulie, and then the whole line kind of goes in and barrels into the RPG Cosmics right there into turn number 5. It sent them all to the wayside and then really hurt the grouping. So we'll pull that Coastal Link recap up. There it is again. And now here you can see some more of the battling early on. Blake Nash got through the grid on a good start, then kind of slid backwards. Dono, on the other hand, went back a bit, started to move forward, got ahead of Ingrata, and then kept charging. And the same for his teammate who ended up completing the other half of that 1-2 last year, moving to second in the main, moving up into the top 5 in this heat race. But this was the fight. So talking about calculations, not only did Stephen Miller enter in this heat race here just behind Ryan Norberg by a couple of markers, well, he was also only 1 marker ahead of Ruben Moya. He needed to win out. He did. Norberg ends up with a 4th. That will drop him down. So based on the provisional calculations, now it puts Norberg to 4.02. It puts, of course, Stephen Miller at 3.05. Ruben Moya would drop to a 5.01 or 6.01 based on that result. So with all that said here, he had 6.01 for Ruben Moya. But the pressure's on with an opportunity to complete that front row for Kai Hunter. Because if Kai Hunter can get up there and maybe win this heat and bank on something else happening that could shift the results in the previous one, he'd end up either second or third, depending how this all shakes out. He rolls on the best spot in the field. It's an all-British front row here, Henry, Kai Hunter, and Joe Turney.
I've got to say, I have been waiting for this moment all week because Joe Turney had finished his top-line British karting career before Kai Hunter made it into seniors. So this is a first for me. Hunter and Turney on row 1, Vasquez and Rattel on row 2. Hunter and Turney, this battle is so hyped up, even Jesus wants to watch in the grandstand seats.
Harley Keeble starting in the 5th position alongside Jensen Burnett. Young Jensen looking really good here in his rookie run as a senior in the SuperNationals. Hayden Jones, national number 2, starting 7th alongside Aaron Garcia Lopez.
Garcia Lopez was so impressive last night in those tricky wet conditions. The DPK America's driver, DPK factory driver over in Europe, here this weekend, starting just ahead of Jaden Thean on the Sodi and ADT on that Interim S Tony Kart to complete the top 10, just ahead of 2 more heavy hitters here, Henry.
Fast Frankie Mossman with Ollie Richards helping him out. He's from Team Wales, alongside another Welshman, Matt Higgins. So Wales has a connection with both drivers on row number 6.
Justin Music and Chase Handleby on row number 7. Alexander Kardashian alongside Oliver Hodgson, another Brit there in the number 59, living now here in Phoenix, Arizona, looking to work his way forward. Otto Peekinen, rather, the number 93, starting 17th alongside Nix Eggleston, Raheem Alibi, and Adam Rylance rounding out your top 20.
And still the big names come. Chase Jones goes off P21, Archer Eversman, Ian Q, Brian Garcia, Zisheng Huang, Austin Boyle, Arnold Samorin, Jackson Lee, Tevin Robbins, the privateer, and then Josh Feiner, Santiago Fernandez, hobbling Pierce Jaso, Juan Silva, and Nolan Bauer. The underdog's favourite, Tevin Robbins, lad and dad. Dad builds the engines, son wheels the wagon out of Salt Lake City, Utah. The only true privateer in the field. He's one to cheer for, and I'm just looking to see if Pierce Jaso did make it out. We will see as the race progresses.
Field sets it right into the tram lines right now to get things underway. Another slow start, maybe not quite as slow as the run laid down by Ruben Moya, but indeed Kai Hunter and Joe Turney on the front row of both of the lines of karts coming up here to complete the heat races for this year's SuperNats for the drivers in Pro X30. From here, it's just LCQs in the main event. Field lining up. We're ready to go. Green, green, green. And a big jump for Kai Hunter. He's going to rock it out as well as a bunch of contact further back. One driver into the barriers hard. That is, I believe, the 32.
Jaden Thean into the wall from inside the top 10. That is the second bad heat race for Jaden that could potentially put the young driver into the last chance qualifier. Meanwhile, look at the skirmish here and the shakeup it has caused as Kai Hunter rockets away here on the opening lap. Jesus Vasquez Jr. into second, Harley Keeble third, Turney fourth, and up to fifth with a great start. How about it for the Pantano, Andy Rattel from the outside, dropping down in behind Turney. Barely lost anything.
Judging by the way that Turney's kart is handling, those pressures have not come up yet. He had no grip going into turn number 1. He was almost squeezed wide into the barrier. That is what has allowed Kai Hunter to get such a huge start. Turney's kart, I think he's going to struggle now, but watch for him to get better as the race progresses. At the end of lap number 1, Kai Hunter leading by a country mile.
Just a fantastic start for Kai Hunter as he was able to come way to driver's right to set up for the corner. It allowed him to rocket out of that corner and pull away. On live timing, they're not even showing him right now. All they have is Vasquez running in P1, although we know Vasquez now second. Turney works his way up to third, as we had said. He gets by Harley Keeble. Otherwise, a pretty solid start for all the drivers involved. Andy Rattel now running in the 5th spot. Mossman up to 6th. A big start for Frankie Mossman, leveraging it as well. Remember, he started all the way back at 11th, all the way, already finds himself in 6th.
Hunter is in a different zip code at the moment. We're still waiting. He's so fast, timing and scoring can't even catch up with him. But Jesus Vasquez Jr. now working on Turney, already back into P2. I said his kart was going to get stronger and stronger. Now the pressures are up. Now Turney's going to get his head down. I wish we could see the gap now between Hunter and Turney because, well, we could see it visually, but I want to see it because Turney will now close in, I'm certain, as that Trinity Kart Group kart gets sweeter and sweeter.
So Xander, obviously a little bit of an issue with the transponder right now for Kai Hunter. He is well out front. If you're watching live timing, you'll scroll to the bottom. No times yet for Kai Hunter, so that's not lining up for him. So we need to know that as the battle continuing a little bit further back, but Kai Hunter well up the order, even though the transponder's not working.
Yeah, talk about not being able to really tell right now from the sidelines whether we're making a dent. You're having to old school it a little bit and look visually. I think right now Joe Turney's at least getting away, and this group will battle that'll help him get even further up the road as Vasquez, Keeble, Rattel continue to go at it. Garcia Lopez getting ready to get into the mix there in the 54. Closing in, Frankie Mossman has charged forward in all 3 of his heat races so far here in Pro X30. He's ready to do it again, although Hayden Jones is right there to try and deny him of that. He got by him, it looked like, there in the Triple Apex.
Let's not overshadow Aaron Garcia Lopez, the TPK Americas driver. Okay, we're talking about all the big guns and stuff like that, and then some of the I say this with the greatest of respect. Some of the smaller teams, some of the the tier teams, hey, they've got good kit, they've got good drivers, and they're one of those very good drivers making a move now on Andy Rattel into turn number 1.
Yeah, very strong move to the inside there for Garcia Lopez. Get the spot done. Rattel on the full defense now as he's got Hayden Jones right there as well. Alongside Jones is the 70 of Frankie Mossman. So Hayden Jones, the back driver back, moving up. Lost a couple of spots. Gets himself back into 7th. Like Turney, I believe that kart may be a little low on tire pressure. Just starting to come back to him now. He's able to get back around Frankie Mossman. Now really going to work on Andy Rattel. So watch for a pass potentially coming here. Likely over in turn number 16 from Hayden Jones. There's Turney. There is Vasquez. Let's see if he's able to make the move to the inside. Thinks of it? No. Good line there for Rattel. Let's see whether or not he does it at the end of the straightaway.
Cross flags, half distance. Visually, old school, hairy eyeball. Turney is closing in. Rattel on the defensive from Hayden Jones. Going through turn number 1 behind them. Mossman and Higgins now side by side. Higgins on the energy chassis. Gets to the inside. Puts the terror from Trafalgar up into P8.
I really thought that Hayden Jones was going to be able to capitalize. He gets it later on in the lap, and here comes Higgins through as well. Higgins able to make the move as that was a good pass by Jones, but Higgins perfectly set it up to take advantage of both of those drivers and slide through. So Higgins now up, I believe, into the 6th spot here now. So a lot of action here midway through the race. As Henry had said, we saw the half distance mark. A driver tapping there coming out of turn number 15. We'll restack them as they come across the line. Kai Hunter, they've got that transponder reset. Turney in second. It's 1.3 seconds between Hunter and Turney. Last time by Turney quicker by about 1/10 of a second. Vasquez runs third. Garcia Lopez fourth. Keeble fifth. Higgins, Jones, Mossman, Rattel, and Justin Music rounding out your top 10.
Now Music's going to lose his spot as Oliver Hodgson sneaks on by. Already got himself a little bit further up and into Super Sunday off the luck of the dice roll this morning. Now moving himself safely through in the Pro X30 main to try and maybe improve that starting spot tomorrow, while that group ahead of him still fights on. Matt Higgins, though, I think of the fellow Brits, probably has flew under the radar most of them all this weekend, just outside the top 5.
Yeah, he's the European Rotax Trophy champion this year. He's a former British karting champion. In juniors is Matty Higgins, from a very famous motorsport family. Rallying is their forte. So when it gets cold, when grip is at a premium, Matty Higgins, hey, he grew up in mid-Wales, like driving Ford Escort Mark IIs around a muddy field. So when the grip level is low, Higgins is superb. Oh, and Hodgson over to the barriers. And everyone with us just
music on him. Music on his left rear.
Oh, they're
and
both in the barriers.
go.
And they've got to get their hands in the air because there's karts coming at them. And a Pharaoh whack out of turn number 4. Music just getting hooked on Hodgson's rear bumper. His luck was good earlier on, and he's just rolled snake eyes.
Hodgson tried to make a deep move to the inside of turn number 4 to get by Rattel and push wide. Had to get way out of it onto the brake to keep himself out of the barrier. That opened the door for everybody else to come back on him. It opened the door for Justin Music to get right there with him. The contact ensued after that, but that was all because of a big deep move trying to get by the inside of Rattel. One thing we did miss while it was all shaken down was the fact that Garcia Lopez was able to get by Jesus Vasquez Jr. to move into the 3rd spot. We're still watching the fight. That 1.3 second lead now down to 0.7 of a second with 2 laps to go.
JT is incredible. This has happened so many times now. I think for the fact that Kai Hunter is this far off, I don't know if he was trying to save a little bit, or maybe, again, the strategy was that slow start and high air pressure. But as they roll through now, down to a car length and a half away, we're headed to the white flag. For Joe Turney and Kai Hunter, this is not necessarily going to change too much for the two of them tomorrow. But if Hunter loses this spot here and goes any further back off penalties, that could change things. Right now, as they run, Kai Hunter sits 30s, can't get any better than where he's at between himself and Ryan Norberg. Joe Turney, on the other hand, one more spot would move him from 5th to 4th on the grid, leapfrogging Ruben Moya. So last lap, big battle, a half car length away.
Kai Hunter has looked over his shoulder 3 times so far on this lap, Rob. He knows Joe Turney's there, and I don't think that Hunter is going to want Turney to pass. These are British drivers, don't forget. They like to fight.
Watch for an over-under in turn number 16, because you got to figure a little bit of defensive line. There it is right there. Hunter going to try to keep him on the outside. Here's the over-under. I don't know what it's going to be at the line. They'll come across, and it looks to me like Joe Turney potentially beats him. No, the live timing's not popping up. 92 thousandths of a second. Well, I was wondering whether or not we'd have to struggle with live timing. We did. They're having to reinsert him every time manually, so that'll put Kai Hunter. The margin ends up being 0.09 of a second, not quite a full 10th for Kai Hunter. Turney gets the win. Hey, Garcia Lopez +5 up to 3rd. I'd like to see what that does to him as well. He ends up 3rd. Vasquez Jr. 4th. Matthew Higgins +7 to go to 5th. Keeble, Jones, Mossman, Rattel, and Jensen Burnett round out the top 10.
Let's look further back here now to the drop zone. ADT, not a great heat race for him, 17th. Santi Fernandez entered this heat race on the bubble, right into outside the top 30. 18th is going to be borderline for himself. For Brian Garcia, Austin Boyle, Nix Eggleston inside the cut line of what would be the estimation for the heat alone. But there's a lot still to break down from it here. And then further back, obviously, we got a good idea that a lot of the drivers towards the outside of the top 20 are probably going to that last chance qualifier. We'll touch on Oliver Hodgson and Justin Music's update once this Coastal League recap is completed. But first, man, what a crazy start there as Turney, Vasquez, Keeble collided, went wide, and Jaden Thean had that race end in about 100 feet, Rob.
Yeah, good job there for Thean, just trying to hold on. It got pretty ugly up front as Jesus Vasquez Jr. was holding on. That's what allowed Kai Hunter to get away, was we stacked them up over in turn number 5. Everybody up there with the elbows in and locking on each other. Kai Hunter took full advantage to pull away as far as he possibly could. The battle, of course, then became Joe Turney working his way forward. He moved a couple of moves, finally able to get by Jesus Vasquez Jr. He was the man on the move. A number of drivers, Henry, were moving forward through this entire race.
Yeah, Vasquez was a comer, then he was a goer. There's Keeble and Rattel. Rattel defending more than attacking, but there's the driver on that the Formula Alonso kart, the number 54. What a drive, and you can also see now Matt Higgins. He's the back of this group. He's battling with Frankie Mossman there, but gradually, slowly but surely, turning things. And this is where Higgins picked up. He just passed Mossman. Hayden Jones went for a move on Andy Rattel. Higgins picked up several spots, and this is where Hodgson almost the barriers, coming back across, but without the pace. Music up onto the back of him, and that is not a happy tune.
Yeah, that was tough. Obviously, Music was to the inside of the racetrack there. Didn't want to give up the corner. This is the battle continuing for, as we said, Garcia Lopez. Super impressive run for him to third. This was the run, though, at the very end. We saw Joe Turney digging in, got super close in the last couple of corners. Thought about the over-under. Here's the one we saw. He does get side by side with him across the line. He tucks back around. Wasn't able to do the full line. And you can see a little look over the shoulder for Kai Hunter as he ends up beating Turney in that one.
And Oliver Hodgson, he was lost in music. Caught in a trap. Nope.
He just keeps on coming, Xander. Just keeps on coming.
Energizer Bunny, I guess. I was going to say earlier, actually, but he went too long on your thoughts. Calamity Corner, we'll give a forgiveness, I guess, for the British education. Technically, I would say that chicane is 2 turns, Henry. So it'd be Calamity Corners.
Calamity Complex.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes. But no, in all seriousness, we've got at least a little bit of an idea now of what the front of the grid should look like for tomorrow, at least first few spots. So Stephen Miller, off of his 2 heat race wins, should be on the pole. Norberg, Hunter, Moya, Turney, provisional top 5. We'll see Pro Shifter set the front of their grid, and who's going to the LCQ on the other side.
Obviously, last night we saw in the scale line on the broadcast some words for Santa Van Wallstein. Can you just kind of give us some context to what it was all about, maybe what was said?
Well, we are not really good friends, no? But I don't know. Something happened in the walls. We are competitive. We are in top level. We'll see what happens today, tomorrow. Obviously, we are not friends, but I respect him as a driver. I think he respects me. Nothing more than that at the moment.
Yeah, we saw what happened in the scales in between you and Pedro. I guess what was said in between the two of you, and I guess how are you feeling for that relationship? Because you guys are obviously going to have to race each other for a big championship this weekend.
Yeah, we're just he said some things. I don't really understand why, but nevertheless, he can try what he wants. Yeah, if he wants to try, he can try. That's what it is.
Well, right there, that alone, Henry, tells a bit of the story from last night. And we were kind of, again, without that added context from the FIA World Championships about a month and a half ago, maybe a bit in the dark as to why it seemed like Pedro Hiltbrand and Senna Van Wallstein were a little bit hot and heavy with each other. But the good news, at least for the pair of them, well, they're not together in this heat race. Senna Van Wallstein will start on the inside, Marcus Kayak on the outside, and it will be Hiltbrand on the other group, C and D heat.
Really, really good to see between Van Wallstein and Kayak have both been dominant in their races. Now they're together. Trefelov and Myers, the last of the late breakers. AJ Myers in the wet yesterday, go from row number 2. And then it's a Scandinavian and European third row, Victor Gustafsson and Louis Speck.
Yeah, that's right, Henry. This will be a tiebreaker. It's very easy to tell who's going to be on the pole for Pro Shifter tomorrow. Senna Van Wallstein versus Marcus Kayak. They both have been perfect so far in their heat races. Kyle Weck and Maureen Kremer start on row number 4. 2 drivers who we have seen duke it out for the SKUSA Pro Tour title. They've got 6 drivers in front of them to try and even get themselves a little better for a SuperNats title. And they start ahead of 2 SuperNats champions. Bosch Lammers on the inside in row number 5 and Jordan Lennox Lamb on the outside.
A veteran 5th row. Remo Ruschetti and Cooper Becklin are next. Hunter Pickett and Diego Polanco go from row number 7. And then a couple of drivers who, I've got to say, rows 8 and 9, Xander, drivers not superstars, but doing really, really well and showing their talent.
Talk about punching above their weight class for sure. Vincenzo Saraceno, Justin White, Gavin Bailiff, right up there with Niels Troger, who has been solid this weekend and probably learning a bit about the factory kart, the American-made machines. Very different from the European chassis that he's probably been used to.
Yep.
But we'll see how he can make some more improvements here in this final heat race. Then further back, these are drivers that need a big run. Talon Yockels had to drive from 26th or 25th every single heat race, and he's done so beautifully both times, making up a ton of spots. He's got to do it one more time to get himself safely through to the show tomorrow. He'll roll from P26 in this one.
We probably won't see Jordan Musser. He was just doing practice. He's concentrating on Master Shifter, so he will not be out there in the number 67 kart. So we have 33 karts. Carter McGregor starting 33rd, shotgun on the field, and standing start, the sun setting. Now, the sun is setting. That is going to give some visibility problems for the drivers going into turn number 4. The sun is behind them going down the start-finish straight, but as you can see from our wonderful camera angle right by there, when the drivers are going into turn number 4, and when they're going into the 180-degree turn 11 and 12, they are going to be driving straight into a setting sun. Some of them have got their clear visors on. Well, not many. Some of them have, some of them haven't.
Just looking down the order here, guys, I think I may have saw Jordan Musser actually come out just a bit up there what we saw.
Oh.
I believe he's at the tail of the grid here, rolling up here right now. Yeah, Musser is going to take advantage of this particular run. Potentially gets to do a little bit more testing to get the car the where he wants to be. We'll see. Nonetheless.
Is it time? Is this where we'd have his final this time of day? No.
Here we go to Aaron Likens for Pro Shifter Heats A and B. Yes, we are away with a good start on the first try. And Van Walstein will get the initial hole shot, but around in front of the field, Kyle Wick spins in turn 1.
Oh, that is heartbreak for Wick, and how quickly can you change your overall look at the weekend, looking backwards at everybody. He's looking backwards at his potential to get to the top 5 this year as well. Tough one for Kyle Wick as he goes around. Van Walstein, though, out of the gate super strong. He'll take the lead there over Martin Kayak. Trefilov into the 3rd spot. Myers 4th, Gustafson 5th. Underway here for the first lap of this particular heat race.
So as Senna Van Walstein, Marcus Kayak, and again David Trefilov line up. Again, Trefilov as well hasn't gone head-to-head against his teammate either, so that makes this one interesting. And then you got AJ Myers. The Magic Man has nothing left to lose, but he would love to try and put another heat race in the books. And here we are. We're dancing down the front stretch, and all 4 of your leaders were high, low, centered, all across the racetrack, Henry.
Yep, Van Walstein defending against Kayak. At the same time, Myers was attacking Trefilov. Marshall running there down towards turn number 16. Here come the lead trio, quartet. No, make that a lead pack of 6 because Speck and Gustafsson are there as well. Don't count out Marin Kremers for RPG, and just behind him is Bas Lammers, Lennox Lamb, and Hunter Pickett.
Hey, Xander, I don't think we can count out how important this race is right now for AJ Myers. After the DNF in the first race, a strong run in heat race number 2. He needs a big one here. You're going to be able to give a look at where he is points-wise, because he needs another big one to potentially move himself anywhere near potentially the top 15 start, because he'll keep digging. But give us the update on what he's got to do here.
He is 32nd. He cannot afford a single mistake right now, barely inside the drop zone. So Victor Gustafsson, Luis Speck, they're obviously trying to fight to get into the top 10 first 5 rows for tomorrow. AJ Myers is trying to make sure he makes it to tomorrow. Now, a top 5 should be very safe, but he cannot afford to get into it too hard and end up in the wall. As we've seen already, Vincenzo Saraceno has unfortunately dropped down the pylon. So has David Williams, and it looks like a few others as well. Now, keeping an eye on Kyle Wick. he has been able to continue, but he's outside the top 20. For Saraceno, 33rd coming into this one. A DNF in Heat 3 is going to absolutely send him to the LCQ.
And there he is looking at rather disgruntled down at turn number 16. Now, on the setting side, here comes Jordan Lennox Lamb to the inside of Speck. And following him through is Bas Lammers, the two veterans. Now moving past the TV Kart. And behind them, Niels Troger rounding out the top 10 at the minute. It looks like another Maranello kart. Is that potentially Justin White in the Maranello kart, not far behind him?
Yeah, he's lined up right behind Hunter Pickett there in the number 36. Justin White outside looking in, 36 here in the point standings coming into this. He needs a big run, probably a top 14. Martin Kremers, 41st, as he had a DQ after the first heat. We watched him run in the top 5. He was DQ'd for rear track width. So what a 5th place run would have put him well in the hunt for the top 10 starting spots tomorrow. He is outside, needs a massive run.
And the retirement of Saraceno is definitely going to help Justin White. They're going to kind of flip-flop there if he's able to stay where he is right now. You got to keep digging to get whatever you can. Here he is again, AJ Myers working on the 74 of Trefilov, trying to find his way by. As we know, Myers, if he gets that P4, that's going to help him significantly work up the order. He's going to have to potentially hope, or at least benefit from the misfortune of others. Nonetheless, he seems to have a pretty solid hot rod right now here to get things dialed in for a 25-lap race. You'd mentioned earlier, started to mention, Henry, was maybe a Jordan Musser running because his race is later in the day. He's actually super early in the day. 11:15 will be the main event for Master Shifter.
But it will be probably around this temperature, this bit of coolness in the day. That heat race he ran earlier today, maybe a little bit warmer than what we're anticipating for that early morning main tomorrow. So who knows what he'll be in for. At the same point, again, more track time never hurts. And right now, these guys, they're racing. They're not getting a whole lot of data out of it. This is a fight. Kremers in the middle, Lennox in front, Lammers in there, Luis Speck is there, and at the end of that group, Niels Troger on the factory kart.
Yeah, a solid run for Troger, as we've said before, that factory kart driver up into the top 10 right now. I think the best thing to see here, though, is Senna Van Walstein starting to flex his muscles. He is showing himself as being one of the primary contenders for the race win. This is kind of that battle back and forth between the two drivers who have shown well, right? Van Walstein and Kayak, and it's right now Van Walstein getting the better of his primary challenger here as we work our way into the last couple of laps of the race.
What an awesome flyby shot right here as the sun continues to set. And now, while we were enjoying the pretty sunset, AJ Myers trying to drive off into the sunset. Nice move. He's up to 3rd. Trefilov giving him a lot of chase. Nearly got him around the outside in turn 5, Henry.
I was going to say, AJ Myers, he can be more aggressive. He has to be more aggressive than Trefilov, Kayak, and Van Walstein. They know that. Myers can use that to his advantage because, hey, his chance of SuperNationals glory hanging by a thread already. Pretty much, non-existent almost, you might say. But for Van Walstein, for Kart, and Trefilov, they can't afford a bad result because they're still battling for a top starting spot in the main event tomorrow. Myers can be more aggressive, although Trefilov showing that, hey,
he's been hammering him every corner. I mean, that's not the first bump either.
Oh, around the outside, almost. Great move there, almost.
That's a risky move for sure, especially getting racing against a guy with really has no worries at all about having to get into some contact. He's got nothing to lose right now for AJ Myers. He's got to get himself up to where he needs to be. Trefilov kind of risked it there as he's trying to find a way back by. Maybe better to stay here in P4 as opposed to risk it with an outside run around the cushion of turn number 1. Laps winding down right now for Van Walstein, leading by 0.5 of a second over Kajak. It's 2 seconds from Kajak back to this epic battle right now here between Myers and Trefilov.
This is a slug match, but it's now backed up to Victor Gustafsson there in the 5th spot. Jordan Lennox is now starting to come into frame with Lammers and Luis Speck closing in also. 2 to go. Myers, a frantic look there down the front stretch, Henry.
Into turn number 1 for the penultimate time. There goes Lennox Lamb being harried by the Dutchman Bas Lammers. Behind him, Germany's Luis Speck on that TV kart, down through the gears into turn number 4. Now back up through the gears, watching that curb on the inside. Lammers doesn't watch it. He absolutely clobbers it.
He's struggling right now, though. You saw the back end get really squirrely there, locked the brakes up into 4 and 5, and hit the curb coming into the triple apex, Rob. I think the 94 is pushing, but also trying to hang on.
Yeah, it's not perfect right now. Let's put it that way. That Kart is not ideal. You see how much work he's having to get done to get it to rotate. Really kind of that early turn in to hit the right rear on the curb, leveraging everything he had. Here comes Trefilov again. Does he have enough for a late move? No. Light little cover off to the inside for A.J. Myers. Final lap on the racetrack here for this particular heat race, A versus B. These are the big dogs. Trefilov again trying the outside. Can he over-under? He cannot. Trefilov, Xander, throwing everything at A.J. Myers right now.
I think he's just trying to force a mistake. He knows the moment he shows a little bit of color to the outside, A.J. just releases the brake and runs him wide. But at the same point here, he cannot afford to just let A.J. back him up into Gustafson and lose another spot because he can lose multiple positions on the grid tomorrow. Up front, though, Senna Van Wallstein has been perfect as these two continue to duke it out for third. It'll be Senna going 3 for 3 in the heat races as Marcus Kayak will once again find himself starting on the front row at the SuperNationals, exactly where he was the last time he was here. But he was a bridesmaid then, Rob. He's looking to potentially be one again if he can't find that little bit extra tomorrow.
And this was that one-on-one battle, right? Kajak had done well in his heat races as the top driver in the B group. Van Wallstein, top driver in the A group from starting on the pole. He's able to get the best. That's the first battle for Van Wallstein over Kajak. He'll have the momentum heading into Super Sunday. Myers coming back big time. I'm going to be really excited to see where he ends up after a third place finish. Fourth and third after that DNF in the opening heat race. Myers may have just helped himself to potentially race his way back onto the podium, holding off Trefilov impressively over the last half of that race. Victor Gustafson, again, world champion 2 years ago. Solid run so far, Henry, in his debut here at the SuperNationals.
Yeah, good drive for the CRG driver. Lennox Lamb, Bas Lammer, Spec Troger. I'm interested also to see, has 10th place secured a place in the final automatically for Marion Kremers? I would think probably.
It should be close, but yes, yeah, Marion Kremers should be in off that run. Hunter Pickett was kind of in the middle 20s. He'll be safely in. Michael Avancino, Remo Ruschetti, Gavin Bailiff entered right around the drop zone. He'll barely point his way in if the results stay as they are with a 14th. Massimo Valiente outside looking in, only a P15 as they cross the line. I don't know if that's going to be enough for the Italkart Factory Racing Team driver to get himself a guaranteed spot. And again, there's still a lot to go through. There were multiple penalties. In fact, a ton of pushbacks in that Pro X30 heat. That'll shake up things quite a bit. But in Pro Shifter, no pushbacks. Still, though, lots of argy-bargy racing could change things up.
And we're not seeing Justin White's name on that top 15. He was in the top 12 early on. Obviously, the Maranello kart faded. We've already discussed the fact that Vincenzo Saracino, his retirement means he's now demoted to LCQ. We thought that he was going to be replaced by his teammate, Justin White, but that was when White was running on the fringe of the top 10. He finished outside the top 15 in that one. Not quite sure exactly where he did
Strong run for
cross the line.
Massimo Valiente to work his way up to the top 15 too. That may help him at least where he's going to end up being in the grid for the LCQ.
Let's take a look down to pit lane here. The Magic Man gets a top 3 result, third for the number 3 plate with an awesome run. So we'll be chatting with him here in a little bit. It was a good run for AJ, but again, still, like you guys said, he's got his work cut out for him tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. We haven't got the rest of the field on our screen at the moment, so I can't tell you where Justin White finished, but
we'll come back to that here. Let's go down to the Magic Man now, and we'll catch up with the rest as the results continue to file in. Lots of changes in the back of the top 5. I think we should be pretty safe in the front of it, though. Caleb?
Thank you there, Xander. And indeed, AJ, you seem to be pretty safe into the main event. Just walk me through that race. It seemed like you and David were really going at it there throughout the middle stages.
Yeah, I mean, making the race was never in doubt. It was just about getting another good result and trying to get up to the front as far as possible for the final. Yeah, the pace was great early on, and I was able to run him down a little bit. He made a little bobble, and I made it capitalize. After that, I mean, my pace really fell off, and from there on, I think I was really holding him up, but did a good job defending. So third place around these group of drivers is pretty good. Really good drivers in the tech area right now.
And you're talking about, the quality of driver in the tech area. I want to take you back to last year. You qualified on the pole position. You struggled a little bit, to get up to grips. This year, I guess, how are you guys feeling going into that race, starting further back? But again, you see the speed that Senna and Kayak have.
Yeah, so I mean, The Marinellos and Senna, yeah, they're very quick out there. Just being able to keep up was great. They're going to need to do a lot of battling tomorrow to be able to make my way up to them, to battle with them. Hopefully a little 5-lap in, red flag, maybe 7 laps in, another red flag, and I'm there.
Well, there you guys have from AJ Myers. Just hoping for a little bit more to get up to the front. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, that's a solid plan right there. He's going to.
I don't know about a little bit. That's a lot more.
I think he wants us to kind of go to the NASCAR. He goes a couple stages. We'll throw a checkered flag. We'll restack him again. That's what he's looking for. He just needs an opportunity to be able to get those gaps given to him for free. A lot of speed out of AJ Myers, as we know, guys, for sure. But he's got lots of guys to get up there. He needs them to be fighting big time up front for him to be able to close up to potentially make it to the podium. Christian Bertuca is going to get his opportunity to start in the pole position. C versus D. He's been on the outside of the front row for the first 2 heat races. Mateus Morgado will be alongside him on row 1. Mateo Vagano and Billy Musgrave on row number 2.
Question, has Mateus Morgado's engine problems been fixed? We saw him pulling out a warm-up earlier. That's going to be something that's playing on his mind. Pedro Hiltbrand and Emilian Denner go from row number 5. And Stefan Jesper Sjoberg, another fast Swedish driver, and Corentin Russo on row 8.
Daniel Vazile will start on the inside of row number 5, 9th place, but alongside Davide Foray in the 10th spot. Keon Tandon and Nicholas Taylor will occupy row number 6.
Australia's Sam Dicker and Jacob Gulick, the number 2 plate runner-up in this year's Pro Series on row number 7.
Xander will tell you that Gulick needs a good result as well. He had that one DNF. He needs a big one here as well. Anthony White starting 15th alongside Michael Riccio, Jay Irwin, and Charlie Steins on row 9, capping off your top 10 rows, top 20 drivers on the grid. Edward Ports and Connor Wick.
Connor Wick, another driver I noticed that is just outside the top the automatic transfer spots.
Yeah, Connor Wick, Jacob Gulick, 2 of the GFC drivers, 37th, 39th in the points coming in. They'll pick up a little bit off Saraceno, who came in 33rd, but they still need to get to the end of this one, and they might have got leapfrogged by Marian Kremers' awesome run there into the top couple spots. Here's the final few starters, drivers that have their work cut out to move forward in the heat, but maybe had some good runs that could make them feel a little bit easier about pulling it off in heats. Heat 3 for C and D. Mario Gill was extremely fast last year. A so-so quali effort for the Italkart Catalyst driver, development driver, 21st alongside Ethan Boer.
And a big shout out to the only Thai driver here, Warawong Komarakal, who has certainly not disgraced himself at all.
Yeah, Warawong's been racing for us for quite a while. He went back overseas, but he did a number of years racing with us in the SKUSA Pro Tour, a number of different programs, so good to see Komarakal back here with us again. Anthony Martel was another driver who got through the LCQ last year. Actually was the last driver to transfer through. He may have to do it again. One really good result earlier, top 10 I believe, but then a DNF at race number 2. Another driver who needs to have a really good run here.
And I've got Momo Momorelli at the back of the grid. There he goes. He's been spectacular. Has had some moments. He's been at the back, but certainly, there's a lot of colour here. A lot of colourful characters. Momorelli certainly one of them.
Drivers coming up into their staging positions here, into the grid slots here to get ready to go on what will be a full field of drivers in Pro Shifter. This is indeed the final race, heat race of the weekend, final heat race of this year's SuperNationals. After this, we've got a bit of a break in the action. We'll tabulate all the LCQ calculations. We'll have our grid set up, 6 drivers to transfer through the LCQs for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. And there are a number of drivers right now here in this particular race that have to perform to see if they can get through and not have to run the LCQ. Lots on the line here. Field set. Final race for the heats for Pro Shifter. Green, green, green. And again, a big push down from the outside of the front row. Morgado coming across on Bertuca.
Teammate on teammate right there. PSL Karting going side by side. And now look at Billy Musgrave to the lead out of turns number 4 and 5. And right up onto the curbing there was the Sony of Emilian Denner. Talk about a shakeup here at the start. And it has all gone wrong for PSL Karting and Beer Alert right now from a front row starting spot to neither of the drivers leading by the end of turn number 5, Henry.
In front of the best in the world the All-American badass Billy Musgrave, showing them how we get things done stateside. He's been riding the crest of the wave after the debut of his the Factory Kart Cadet Junior Shifter program, and he's obviously buzzing. Look at that. He's got the bit between his teeth. Billy Musgrave leads them into turn number 1. We're talking about Kip Foster winning a 5th. What's to say Billy Musgrave can't win a 5th? Because there's one thing you say about records, they're made to be broken.
All the fighting happening further back may give the opportunity for Musgrave to stretch away a little bit. Emilian Denner, we caught him coming through turn number 4 and 5 to work his way up into P3. He was able to get by Hiltbrand and Pertuca, so a great run here for Emilian Denner up to 3rd. Morgado running in that 2nd position. But indeed, remember, this harkens back to the Summer Nationals, does it not? Where Billy Musgrave was able to hold off Morgado for the big race win, the first big national race win for Factory Karts since Orlando the year before. Big run here for them down the straightaway, and for, I think, Musgrave, if he gets a couple of laps where he can run some open laps without having to defend, it's going to give him an opportunity to just give a little bit more gap from Morgado. Again, Morgado, Henry's going to have to battle here as well, because Denner's starting to put a bunch of pressure on as well.
Yeah, can I just, I'll stand me to be corrected, but Keon Tandon in 12th place is the 2nd best placed American driver in this field. You've got Brazil, France, Spain, Italy, Romania, Sweden, New Zealand. Oh, Jacob Gulick, they're in 10th.
Close, yeah, 3rd best at least there for sure. But of the GFC contingent, they're getting there. Canada's Nicholas Taylor right in the middle of the two of them. But indeed, a very international group. But it's the stars and bars still out in front. Billy Musgrave leading the way. There's a reason why he is a part of the 4x club, the 3-time Pro Division SuperNationals champion, won in the semi-pro division back in the shifter split era in the stock Honda classes. That was the first of 4. However, behind him here, one of the Americans going backwards, Gulick going at it with Schoberg as around goes the 93. And that was another one of the PSL drivers. This one was a little bit further back in the middle of the field, kind of buried. I think that was top 20s. Anthony Martella, the young man here in his 2nd ever SuperNats and Pro Shifter.
And I said he needed another good result to be able to not go to the last chance qualifier. He's going to be in the last chance qualifier for certain if he's able to even get in and make it to the group there. Tough one for Martella, but indeed up front, a guy who's not struggling at all right now is Billy Musgrave. He's been able to lead again, holding that spot, working lap number 5, so he's led 4 laps so far. Morgado, though, has not let him get away at all. Musgrave, though, likes to lead. There goes Morgado, thinking to the inside. Musgrave's going to run him around the outside as well. It's going to be the race into the position, and indeed, he gets the job done. Musgrave didn't want to give it up. That pass didn't happen and get done until turn number 7.
That was about as close quarters as you can get it. Billy Musgrave is one of the hardest drivers to pass because he doesn't like to give up the inside, but Emilian Denner catches him by surprise. What a great move by the Velocity Racing by Soda USA driver as he works his way through the double right. Now into P2 and hunting Mateus Morgado, the Pro Tour champ, will lead his first lap of heat number 3.
And this is where Billy Musgrave needs to stop the bleeding. He's going backwards. He cannot let those PSL Burrells, look at those Burrells behind him trying to find a way by. He's by himself up there in that factory kart machine. Got to put his head down and make sure they don't get back by. He needs to get back on the offense and not let the PSL drivers go to work on. That's Hiltbrand right behind him.
Well, you know the best thing about defense is offense, and that's what Billy Musgrave's got to do. Through that turn 5, 6, 7, and 8 complex. Now they flick right and left, and this is where Denner at the flat out fast, turn 11, which has claimed so many victims this weekend. Denner made it stick. The Super Sub trying to make it to the front of the grid for Super Sunday in what is the Super Bowl of go-kart racing.
Emilian Denner right now enters this one 6th in the point standings, but he's only 1 point behind Musgrave, 2 back from Pedro Hiltbrand. So a flip right now could change things for him, Rob.
6 laps down, 4 to go, but it has got significantly cooler in the last, I want to say, 2 or 3 minutes. This track's going to start to cool off. That was the thing about these mechanics. What did I do on tire pressure? How high do I go, knowing it's going to start getting cooler as this this night goes on.
And all the mechanics and all the drivers, or at least the majority, got the word from Neil Strickland. They opted out of the sunset break. They said, we want to race into the sun because we do not want to try and play the cold tire game at night. So that's why we didn't have any delay, and now we're fully shaded, Rob, because like you said, sun fully down, the temp has drastically dropped, and we've still got 3.5 laps of racing left to go as they round that final turn. The Brazilian-born Matheus Morgado continues to lead to Denner, to Musgrave, Hiltbrand, and Bertucca, all evenly matched across the line.
And if we remember back to the first heat race, I think it was the first heat for Billy Musgrave, where it seemed like he was a little bit off in gear. You wonder if they made a change. He was a little better in the short stuff. He looks a lot better at the end of the straightaway now. They've made an adjustment.
Yeah, he has. I mean, if there's one thing you know about Billy Musgrave is that tinkering and tweaking the setup is something that he loves to do. You know, they would be working on finite details because, okay, you're right, he stopped the bleeding. Now, with 2 and a bit laps to go, can he launch an attack? Because he's got 2 PSL cuts of Hildebrand and Bertucca breathing down his neck, but he's got a Sodi kart right in front of him. And we've got Senna could be starting for pole position. How about the Morgado from Sao Paulo, Brazil?
Well, the answer to the question you had at the start, that motor program, I think he's pretty good.
I don't know. I don't know. He did not get out of turn 1 good, fellas. Watch this. Turn 5. He's having to go low to block. Denner is there. Matheus Morgado goes wide. He misses a shift. Emilian Denner takes the lead.
For the second time this weekend, he's missed a shift and's lost a spot. Denner goes back to the lead. That's going to stack everybody up as well. That motor program looked very good, but a little mistake just as I was bringing it up. Maybe another commentator curse. We've done that a couple times up here. And again, Denner is the lead, the driver who's subbing in for Giuseppe Palomba. He goes to P1 in the Sodi kart. Can they go back-to-back wins in heat race number 3? We'll see. But right there again, Morgado's right there, as is Billy Musgrave. He's still trying to hold off the Lions, and coming across the line, 1 to go.
I don't think I've seen a closer Pro Shifter SuperNats race in my lifetime, Rob. This is incredible how many drivers are all packed up. But Emilian Denner, the last time he was in Las Vegas, he won his 3rd heat race. It put him in a good starting spot for Sunday, and he got cleaned out turn 1. He wants redemption. And while it was a last-second call when he was playing PlayStation this year, he's leading now and trying to fight his way to the front row, while Musgrave is taking a lot of pressure right now from Pedro Hiltbrand.
I think anybody in the top 5, it was Musgrave was the one that was being the most offensive there. They went all the way down to the inside of turn number 4. He knows he needs to keep this spot. He'll low line and stay right on the inside of the curb, coming through turn number 13 and 14, back to 15, here's 16, and indeed we're going to go back-to-back wins for Sodi kart here in heat race number 3, as not only does Senna Van Wallstein wins, Denner wins as well. Morgado comes home in 2nd, Musgrave in 3rd.
Man, what a run for Emilian Denner, Senna Van Wallstein, the Velocity Racing Sodi USA contingent. I mean, This is a basically national race number 2.5. I would call it, for this brand new operation. And, well, they've got now a complete sweep of the Saturday heat races in Pro Shifter, and they've done it against the reigning Pro Tour champs.
You want to look at the Red Army in there, don't you?
I was going to say, you look at that, I was going to say, Vive la France, the Sodi kart, the French-built chassis. But then, behind the French kart, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 PSL kart Birrell karts, and we've also got 1, 2, 3, 4 Ital karts and the GFC.
Wow.
And of course then another outlier, you know, Billy Musgrave there in 3rd position. But you mentioned about how close that was. Let's try 1.5 seconds covering the top 6. Let's have France, Brazil, the USA, Spain, Italy, Sweden, Romania and Canada in the top 12, with New Zealand and Australia rounding out the top 15.
A little bit of everything.
You know, I'm going to stop by. I think we should all agree now to no longer let the drivers complain about the racetracks at all. Because last year they said the racetrack wasn't going to be good and the racing was awesome. They said they couldn't pass here. This has been extremely racy. I've enjoyed watching it. Let's go down and hear from a guy who was able to make a race winning pass. We're here with David.
Yeah, one of the most exciting Pro Shifter races that we've seen this year for sure. Emilian Denner, you know, you were on a PlayStation earlier this week when you got the call to come down here and come back and really have a comeback drive here at SuperNats. So describe that race, because there was changing conditions, the temperature dropped quite a bit, and the go-karts were so close.
Yeah, I felt it was a really close race. I felt like I was fast, but I felt also the pressure behind me, so it wasn't easy. I just made the pass at the right moments, in my opinion. And yeah, I had a good start in the beginning. I was straight away third, and I could manage a little bit my race. I knew that if I stayed in the top 5, that would give me a good starting position for tomorrow. But yeah, winning the race is even better, and yeah, the pace was amazing. I have to thank all the Team X30 USA for the opportunity for me to come here, and yeah, also the engines by Sonny.
What would you think your chances are tomorrow? It's going to be, obviously the conditions are going to be a lot more different, but the drivers that you're going to be racing, most of them are going to be the same as you raced today. So what can you do to take the SuperNats victory?
No, I mean, since yesterday morning, the pace is really good. I heard there's a 25-lap final, so if I start in the first like 3-4 rows, for sure I have all my chances with the pace we have. So let's see.
Emilian Denner, the super sub, doing a bang-up job, I'd say. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Dave. Emilian Denner, like we've been calling him the super sub, but also just such an impressive performance throughout the entire heat race here, just like he did a year ago. So it's familiar just as much as it's a last-second call. He's been in this spot before, a heat race win and a great starting spot for Sunday, but he's not the only one looking good for tomorrow. Mateus Morgado was the other half of that battle. He's standing down here with Caleb Vieska. Caleb?
Thank you there, Xander. Mateus, you held on to the lead until that final lap. Just walk me through that battle there.
Yeah, the race was good. The start was good. After not doing the warm-up, we had to mount our second package, so we have more for tomorrow. But this last lap, I felt a touch in the second corner. But doesn't matter today. Tomorrow's a new day, and we take another chance. So, yeah, happy for how the day went. And happy with the speed we showed.
So I know there was like a lot of flags for you today, obviously not doing the warm-up and then obviously missing out just by a little bit in this final heat race. Are you feeling confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah, always confident. I know the big team I have behind me, my OPSL karting, everyone working super hard to achieve this goal. So I think I'm confident, I think all the team's confident, and I think we can do a good job.
I know you finished second in the World Championships earlier this year. How much would it mean to you to finish off the year with a SuperNationals victory?
SuperNats is something I've been wanting to win for ages, and something I never got it. I did pole twice, so it will mean a lot to me if I can get this win tomorrow.
Well, there you guys have Mateus Morgado looking to win his first SuperNationals. Back to you, boys.
First and foremost here, thanks as always to all the drivers for speaking with us here. Caleb and David have done a great job of giving us lots of intel as the sun begins to set here in Las Vegas. Let's go back through, though, once again with our Coastal Link recap of what just transpired in that final Pro Shifter heat race. Racing into the sunset here as it changed basically from the drop of the green. You still had that initial start where the sun was still up a little bit, and right in their eyes as they went down to turn number 5. And once again, even with Morgado getting the jump out at turns 1 and 2, he got beat down to turn number 4. Musgrave leading the early couple laps here, Rob.
Yeah, that was big. You watch Musgrave hit a lot of wheel into the turn. The battle further back kind of started to settle in. We saw that the Burrell Art drivers dialed things in. You saw Emilian Denner get big wide coming out of that corner. Got with the right front. This was the move early on as you saw that Morgado was trying to get by Musgrave. They were so close on the exit. Finally, Musgrave gave it up. And immediately we saw that Denner came right at him back in turn number 11. Xander, as you said, I think caught him off guard a little bit.
Definitely. And then right here, I mean, this was also a bit of a surprise. Morgado beginning to struggle and fade. And Denner, I mean, what a perfectly timed move. It's been really tricky for a lot of drivers to kind of get that crossover completed from turns 4 to 5. He made that look easy. And then quickly from there built that gap. So we kind of keyed in on that fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The All-American badass hanging on over another former SuperNats champion, Pedro Hiltbrand. But Emilian Denner puts himself another step closer to trying to chase that SuperNats victory. He's been close 2 times. Both starts he has had here in Las Vegas. He has been quick. He has been in the mix, but he has yet to taste victory here on the SuperNational stage, the biggest stage in all of North American karting, and with thousands upon thousands upon thousands watching on from all around the world in a packed house here. 550 plus drivers in attendance and a lot more that are going to be filling the grandstands because the last chance qualifiers are getting calculated right now. It is a picturesque fall evening here in Las Vegas, and as Mike Smith joins us back in the booth here, you had kind of more of a trackside view of those last couple of heat races. What are some of your big takeaways?
We're starting to see a little bit of the black starting to color the pavement. The line is starting to form a little bit more. We're still finally here at the end of the week. We're starting to see a little bit more of that grip coming up, as you can start seeing it there on the screen. The struggle for grip is still going to be there, but it's getting a little bit of help.
Think about the amount of lap standard we're going to put in on Super Sunday. The guys that are running at the very end, there's going to be a lot of rubber there. The new tires are going to go down. It's going to be, as Mike has alluded to, it's going to be, I think, a lot of fun to watch that rubber go down. The grip level keep coming up. It's still going to be cool, but the grip level will be even better by the end of Super Sunday.
That's right, because all 550 entries are going sticker tires first thing in the morning. Outside of the handful that may have had to use them up to get through the LCQs, we're going to have at least 525 plus. Well, I would say, I guess, with the LCQ cuts, less than 525, but somewhere in the ballpark, doing quick math, and 350 to 400 sets of Avinco tires will hit the pavement tomorrow. And we've seen that so many times over the years, Rob, that the track changes a ton just off the warm-up because, well, a lot of guys go new tires there too. So we got 350 for sure. Probably mark that number maybe closer to 6.
And it's so interesting is, where your race is during the day. We talked about Master Shifter running earlier in the day. The category, 10:45 for KA100 Jr, 11:15 Master Shifter. You think about KA100 Master right at 12:45 earlier, in the early afternoon. What's the track going to be like? What's the sun going to be like? How is it going to be? Where is the track going to be for your particular class?
Who knows what it's going to be like here in a few moments, though, folks. We're talking like the day's over. It's not. We're going to go on the commercial break. When we return, we'll be that much closer to getting the final few grids completed. Pro X30, Pro Shifter, last chance qualifiers, and the dice roll when we return.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. a precision welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American made, race proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Lisa Guzanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, But I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right karts, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the US. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing. Adjustable wheel bearing cassettes. Seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts. American-made, race-proven.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'm
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2/3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pro X30 last chance qualifier action. It's time to finish up setting our grids here for Super Sunday. 2 more on-track sessions remain, and they are going to be a couple of barn burners here. Kicking things off with the first of the 2 sessions under the lights. We have one driver that has spun, it appears, coming out of the grid. That's not the greatest way to start it.
No,
Mike.
it's not.
Two of them. There's another one that did the same thing over by turn number 5.
Do have a grid for you finally, folks. Santiago Fernandez, Justin Music, 2 drivers in a good place to be. Top 6 drivers will transfer. Jaden Thien and Timothy Pernod. Xander on row number 2.
Yeah, what a heartbreak for Jaden Thien. He is very, very fast and easily should have gotten in off of pace. 2 crashes and 2 heat races have put him here. Brian Garcia and Chase Jones make an all Kart Republic row number 3. They're the final 2 that will start inside the transfer zone. Chase Jones here this weekend, similar deal to Jaden Thien. A little further back in quali, had a good opening heat, crashed in the second one. Not an ideal third one. He starts just ahead of Jonathan Ports, his debut weekend with the Ital Kart Factory Racing Team. And Zizang Huang and the number 29 Tony Kart rolls from P8.
Cooper Oak, Claire, and Austin Olds have work to do. That is row number 4. They're going to have to fight early here. Oliver Hodgson is a scratch from the 11th position. He will not run here. He's withdrawn from the X30 category. Archer Eversman will start on the outside of that row in the number 99.
Carol Pasterwicks drives for the brand new RL Rasmus Lind Racing TV Kart team with a long way to go to race his way into the main event. Starts alongside Ian Q. Then Gia Cicero on the RPG Cosmic to the inside of Speed Concepts Racing Max Saga.
Matias Fernandez and Arnaud Saburin will be on row number 9. And Emma Scarborough and Austin Doyle will wrap up the top 20.
Laurent Legault had a heartbreaking moment here about a year ago, racing his way through the LCQ camp just a bit shy. He's got a long way forward here, unfortunately, tonight. Starts alongside Jackson Lee, who's traveled here to race with GSE all the way from down under, from Australia. And then back behind them, Tevin Robbins, the privateer hero, the number 21, rolls to the inside of Nolan Bauer.
John Liam Gray and Ariel Castro will be on row 13. Steven DeCazes and Juan Silva, row 14, row 15. Mingyang Zhu alongside Pierce Chazo. Then the rest of the field, Fernando Reynosa, Josh Feiner, Oscar Licura, Toby Lien, and Sidney Castles. 35 drivers, Xander, set to go. It is time to fire things up. 6 drivers to transfer through to the main event. The next 4 will be in the roll-off to get one more spot in the show. Super Sunday waits for 6 or 7 of these drivers. We're underway. Green, 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 racing into turn number 1.
You can hear the crowd is cheering now as we're back racing again, and it's a good start for the field. Everyone's going to make it on the run to turn number 5, 2 by 2, and down to the inside, locking him up is Santi Fernandez. He'll go a little wide. A slow but good start for Brian Garcia to second, and there it is, our first big carnage there of the LCQ, Mike.
Did you guys see Chase Jones roll the outside? He's already up to P4. Chase Jones making things happen.
Austin Olds there side by side with another one. He'll drop back into line. Here's Jones inside of Justin Music, who nearly ends up in the wall there in the infield.
Yeah, Jones knows what he's got to get done here. He is up on the wheel in a big way. 4 drivers involved in that opening lap incident. As you said, all 4 of those drivers done for this year's Super Nationals. Chase Jones on the move. Another dive to the inside. Big move here. Chase Jones rolling right now. He sits P2. He wants to put that MPG machine out front.
I was just going to say, he's not willing to just get a transfer. He wants to win this bloody thing right out of the gate.
Oh, man, we're defending already back towards the transfer zone. Huang in 5th right now, defending from the Canadian, Timothy Pernod. There's a look at some of the debris on the racetrack in the brake zone. Check this out, into the corner. Looking low is Pernod on Huang, and the driver that ends up going backwards is Ports as there's contact. Pernod tags the wall off the curb, and up front, Jones takes over the lead all across the racetrack. Lots of action right off the bat.
You know, I think for Chase Jones, as I know there's going to be chaos behind me, the best place to be is out front, and he has gone straight there. Hey, we know how much speed they've got in those karts. We saw how good Race Liberanti was in KA100. It just hasn't been the luck for Chase Jones. He's put that machine out front to try to walk away from this field.
Yeah, and Chase Jones was posting on social media saying they were struggling for pace and things like that, and they finally got it figured out there. Heat number 3, they're dialed in now, and he's going to make the show if he keeps doing what he's doing.
Speaking of making the show, how about Oliver Hodgson's protege? We know that the Brit has pulled out of the class, but his newest superstar in the making here for the last few years, Cooper O'Clair, is now the first driver inside the cut zone, ahead of Johnny Ports on that gray and black Ital kart. Then you go back to Jaden Thien on the Sodi. Cicero is already up a number of spots. Pashewicz is up a handful as well into the top 10.
Indeed, you see the cut line there into 6th. That's Cooper Auclair, as you talked about, on the cut in the comp kart machine. He'll need to keep working forward to see if he can't bring himself closer to Wang. Because the last thing you want to do is let guys like Ports and Thane and Cicero, Pashewicz as well, come up and fight you for that final transfer position.
Johnny Ports was on the podium the last time we saw him at the SKUSA Pro Tour, and now he's going to go one spot even further away from a guaranteed spot at Super Sunday as he looks back. Big intel here we're just getting from the official communications team from Kart Chaser that we've got the only driver on scuffs, Jaden Thien on the Sodi.
I'll tell you how fast that machine is right there and how fast Thien is. He's rolling and he's on the old tires.
Well, Thien, that's kind of a roll of the dice, right, Sandra? You want to make sure you keep that rubber for the main event. And again, if everybody else is around you is going to be on the new rubber, they'll be used when you start the race. So normally anybody around you may be better in the first couple of, let's say the second, third, fourth laps when their tires start to go away just a little bit.
Well, let's see. Jaden Thien on the Sodi. This time by, it looks like he might be closing in just a little bit. Little hop there in the double right. We've seen a lot of that over the course of the weekend. But Cooper Auclair is also closing in on the car in front of him because he'll need to if Thien is as fast as we think he is. Here he goes. Auclair inside for 5th. Turn 1. Yes, sir. The 77 moves one spot safer. And now Jaden Thien is that much closer to a transfer.
Yeah, Thien on the Sodi kart putting it down here, trying to close back up. Great move there, as we said by Cooper Auclair. Great move to the inside to go to P5. A little bit of breathing room for him right now. Here's the battle a bit further back. Chase Jones, as we know, out front. But that scrap you're seeing. Thien trying to get closer here now to Huang. We'll see if he makes the move right here. No, he's going to wait a little longer, set it up. This is the move. He looks over his shoulder. There's nobody behind him right now.
A lot of patience out at the end right there. Yeah, a couple different, the complete opposite of what we saw at Chase Jones right out of the gate. Thien now actually taking a little bit more time, being a little bit more methodical. There it is. Late move, though, very close. We talked about patience, and then that was a little early.
Wow, he was not quite there. Huang really slammed the door on him. Wasn't there to get it enough. And again, but I'll tell you, Thien did a good job to hold it down in the inside and not get chopped.
The worrying part there is now you've exposed your hand that you were that close that you could apply the pressure, but great crossover attempt and market successful. Jaden Thien is in.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty. Perfectly planned, made the move, went just tight enough to be able to get the spot done, and now Huang's going to have trouble here with Karel Pashewicz.
I was just going to say, Pashewicz actually might have enough to get past Huang and then go challenge Thien for another spot. It's definitely the number 20 on the move.
Let's see, Karel Pashewicz now closing in, half a car back, quarter car back, inside, not that time. Huang kind of went a little narrow into that last turn. For those that are watching along here, Karel Pashewicz, you may not recognize the name, but I promise you that you would know, based on his history, that this is a superstar talent. He was in the same Mini Rock main event and stood on the podium, the one that Connor Zilisch brought the championship to the U.S., and Karel has been mainly over in Europe. Of course, that's where he hails from, but he's been racing a little bit more stateside over the last 2 seasons, and as he works his way by Zizeng Huang, he's now one spot away. First man outside looking in to try and make a show or an official spot in Sunday.
Gia Cicero's coming on strong as well there in the RPG machine. We're not quite done here. We've got 3 or 4 laps still to go, and a number of drivers are on the move.
These fresh tires on some of these other drivers might spell trouble for Thien here at the end.
Let's see if he can hang on here. This is 2nd, 4th, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Justin Music on the Arcane Motorsports Tony Karts, gone by Brian Garcia, who is starting to go backwards. Poleman, Santi Fernandez is there. Cooper Auclair is there. Rob, this is eerily all too familiar. Drivers that are well safe over a second clear of the cut zone. Starting to get close, maybe get a bit racy here with 3 to go.
Yeah, and there's more guys in the back that are more than happy to reel you in if you start battling it out. It's a 1.6 second lead for Chase Jones now. He has this thing managed. Here's a big move to the inside there as Fernandez goes by Garcia as well. Garcia moving backwards, as you had said.
That allows Jaden Thien to get closer, and it gives a little bit more hope for Karel Pashewicz, who is continuing to roll. I think those 2 drivers might be a bit faster. I don't think they're as fast as Chase Jones. That MPG Motorsports is tuned up in the hot rods out in front by over 1.5 seconds. But this pack, not just the Sodi closing in. That TB kart behind is also getting bigger.
2 to go, as you can see everything lining up here right now. Jones, Music, Fernandez, Auclair up to 4th. Garcia goes back to 5th. Thien now into the 6th spot. Pasowitz on the outside looking in, as is Cicero. 2 more laps to go. Pasowitz up on the wheel, but he needs these drivers to battle if he's going to have any shot at potentially getting in.
Yeah, he's at least 7 or 8 tenths of a second back, if not more here, Mike. What do you tell yourself if you're Karel Pasowicz when you look ahead and you see Jaden Thien getting up to the leaders, but also that there's only a lap and a half to go?
If you're Karel, all you can do is be perfect and try to have them get to you. If you are Thien, you can't wait around. You got to go right now, because if you don't get it done the first time, you need a chance to do it again. Right nose to tail as to go through the section. Here's the first move. Thien to the inside. Got it.
Brian Garcia started on the 2nd row. He bobbled there on the last turn. Now white flag. Karel Pasowicz starts this lap 5 cars back, Rob.
You remember how much momentum that Garcia loses when you get caught out like that into turn number 16. This could give Pasowicz enough to roll in. You'd have to have a magic lap here right now to catch back up on him, as Garcia is doing everything he can to be that final transfer into Super Sunday. 1.8 seconds still the lead for Jones up front. But look at this scrap here. Justin Music has got Fernandez on him. Cooper Auclair's right there. Thien's worked his way up to 5th. A little bit of a gap back. Here comes Pasowicz. It's still not done, but the track, only about 6 corners remain.
It's going to get really tight here as Justin Music starts to hug the white line. And now we're going to go bumper to bumper. Here we are, 3 turns away. Only one driver is not going through. And can they all make it as Pasowicz opens up? Chase Jones will win the LCQ. Garcia got wound up. He'll drive Pasowicz down low and hang on provisionally.
Oh. Wow. That was a big time defense for Garcia. I get it's that last transfer spot to the Super Sunday main event. He came out and went straight left right into Karel Pasowicz.
Look, I am probably one of the most outspoken guys on the mic when it comes to those side-to-side swerves, but I will give this to play devil's advocate. If he really thought Pasowicz had his number and was going to beat him to the line, you're out anyway. I guess you have the dice roll to fall back on.
True enough.
But if that move doesn't draw a penalty, you're safely in no matter what. So, Mike, I mean, playing the odds, that's a split-second thought there. I doubt he thought it that far through, but this is what I will say, that you get a little bit aggressive there, and you just put it in the officials' lap.
Over the years in these LCQs, you almost want the officials just to put the hands over the face. Just let them go. This is for the Super Sunday main event. Let it happen.
Now we're going to get really hated on out in the comments section.
Listen, I call a lot of these races, as you guys know. A lot of the times it was just go. You guys do what you want to do.
Well, unfortunately, while it was go for a lot of these drivers here, sadly, everyone on your screen now.
We also didn't have Kart Chaser cameras on it and having thousands of people watching. We were out in the desert somewhere. Nobody knew what was going on. So let's be real. We're under the microscope. We weren't like that in 2005.
It was a little bit different back then. Anyway, Mike, I know you got some thoughts as well as we go through the last few finishers here from this LCQ.
Hey, I got to hand it to Thien there. I mean, the old Robert, we talked about that with Hodgson in the previous one, rolling the dice, and actually rolled the dice twice, and it worked. And with Thien, smart move. The fun thing is going to be seeing how far up they can get in the final run.
Well, there's a look at the first group going on through of the drivers that should be well safe in. Justin Music, Santi Fernandez right there. There's a look at Karel Pasowicz. So, Karel's got Giorgio Carrara here this weekend doing some coaching for him. Of course, Rasmus Lind, the team owner. Those two guys, the last time I saw them here in Vegas, when Giorgio started in the top 10 in Pro Shifter last year, they did pretty good on the tables. So he's got some good coaches when it comes to rolling the dice.
Right. So we're winning out here, we're winning downtown too.
Yeah, they were solid, man. They were good. So hopefully that can rub off on their young protege in Karel Pasowicz if all the results stay as they cross the line. Here's a look back at the recap. Again, decent start. Look how crazy it was as the grip levels dropped with no track activity, and it caught a lot of drivers out right off the bat here, fellas.
You know who it didn't catch out? Chase Jones. There it is, really elbows up, making things happen. Firstly, with a big outside maneuver to get to 4th to start the whole thing, and then there's that contact right there with the 45. And then there it is, Chase Jones getting it done once again. Again, elbows up. He wanted to get to the front where he was clear.
Yeah. I thought it was really impressive for Chase Jones going to the front super early. This was a great run as well. Cooper Auclair kind of came in and really took control of his destiny as well, right? Got himself up into 5th, then into 4th. A really strong run there, I think, for Cooper Auclair.
I will say here, while Jaden Thien had this slick crossover move,
nice.
And we get set to go down to chat with more of the drivers after this recap of the last few moments. First, Pasowicz getting by Hoang to move himself up into 7th. And first man out, and the racing up front was busy, just not busy enough to get him there. That moment where Pernod went around, it looked like it was arguably off the front bumper of that comp car to Cooper Auclair. So I thought also that this move coming to the line there, and that one definitely probably the most egregious I think we've seen of those side-to-side moves. But right here, that slow-mo, check this out. Auclair's setting the crossover, just trying to get into line, misjudges the gap. I mean, really, I looked away for a moment, and I got to take some blame for that. I thought Pernod just kind of missed the apex and turned down, but two major moments that could really change the top 6 that transfer automatically.
You saw Aaron Likens taking evasive maneuvers. He was heading away from the thought. He thought they were coming to him for sure.
Well, he's been a part of this quite a bit. Jaden Thien, well, this one looked like a veteran drive on used rubber, Dave. Let's go and talk with the young man.
Yeah, he rolled the dice on the racetrack and not in the dice roll. The only driver on used tires. Why make that choice? Why take that gamble? It clearly paid off.
Yeah, because I shouldn't be in the second chance, I think it's fair to say. But, I mean, it's my first time racing here in America. I've been enjoying it a lot. I mean, the speed this weekend was really good. We just had a few setbacks in the heats and unfortunately a DNF in the last heat today. So that puts me in the second chance, and I mean, I just said to my mechanic, you know, I don't want to go on new tires. I mean, I want to make the final, put new tires in the final, and then try and do my best and work my way up to the front because the speed is there. And yeah, they pushed me off a little bit with the start, so I dropped back. But somehow the pace was still really good. I think we also set the fastest lap. But overall, yeah, I mean, now it's time to finish the job tomorrow. I mean, maybe I have to start really far at the back. But I mean, I've seen more people coming from so far, and you know, final that can happen a lot, and it's not over yet. So hopefully, yeah, we can make the best out of it because the speed is there for it.
Situation Saturday is all about heroic drives, and I would say this is probably the top of the day so far.
Yeah, indeed, Xander, situation Saturday, exactly that. We saw a couple of wild finishes there. Of course, the drivers in Pro Shifter now rolling out for their last chance qualifier. A couple of, like you said, questionable contacts out there on the racetrack that could affect the final outcome.
I think at least 2, right? Yep. 2 major moments there, and both of them, I mean, like you said, if the officials cover their eyes, I mean, we know our 6 going in and our 4 that'll go to the dice roll to hang out with Henry, Caleb, and David later on tonight. But, well, we've still got one more race to focus on, so let's shift our focus here. Corentin Russo on the Italkart Factory Racing Team entry. Almost all of his teammates are up ahead of him in the points and transferred in. There's still a few more Italkarts further back, but he's the first man out. And you can say the same for Filip Nemkovic on the PSL BRLR. A lot of fast Red Army drivers. He's fast too, but sadly not quite good enough in the heats. First 2 just outside the top 34.
Yeah, Ethan Boer is going to start that GFC on the inside of row number 2. He's had good speed as well. Eli Fox right there on row number 2. Connor Wick had a rough one. A number of drivers have had that one bad run. Federico Piero, exactly the same.
Then you go back to Edward Ports. We saw Johnny Ports' younger brother on his Pro X30 LCQ have a little bit of a struggle. Edward on his Pro Shifter debut, only a little bit of testing for the number 15. Rolls just outside the cut line from row 4 with Anthony White. Then Massimo Valiente and Justin White. Henry was mentioning Justin and Vincenzo Saraceno were rolling good through the heats. And then both of them with issues in the final one have put the pair of Marinellos 10th and 12th. Zimming Wang splits them up on the BBR karting machine in 11th.
Capping off your top 20 are Jared Ramnarayan and Anders Elkjar. Then you've got Andrew Byrne and Warwan Kamarakul, Noah Zarsk, and Seth Huntley.
Here's a look all the way back to 33rd and 34th. Angel Reynoso, Sebastian Kellogg. Now, Jordan Musser ran that last heat. I would be very surprised if we see the 67 on the racetrack here in this LCQ. He probably got a little bit of data in that condition. You're not going to race the Master Shifter main event slated for 11 a.m.
Anthony Martella had, I believe, 1 finish inside the top 10 or top 15 and a couple of DNFs. This could be a driver that could move his way forward to the 93. He did finish 6th in last year's LCQ to make the main event. He'll have to put on an absolutely monster race over 10 laps to find himself inside the top 6.
Rob, you brought up that in years past we hadn't been here. This is only our 3rd year broadcasting. 2 consecutive years, the craziest LCQ, in my opinion, Pro Shifter. Hands down.
Pretty much.
Absolute madness and a lot of carnage and a lot of chaos. And last year was no different with drivers crashing out in a big way. right around that transfer zone. So who is going to be the top 6? I think it could be even more unpredictable, more chaotic. It's even colder now. The track has less grip now, Mike, and, well, the last few are rolling in. This is where those last bit of nerves get ready to go.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got top 6 that you need. You got a standing start to get through. You got corner 1 to get through. First big braking zone, turn number 4. Rob, let's hear it.
Here we go, folks. Field set, drivers ready to go. Some of them are going to Super Sunday. Some will look towards the 2025 season. Field set to the flag. Aaron Likens. Green, green, green. And one driver jumping the start, and there's going to be contact there. Someone just could not hold on to it, and that is it for them. Up front, though, we're back underway. Clean and green going through the first couple of corners. 3 wide coming down into turn number 4.
Everyone's just looking for somewhere to be able to put the power down right now because there is a bull in a china shop effect, and, well, we just lost one right off and into the wall. Looked like maybe the 57 or 67. There is the 15 of Edward Ports in the middle on the RPG Cosmic. My mistake there. And ahead of him, Piero started good earlier on in the day. This was not a great start, I believe, for the 36 Sodi. Looking on screen, that's Boer, it looks like. Nemkovic there in the black helmet on the Bureau art behind him. Then it looks to be Connor Wick.
I'm trying to figure out who it was inside line. I'm going to say either potentially Ports or maybe Valiente was the driver who jumped that start and it followed back. We'll see.
Valiente, I would say, based on where he just dropped.
Exactly that. So Valiente just couldn't hold it, jumped a little bit early, had to check up, and that's what happened there to stack things up in turn number 1.
Justin White making moves on Anthony White. No relation there. They're going to go side by side. Anthony White with Federico Piero. The 36 could not get by. Both drivers now fighting for that final spot in the transfer. Justin White to 5th on the Maranello. That's the red and yellow 32. And then behind him, the gap back to the black helmet of Anthony White on the CRG. Oh my goodness, massive impact into the wall. Driver up and okay already. That's the BBR karting entry of Ziming Wang. The Tony kart busted through the barriers. That could put us under red flag. For now, we stay green.
And that's the exit of turn number 11. Hard into the barriers there, backed it in. And indeed, we'll see how that goes. The SuperKarts USA staff jumping quickly over. I can see that Ziming Wang walking away from the cart right now. Oh, how you like that move?
Nemkovic, slide job in front of Ethan Boer. And now they're 3 wide. Connor Wick in the middle. Nowhere to go, boys. Everyone's fighting to quickly back it down into the inside here because you got 3 consecutive right-handers into the chicane here.
I'll tell you what, I didn't know you're going to need to go into this thing with suspension adjustment because they were going all up over the curbs and landing it and keep rolling. How about it? These guys are really getting after it. Elbows up is an understatement.
Way different than what we saw in X30. As Xander said, it's normally the wild one here in Pro Shifter. Chase Jones was able to get away. Another driver spinning around.
Eli Fox.
Yeah, that's the GP machine. He goes around as well.
Out of 8.
Look what we've got here. This is the entire transfer. Top 6 drivers all running together right now. It's Piero on the outside looking in.
Yeah, except there's one driver way out of frame.
Oh, I didn't even see Rousseau was gone.
He's long gone. So first is well out of the way. This is actually just outside the transfer for the last one driver there in Piero now. Was too
that
deep
makes it good.
with Eli Fox there. Heartbreak for the Indiana native as he spins around. That was an awkward way to spin for sure.
Martella already up to 15th position from deep in the pack, but there's just going to run out of time lap-wise, Mike.
TJ Madonna up 18 spots to 8th.
Giddy up on the GFC Madonna up to 8th. But how far back is he? A little under 2 seconds from Anthony White, the 3rd-generation driver running P6.
That's not going to last long with what we got going on up front.
Yeah, we had another move there, and we're going to get another one in turn 1. Justin White in the thick of it. Ethan Boer, Anthony White. Piero still looking on. Out of turn number 1, over through to turn 4, all the way to the low side for Justin White to defend. They're in the zone, but as they exit out of 4 and 5 now, look at this Federico Piero, high, low, trying to look for a gap. Nothing showing itself right now for the 36, but he's taking his time.
Yeah, like I said, I thought those 6 drivers were there. I didn't realize that Rousseau was gone. 2.2 seconds up the way from Filip Nemkovic. That's the battle here now as we've got all these drivers fighting for the final transfer spots.
So as they go now with coming to the halfway marker, how much of a dent in the gap did Vincenzo Saracino and his group kind of cut in to this pack up front? Quarantine Rousseau obviously long gone up the road. Then Nemkovic, then Connor Wick, he's safe. Justin White is the first one really, I would say, in the danger area. And Saracino hunting down that group. He's now within a second. And here comes Piero for the transfer. Turn 4. I don't know if he was able to get that one done. Looks like he did. Anthony White back down to 7th.
I'll tell you this as well. Saraceno was a full second quicker than Piero and White that last time by. Saraceno is on the move right now, rolling up onto those drivers. Saraceno could be the driver who puts on the show at the end. Can he dial his way in? He is right there right now. The 33 of Saraceno, the fastest driver we're seeing running up towards the top 6.
Our very first ever live broadcasted event went viral for Vincenzo Saraceno's stuck throttle 360. He was able to keep it going though in the rest of the weekend. He's had a Stars Championship title to his name and a handful of major moments outside of that. But for the Maranello driver right now, he would like to make some more on Super Sunday for the right reasons, and right now his Saturday night drive is looking strong.
Oh, he is really going deep on that into the braking zone, a lot deeper than the drivers around him right now, so he is doing the best he can to try to find a way by. Another pass midway through the field there.
That one looked to be potentially Piero getting by on Justin White. So Saraceno, is he going to have to pass his teammate who he has raced with all year long for that final spot? Because right now Piero was in the middle of them. Anthony White now is the next one to Justin White. It's Justin 6th, Anthony 7th, Saraceno 8th, and look behind them. Eljair is there, Edward Ports is there, back to 10th right now.
Indeed, the excitement here coming to the final couple of laps. We haven't need to look at all up front. Rousseau, Niemkiewicz, Wick, Boer. There's your top 4. Yellow flag flying there. We had to move through. There was a yellow in that corner. Saraceno gives it back. He may be okay there as White was able to get back on the inside with the yellow flag in turn number 4.
That's crucial. Remember back to Massimino in the exact same scenario. So that's a good one from Saraceno. Hit the reset bump, and there's a little bit of a reset bump out of the way. Saraceno's going to try to take advantage right here. Inside, keep going. Saraceno's got him.
Wow, Saraceno able to force the issue. Getting behind his teammate White there. They push their way through. Saraceno's going to pinch down the bottom. We got 2 to go this time by. 2.3 seconds, the lead for Russo out front. But the fight is an epic one here for the final transfer to Super Sunday.
5th on back on your screen, folks. The Velocity Racing Soda USA machine of Federico Piero missed a shift out of turn 1. Saraceno sends it and nearly ends up into him, but he goes too deep. Justin White hangs on. The Maranellos, a full swap around, and it ends up net neutral.
Problem with White, maybe. He's slowing down a little bit, you guys.
Someone's definitely burned up a clutch coming by us on the straightaway. We can smell it from here. I don't know if it is the number 32 or someone else. There was also big impact further back in turn number 5 the lap prior, so that's why the yellow flags were flying as they head for the white flag. Saraceno's already had one look. Another yellow, this time into the last turn. With contact all around, the white flag waves. Can they even make up a spot, or will it be yellow zones everywhere they want to go?
This is it, the final circuit right now. Justin White holding off Vincenzo Saraceno. Let's see what Saraceno does here. He's going to low line to the bottom. Big run to the outside. Oh, he crosses him over. Can he hold on to it? Not quite. Threw it to the outside, Xander. Not able to hold.
Now, will those tires be cooked? Will they be too dirty to be able to get going? He sends it in deep in the triple apex. Catching up to the end of the pack here. Eljair right there. Ports is there. Lots could change in the matter of moments that we have to the end of this one. While Russo heads out towards the last turn to close this one out. Rob, this is still all to play for.
What a fight here in the last chance. Qualifier checker flag will fly. Here comes the final couple of drivers out of turn number 13 rather. 16 rather. It's going to be Russo by a lot. 1.8. He checked up a little bit at the end. Niemkiewicz, Wick, Boer, Piero. And look who finally makes it in. What a fight to the very end as those Maranellos lined up for one spot to transfer to Super Sunday.
They put on a show, but it was clean between Justin White and Vincenzo Saraceno, something that you don't usually get to see in these last chance qualifiers when you're laying it out on the line. Hard racing, and well, Justin White, he definitely seemed to be a bit wounded there in the last few laps, Rob.
Yeah.
Especially coming out of some of the slower, heavier braking zones. But Vincenzo threw everything he had at him, it seemed like, and then some, and Justin withstood it.
Well, turn 4 was the big one, right? He tossed it down the inside, just couldn't get it to stick. Ends up coming up just a little bit short at the line. Justin White, though, as you guys said, that thing didn't look perfect at the end, but he had the elbows up, Mike, to be able to get done what he needed to get done.
No, and it looked like he could tell there was a little bit of a problem. He kept things real tight and tidy through the slow bits, like 6, 7, 8, and 9, and he was able to hold them back.
Going back now to the other cut line, Ed Ports by 4/10 over David Williams will at least have a chance to fight on a shot for Super Sunday. That's right, folks. Our broadcast coverage is not over. We've got the dice roll still to go for Pro X30 and for Pro Shifter. Of course, they've all got to get to the scale line. We'll keep an eye on potential penalties. You mentioned that there could have been a few in the X30 LCQ. This one, I don't know if there would have been any moments in our transfer zone drivers. But again, that's partly what that Coastal Lane Custom Printing recap is for, to see how they ended up where they were. What a heartbreak, though, for Eli Fox down in 28 there. We'll get to his moment here in this one. First off, though, Massimo Valiente looked like he kind of jump-started, then stalled it, then kind of got a bit of a bump start there by accident.
He did. Indeed. Then, of course, things got rolling here, and not surprisingly, a little bit hectic early on. You see the drivers just on top of each other. Early on, though, we saw the fact that Rousseau was able to get away in that number 92 machine and stretch away. He did. A lot of battling further back here. Everybody scrapping for position. And then it started to get a little hectic there, Xander, midway through.
Yeah, first and foremost here, Filip Nemkovic was one of the first few drivers that we really see lock up the rear brakes, but he was not the only one as you'll watch this race to the end. The argy-barginess a bit there between the drivers just inside the cut zone, and then, of course, some more moments for the ones outside, like Ziming Wang with that scary moment in the kink. Thankfully, he was quickly up and okay, so we stayed green, and, well, we were treated to one heck of a fight here. First, Paero trying to bring the action there to Anthony White down to the inside. Almost got it, eventually did into the triple apex, and that backed Anthony up to Vincenzo Saraceno. He was on such a tear, and then here, yellow flags on the edge of the racetrack. Vincenzo already had kind of halfway committed, but he did make sure to let Anthony back on through. At least that hopefully will be the way that the officials see it for Vincenzo's sake. Eventually, he got around him in a non-yellow zone.
Did whatever he could, threw it in a bunch of times, but every time he threw it in, it was just too much. Didn't just get to the point, went a little bit too far. Again, tries to cross up, way across the outside, not able to hold it on the outside of the track. You know it's cold out there, it's dirty out there, zero grip. And again, that opened the door for Justin White to come through as the final transfer.
And that grip delta from on and offline, Mike, you mentioned it, this track finally starting to get some grip and some darkness on where the drivers have been rolling. Makes a big difference day and night, and at night it's a little bit tougher to see that difference of the track as well.
Well, not only that, where they were saying everybody's been having a problem with the grip has been side bite. It's been that side load. Well, when you go diving into the corner and you need to turn the wheel and get the thing to stick, you need side bite, and that is what you were lacking.
You got to give it up for Saraceno, though. He
100%.
kept going for it.
Yes.
He kept going for it. It's not like he sat back. Every opportunity, he threw it at him.
Let's go down to Caleb Viesca to hear from the man who put on one heck of a fight, one heck of a show. He's got at least a chance, if not a guaranteed spot, depending how the cards fall. Caleb?
Thank you there, Xander. And I think a show and a fight is very well said there. Vincenzo, I know the LCQ is definitely not where you thought you were going to be at the start of the weekend. Just walk me through, what kind of caused you to get to this point here?
Got taken out in the last heat. Didn't make it the first lap. Got hit from behind, spun, and then 3 people ran me over. So didn't get a finishing result. So 30-something plus. My other results put me here, but just thinks because in all the open practices we had, all the official open practices, we were top 10. Out of the best guys, he's the best guys in the world, European champion, world champion, and we had our pace. We showed our pace. Just you need luck in this sport. So this is how the dice rolls.
I think luck in this sport and luck in this race, especially more than all the others. Your, journey in the SuperNationals 27 isn't over yet. You can get in with a dice roll. I mean, how are you feeling before the dice roll begins?
Well, my mentality is I'm out, so if I get in, I'm in. If I'm not, that's what I expect. It's a dice roll. I don't have any luck to begin with, so if I get in, God is good, but if not, that's the reality.
Well, there you guys have it from Vincenzo Saraceno. He's still has a shot to get in with a dice roll that's coming up next. Back to you boys in the booth.
Xander, that's the reality of it, right? These guys, they practice, they test, they work. They're not out there testing of their roll skills. This is 100% luck at the end if you get in through the dice roll.
And, I think, there's something to be said. As cool as it is to get to be a part of the driver's parade as a starting driver tomorrow and officially have that spot on Super Sunday, you want to make it on merit. You want to earn your way in. And Vincenzo Saraceno, he without a doubt earned a starting spot for tomorrow. Unfortunately, again, by the way that it stands with the checkered flag provisionally, he's one spot out, and like you said, it goes to a dice roll. Nothing he can do to control it, but still, I think he shouldn't hang his head so low about that performance because he drove his tail off.
Yeah, that's all you can do, Mike. In a race like that, you work your way forward. He was able to catch up to the group that got him to the transfer position. He threw everything at him, a couple of haymakers, at least 2, maybe 3 times, almost made it stick. And again, he'll be able to walk away and not hang his head at all, hold that head high.
No, I like the thought process, too. As a guy who also has notoriously terrible luck, I'm going to do it like, I'm already out. If I get in, hey, Christmas present.
That's it. That's 100% right.
It's a good way to look at it, that's for sure. With the dice roll still to be determined as to who are the 4 that are going, we've got at least some updates so far from the penalties coming in for the Pro X30 drivers. Brian Garcia crossed the line 6th, driving Karel Paschowicz down to the barriers. He was handed a 3-second penalty for that maneuver, so Brian will have to now go to the dice roll to try and earn himself a spot. It's bumped him to 8th, and it has moved the Rasmus Lind Racing TB Kart of Karel Paschowicz officially into tomorrow's main event. Now, again, there is a protest window for some of these penalties that get called, so there is still some chance, for that to change before the dice roll. So that gives us a little more time to chat things over. And again, Pro Shifter, I don't know if there was as much maybe egregious moves that we caught, but there was definitely carnage. So I'm sure the officials are going to take a moment to check over it, Reich.
Yeah, to your point, I mean, there was definitely some things going on out there. Did it happen inside the top 6 where it would matter for? I'm not sure about that. I think we're probably going to be okay in that regard.
Well, we're still waiting for a little more intel from race control in terms of when it will be time to do the dice roll. But for now, we're going to step to the side for a word from our partners who will return. Caleb, Henry, David will be bringing us through one more time on the SuperNats. I don't know, we can't call it craps table because we're not playing craps, but the dice roll table for the 2nd year in a row.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing. Adjustable wheel bearing cassettes. Seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts. American-made. Race-proven.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday. Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior.
And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat from the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch mine, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Lisa Guzanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
lane with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us.
An entire week of running comes down to this. Super Sunday. It's what everybody has been looking forward to, and there are 2 spots left to settle. We, of course, tried to settle it out on the racetrack, the LCQs, with the transfers, 6 drivers going through, but a 7th gets a lucky break here in Vegas. And this is the 2nd year we've done this. It's the dice roll. We've got a couple of SKUSA branded dice down here on the table, and how this is going to work is our 4 drivers from 2 classes are each going to roll the dice to try to get the highest score. The highest score wins. This is not golf. We're going for the highest score. Snake eyes is the worst thing that you can roll. That being said, if you do roll doubles, you are allowed a reroll. And as we saw in the first session of the roll-off, we saw 3 separate drivers roll a 7. And they all had to roll for the final transfer spot. Now, how this is going to work is, if you finished higher on the track,
you're still going to get an advantage. So we're going to start with position 10, and then we're going to go up to position 7. If you do decide to do a re-roll, you have to decide on the spot. You cannot wait to see what the other drivers in your bracket get to roll. We're giving the advantage to the folks who finished higher on the racetrack. So I'm going to hand it over to my two broadcasting pals, Caleb Vieska and Henry Burdett. Let's go, boys!
Well, I think David just butchered Henry's first and last name there. So, Henry, I'm wondering how you're feeling about that. It's quite dark out here. We got the flashlights on.
Well,
we saw the first half earlier today.
Yes, David didn't quite get my last name right, but David is just happy that Federico Paero is not in the roll-up, that he made it through LCQ. So we've got Xixing Huang, we've got Laurent Legault, we've got Brian Garcia, Gia Cicero. They're going to roll off first. Tactics. I mean, 2 dice in one hand, a die in each hand, a lucky blow, anything to the sky. What are we thinking?
Let's try some Mandarin Magic.
Mandarin Magic.
We haven't heard that one yet.
Mandarin Magic. Okay, well, first of all then, our 10th place finisher in X30 Pro, Xixing Huang, step forward, roll those dice. We're going to go this, we're going to go that side.
For those of you who are here, also get your flashlights out so you can
let's
see
get
also
some
what
lights on the board.
what the numbers roll. So here we have Mr.
Here we
Huang.
go. Okay, he could go right now. There we go.
Here we go, and that's
it's
a 3.
A 3. Oh, it's a 3.
That's a little low, Henry. That's a little low.
I have to say, I was disappointed about the dice roll since I played Yahtzee when I was 12 years old.
I am too young to know what that is.
Okay, Laurent Legault, step forward. His life's ambition is to come to Texas and be friends with Caleb Vieska. He's got his center parting looking strong. The haircut is good.
Here we go for Laurent. That's a good roll. 9.
Oh.
How about that for Laurent Legault?
The RPG powerhouse.
Laurent, hold on, come here. Are you happy with that roll?
I'm very happy, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So you guys heard from Laurent. He's happy with that one.
I think he's Big Gia Cicero doesn't look too happy. But there we could have a bit of RPG beef here.
Maybe.
Step forward. Brian Garcia. Curls on point. Looks like an 80s pop star. Fringe is there.
Here we go.
Oh, he's only rolled a 10. He moves in the lead. The dreams of Laurent Legault have been dashed, and Brian Garcia, well, only Gia Cicero stands between Brian Garcia and a place in Super Sunday.
Gia, so we'll bring you in here real quick.
Yes,
You need to roll an 11 or a 12 to win. Those probabilities are super low. The chances of rolling a 12 is one of who knows how many. How are you feeling before this dice roll?
This is the most nervous I felt for anything the entire weekend, but I did this to myself, so it is what it is.
Well, very strong words there from Gia, and indeed, we'll wish you the best of luck. You have to roll from the other side, so wish you the best of luck, Miss Cicero, and here we go. Has to be a 12, not gonna be enough.
It is a 6. Brian Garcia, step forward. Brian, on track, you made it. Then you didn't. Now you're in.
It's at least I expected today. I was practicing dice rolling like a while back, so that's really good that I was able to get it off today. It paid off. I'm really glad about it.
Excellent. Can you just say, you're Drayton Knowles' favorite driver. Say, hi, Drayton. King Dre, I'm your favorite.
Hi, Steven.
Something like that. There we go.
It's all good.
Excellent work. Okay, there we go. Brian Garcia in the big show.
We have one done. We got one more to go.
One and done.
Pro
Okay.
shifters.
Commiserations to Xixing Huang, to Laurent Legault, and to Gia Cicero. Now we move on to the pro shifters. Anthony Martella, step forward. Last year, Anthony Martella was the last man in through LCQ. He didn't have to do the dice roll. This year, he's the last man in the dice roll. Can lightning strike twice?
I mean, we'll see. Hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best. Okay.
Anthony, before you hit the dice roll, you had a great drive in that final LCQ. Just walk me through all the moves that you had to make through that one as well.
Yeah, it was definitely tough starting that far back, but we had the pace this whole entire weekend. Just got unlucky with the heats, getting almost 2 DNFs. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes now.
Wish you the best of luck, man. This is, I guess, your final chance to try and make it into the main event here. So Anthony's going to get ready here, Henry.
Well, I mean, we got a double fist, double fist on the die. You know, he's looking cold.
Single.
He's single fist on the die. Oh,
whatever you want, man.
2 in one hand.
Here we
Controversial. And it's how many? I can't count.
7.
It's a 7.
We need to get better at math here, Henry.
It's
That's a 7.
I've run out of fingers and toes. Okay, Anthony Martella a 7. So 10th place. 9th place finisher, David Williams coming in, offset race suit. No sponsor, by the way. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, no sponsor. We need that. Hey, if your luck's in, your luck's in. Please pick up the dice. The die. It's if it's 1 dice, 2 die.
No, if it's 2, it's dice.
Dice? Okay.
Oh, he rolled.
Oh, he's gone quickly.
That is a 10.
Well, hang on. Ooh.
Play your cards here. So this
We're
is going to be, okay, good.
He's sticking at 10.
So for those of you at home, he just rolled a pair, a 5 and a 5 here. So he does have the option to re-roll, but this is kind of like splitting 10s on a blackjack table. Definitely not what you want to do.
He's there. He's happy. He's happy.
With
okay,
that.
at
So
the
10.
moment, we're in. Anthony Martella. Sadly, it's not going to be 2 in a row for Anthony. Right then, David. Come and stand aside. Next man up, the driver that finished 8th in the LCQ, Mr. White. Anthony, how are you feeling? A 10. A 10.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I get 11 or 12 and beat him.
I mean, you're growing a mustache, though. Is that going to help you? Is the mustache going to help you?
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it's a little bit of luck.
Okay, there we go. Well, the mustache might win. Could be the mustache. Here we go. Right. Caleb Bieska, talk us through this roll.
Anthony White for Ron White Racing, and it's at 10.
Oh, my goodness
So we have a tie. We saw the 7s earlier today, but Anthony White for Ron White Racing, you have the chance to re-roll. Again, your opponent did roll a 10.
If you keep it, then you're in a tie and you get a roll-off.
roll-off.
He's keeping
He's
it.
gonna keep it.
He's
Smart.
keeping it. He's
Smart.
keeping it. Okay. Right then. The only Danish driver here at SuperNats 27, Andreas Elkjær. You have the chance to break hearts. Let's summon some Viking Nordic spirit, shall we?
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. So for the Maranello team, step forward. His head is as cold as mine. We go to the same barber, by the way. Okay, now.
Oh, okay, a little bit of foreshadowing here. He has him on the 6s.
You got to give a good roll.
A little bit of roll, and that's
oh, my
a
goodness
10.
me. He's rolled a 10 as well.
We saw the 7s earlier today, and now we're seeing the 10s.
A 3-way playoff, a roll-off. Again. Okay, so the 3 of you roll again. Right, so 10, 10, 10. We're going to come back in. So first of all, it's David Williams. He's got to go again. The 10 is no longer exists. We're starting from scratch. Here we go.
I think I'm more nervous than David right now, Henry.
I mean, well, or is that just because it's cold and you need a wee?
Probably.
Okay.
We'll see. Here we go for David, wasting no time, and that's a 6.
Oh, it's a 6. It's gone wrong. It's gone terribly badly wrong. There we go. Now, Anthony White, you go in there, sir.
We've seen it all. We've really seen it all. Anthony White going to roll now, and that's a 7.
7.
Beats him by 1.
David Williams' dreams are dashed. Again, unlucky. Sorry, David. Right then. 8 or above, the Danish warrior, Andreas Elkjær. Here we go.
Again, foreshadowing here with the 6s.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
set to roll. That's a good roll.
Oh,
and
my
he's
goodness
in.
me.
He's
in
rolled
an 11. Welcome to the big show. Denmark have a driver in Pro Shifter. And you can see he looks absolutely ecstatic about it.
A little bit of relief here as well, I see.
I saw the double 6. What was the tactic? What was the rolling tactic?
I have no tactic. Just goes.
Just throw the dice.
Yeah. Just throw it and see how it goes. Vegas.
Hey, it's Vegas. It's Vegas. One more thing. What would you want to say to all the people watching in Denmark?
Want to say hi to my kids, Carla and Conrad. Hi. See you soon.
Daddy's going to go to the casino tonight because his luck's in. Could be a good Christmas for you. There we go. David Land. Are we going to finish this off over there? Over to you, Mr. Land, and your olive trousers. That's been the roll-off for SuperNats 27. Thanks to Caleb. And now to David.
Yeah, Henry, you wonder why I didn't say your name right. It's because you keep making fun of my pants. Come on, man. But it's been an absolutely amazing week here at SuperNats 27. You really can't understand why this is the greatest karting race in the world. We've had just about everything you could want in a race. We've had dramatics. We've had excitement. We've had a few surprises along the way. It's been an absolutely fantastic week so far. Some of the great racing we've seen thus far, Pro Shifter, what more could you want? Beautiful sunsets. It's been absolutely fantastic. Amazing sends that didn't really work out all that well. We got some drivers rolling dice. Hey, gambling in Vegas, you understand that that's a very important aspect of it, and some people win big when they gamble. So stay tuned here on the Kart Chaser channel. We're going live early in the morning local time, 8 o'clock local time, 11 o'clock Eastern here in the United States. Sunday morning is going to be an absolutely awesome day. The 27th running of the SKUSA SuperNationals. Over 500 drivers entered this race. 8 will stand on the top step of the podium as a SuperNats champion tomorrow. We hope you tune in. Thank you guys so much for watching here on Kart Chaser, and we'll see you for racing tomorrow.